Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Emily. Pink and red hearts assault my vision the moment I step outside my apartment building. Some overeager shop owner has plastered their entire storefront with gaudy Valentine's decorations, complete with cherubs that look more demonic than romantic in the early morning light. Really? It's still January, I mutter, pulling my jacket tighter against the winter chill. The coffee shop next door hasn't escaped either. Through the window, I spot heart-shaped cookies and pink frosted cupcakes. A barista arranges a display of love potion lattes while wearing felt Cupid wings. I duck inside, needing caffeine to face this madness. Just a regular black coffee. No hearts, no sprinkles, no love potions. You sure? The Valentine special comes with... I'm sure. 20 minutes later, I'm settling into my studio chair at WKXT, adjusting my headphones and checking the clock. My producer gives me the signal through the glass. Good morning, Chicago. You're listening to Heart with Emily Hart, where we tell it like it is. Speaking of telling it like it is, who else noticed the explosion of pink and red taking over our city? That's right, folks. It's that time of year again. The season where chocolate prices triple, restaurants get impossibly booked, and everyone pretends true love can be measured in overpriced roses and teddy bears. I lean closer to the mic. Now, I know what you're thinking. Emily's just bitter. And you know what? You're absolutely right. I've seen behind the curtain of this commercialized circus we call Valentine's Day. Trust me, those candy hearts might say, "Be mine," but they should really say, "Be warned." Let's take some calls. Who else is tired of this Hallmark holiday holding us hostage? Line 1, you're on the air with Emily Hart. The phone lines light up like a Christmas tree. Ironically, another holiday I have issues with, but that's a rant for December. Line 3, you're on with Emily Hart. Emily, you're so wrong about this. My husband proposed on Valentine's Day 5 years ago. And let me guess. He spent 3 months' salary on a ring because a diamond company's marketing campaign told him to? Next caller. Line 5, go ahead. Valentine's Day saved my marriage. We were going through a rough patch and... Fascinating how it took a corporate holiday to remind you to appreciate your spouse. Line 7. My producer frantically waves through the glass, pointing at line 4. I ignore him. He's been trying to get me to tone down the cynicism for weeks. Line 2. What's your take? Actually, a smooth voice cuts through my headphones, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine. I'm curious why someone so opposed to Valentine's Day has dedicated an entire show segment to it. Seems like giving it more power, doesn't it? I sit up straighter. And you are? Derek. Just a guy wondering why you're letting one day of the year live rent-free in your head. Listen, Derek, when this holiday stops pressuring people into performative romance, is it the holiday doing the pressuring, or are we just blaming heart-shaped chocolates for our own issues with vulnerability? Heat creeps up my neck. My issues? That's really presumptuous of you, Derek. Just observing that for someone claiming to be above it all, you seem pretty invested in tearing it down. Maybe the real question isn't why Valentine's Day exists, but why it bothers you so much I prefer to think of it as a public service announcement. Someone needs to warn people about this mass delusion. Warn them about love, about commercialized, artificial, mandatory romance. He chuckles, the sound rich and warm. How about a challenge then? I don't do challenges from random callers. Afraid I might change your mind? My fingers tighten around my coffee cup. I'm not afraid of anything, Derek. But since you brought it up, what exactly is this challenge? Simple. A couple of dates. If I can't show you a genuine, pressure-free Valentine's Day experience, you win. And what exactly would I win? The satisfaction of being right. Plus, I'll donate $10,000 to any charity you choose. Harper leans forward, practically bouncing in her seat. And if he wins, then you admit on air that maybe, just maybe, you were wrong about Valentine's Day. Derek says. That's it? No strings attached? Unless you're counting heartstrings. I roll my eyes. Did you seriously just... Oh, come on, Emily, Harper cuts in. Our listeners would love this. Right, Chi-Town? The phone lines explode. I don't date random callers, I say. Good thing I'm not random. I'm Derek from line 2. Cute, but for all I know, you could be an axe murderer, a troll, or just someone who thinks you're letting one bad experience poison your view of something beautiful. You don't know anything about my experiences. Then educate me. Over dinner. Harper waves frantically, pointing at the clock. I ignore her. Let me guess. Dinner at some overpriced restaurant with mandatory prix-fixe menus? Now who's making assumptions? The studio door bursts open. Jace strides in, tablet in hand, grinning like he just won the lottery. He scribbles something on a notepad. Ratings through the roof. Keep him on. We'll be right back after these messages. Harper jumps in, hitting the commercial break. And when we return, Emily will give Derek her answer. Stay tuned. I will not... Emily, Jace says the moment we're off air. This is gold. Pure ratings gold. We haven't seen numbers like this since that celebrity scandal last summer. Do what you can to milk this for all it's worth. I roll my eyes, swiveling in my chair so I can no longer see him. Arrogant prick. The red on-air light blinks back to life. I adjust my headphones, trying to ignore Harper's eager grin and Jace's threatening glare. Welcome back to Heart to Heart. For those just tuning in, we have Derek on line 2, who's proposed a Valentine's Day challenge that our listeners can't stop talking about. Let's hear what Greater Chicago thinks. Line 6. Emily, you have to do it. I've been listening to your show for years, and honestly, girl, you need this. Thank you for that unsolicited therapy session. Line 8. Don't do it. Men like that are just trying to get attention. He's probably still here, Derek chimes in, and still waiting for an answer. Our text line is blowing up, Harper says, scrolling through her tablet. Emily deserves love. Don't trust him. Team Derek all the way. Oh, this one's good. If she doesn't want him, can I have his number? I drum my fingers on the desk. Fine. One follow-up call. Tomorrow's show. Playing hard to get? Derek asks. Playing smart? I don't agree to dates with the disembodied voices. Fair enough. Same time tomorrow? Unless you chicken out? Not likely. Looking forward to changing your mind, Emily Hart. Looking forward to that charity donation. Derek, no last name. The line clicks dead. Harper squeals, actually squeals, while Jace gives me a thumbs up through the glass. There you have it, Chicago, I say. Tomorrow, we'll either expose another Valentine's Day opportunist or, well, let's be real. We're definitely exposing another Valentine's Day opportunist. Keep those opinions coming because this is far from over. The phone lines light up like a slot machine hitting jackpot. I've created a monster, and his name is Derek, from line 2. Harper trails me into the break room, practically vibrating with excitement as I pour myself a fresh cup of coffee. The machine gurgles and sputters like it always does at this time of day, desperately needing a cleaning that no one ever bothers to give it. His voice, Em. Did you hear that voice? Like honey drizzled over. Over what? Common sense? I dump a packet of sugar into my cup, then another for good measure. Today feels like a 2-packet kind of day. He's probably some wannabe influencer trying to go viral. Another TikTok star looking for his 15 minutes of fame. Or he could be your soulmate. Harper leans against the counter, giving me that dreamy-eyed look she gets whenever she thinks she's stumbled onto a real-life rom-com moment. There's no such thing. The coffee burns my tongue, matching the irritation burning in my chest. I blow on the steaming liquid, trying to cool both it and my temper. Besides, did you hear those lines? Unless you're counting heartstrings? Please. Who actually talks like that in real life? It's like he swallowed a Hallmark card. Harper perches on the counter, swinging her legs. I thought it was cute. And he challenged you. When's the last time anyone managed to get under your skin like that? He didn't get under my skin. I lean against the fridge, avoiding her knowing look. He got under Jace's skin with those rating numbers, which is the only reason I'm entertaining this ridiculous challenge tomorrow. Sure, keep telling yourself that. But I saw you smile when he called you out about living rent-free. I did not smile. You did. Just a tiny one, but it was there. That was indigestion from those heart-shaped donuts you brought in, which you said you wouldn't eat, yet mysteriously, 2 disappeared from the box. I point my coffee cup at her. This conversation is over. Like your love life? I hate you. Love you too, Em. And I think Derek might... Don't even finish that sentence. He's just another clueless Valentine's Day idiot.
Chapter 2. Derek. The quarterly reports sprawl across my mahogany desk, but my attention keeps drifting to the sleek phone beside them. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Mr. Blythe, the marketing team is waiting in the conference room. Tell them I'm on an important call. I lean back in my chair, spinning to face the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Or about to be. Sir, they've been waiting for 20 minutes. Sarah, have you ever heard someone so wonderfully wrong about something? So passionate in their misguided crusade that you just had to engage? A pause. Is this about that radio show you called earlier? The host thinks Valentine's Day is a corporate scheme. I chuckle, straightening my tie in the window's reflection. She's not entirely wrong, but she's missing the bigger picture. And you're going to enlighten her? Someone has to defend romance. The irony of doing so from my corner office at Love Forever, Inc. isn't lost on me. Besides, when was the last time I had this much fun? The marketing team can wait. Our Q1 projections are solid. What's really important is... The phone rings. My heart jumps, but it's just Bradley from accounting. I decline the call. You're really going to sit there waiting for a radio station to call? Sarah, sometimes the most productive thing a CEO can do is absolutely nothing. I pick up one of our prototype plush bears, squeezing its paw. It squeaks out a tinny, I love you, and argue about love with beautiful-sounding cynics. You haven't even seen her? No, but anyone who can tear apart Valentine's Day with that much eloquence has to be interesting. I toss the bear from hand to hand. Now, if you'll give me some privacy, I have to compose myself before I take that call. Sarah rolls her eyes, smiling as she closes the door behind her. I adjust my headset, grinning as Emily's voice fills my ears through the phone line. Welcome back, listeners. Against my better judgment, we have our Valentine's Crusader returning. Derek, ready to be proven wrong? Only if you are ready to admit there's magic in the air this time of year. The only thing in the air is the scent of desperation and marked-up chocolate. You're missing out on the chocolate, then. Nothing better than those little heart-shaped ones with the messages. Right, because nothing says true love like "Be Mine" stamped on sweet chalk. Harper chimes in. Come on, Emily. The messages are cute. I got one last year that said text me and let me guess. You texted them. Emily's eye roll practically radiates through the airwaves. Actually, I lean back in my chair. I heard they're making custom ones now. Maybe we could get you one that says Valentine's Grinch. A laugh escapes Emily before she catches herself. At least the Grinch had taste. And speaking of taste, let's talk about these overpriced dinner specials every restaurant pushes. You mean the chance to share a romantic evening with someone special? I mean, paying triple for the same pasta they serve every other night just because they stuck a candle on the table. The candle makes all the difference. Creates ambience. The only thing it creates is a fire hazard. Harper jumps in again. Derek has a point about atmosphere, though. Don't you remember that time we... Harper, whose side are you on? The side of love, obviously, I say. Your co-host just has better taste than you. Better taste in overpriced greeting cards and wilting roses, maybe. Those roses symbolize a dying declaration of affection. How fitting. I can't help but laugh. You really have an answer for everything, don't you? One of my many talents, along with seeing through commercial holidays designed to sell false promises. The only false promise here is the one you're making to yourself, that you're not secretly enjoying this debate. The slight pause before her comeback tells me everything I need to know. So, what made you the Valentine's Day version of The Walking Dead? I tap my pen against the desk. There has to be a story there. Maybe I just have functioning brain cells that aren't clouded by heart-shaped delusions. Ouch. You wound me, Emily. And here I thought we were building something special. The only thing building is my tension headache from this conversation. Your listeners seem to disagree. I bet that the phone lines are lighting up right now. Harper jumps in. Speaking of lighting up, Emily's cheeks are doing just that. Harper! Emily's voice pitches higher. I can almost see in my mind the beautiful pink that must be adorning those cheeks, though I haven't met her yet. How odd. Just stating facts for our listeners who can't see the studio right now. I lean forward, intrigued. Really? The mighty Valentine's critic can blush? I thought your heart was made of leftover conversation hearts. At least, conversation hearts are honest about being artificial. Unlike some people who pretend romance isn't a marketing scheme. You know what I think? I lower my voice. I think someone broke that heart of yours, and now you're taking it out on Cupid. The silence stretches for 3 heartbeats. I can hear her breathing in her microphone. We're not here to psychoanalyze me, Emily says, her tone sharp, but with an undercurrent I can't quite place. We're here to discuss the ridiculous notion that love needs a designated holiday. Love deserves every holiday it can get. But you're deflecting. And you're projecting. Not everyone needs a tragic backstory to see through commercial manipulation. True. But most people don't wage war against stuffed bears and chocolate unless they've been hurt. The bears had it coming, she quips, but there's less bite in her voice now. And the chocolate is guilty by association. How about we make a deal? I spin in my chair, watching the city lights flicker on as dusk approaches. You agree to one Valentine's Day activity of my choosing. If you still hate it afterward, I'll publicly admit you were right. And if I refuse, then our listeners will know Emily Hart is afraid of being proven wrong. Harper gasps. Oh, he's got you there! I'm not afraid, Emily says. I'm just allergic to wasting my time. Sounds like fear to me. What do you think, listeners? While Emily debates with another caller, I pull up the radio station's website on my laptop. My finger hovers over the Our Team section, but I pause. Do I really want to ruin the mystery? Her voice fills my office again, that perfect blend of honey and vinegar that's had me captivated all morning. The way she tears into this new caller's defense of Valentine's teddy bears is both brutal and beautiful. Sarah, I call through the intercom. Have you ever listened to the Emily Hart Show? Sometimes. Why? What does she look like? A knowing laugh, trying to put a face to the voice. Professional curiosity. I straighten papers that don't need straightening. She's probably one of those intense brunettes. You know, the type who could eviscerate you with a look. Why don't you just Google her? I shake my head, though Sarah can't see it. That would spoil the fun. Besides, anyone can look good in a publicity photo. I tap my pen against the desk. Her voice, though. There's something about it. Sharp but warm underneath. Like dark chocolate with chili. Wow, you've got it bad, boss. I've got nothing except an appreciation for verbal sparring. But even as I say it, I'm imagining what she might look like when she delivers those cutting remarks. The way her eyes must flash. The subtle curl of her lips around each sardonic comment. The station cuts to commercial, and I find myself missing her voice already. Pathetic? Maybe. But there's something intriguing about a woman who can match me quip for quip without missing a beat. Sarah's voice breaks through my thoughts. The marketing team is sending death glares at your door. Tell them I'm strategizing about consumer engagement. I grin, which, technically, I am. The commercial break ends and Emily's voice returns, stronger and more determined. Welcome back to Heart to Heart. Our Valentine's Crusader is still with us, apparently having nothing better to do on a Monday morning. Actually, I lean forward, an idea crystallizing. I have a proposition for you. If it involves heart-shaped anything, I'm not interested. Better. I bet I can make you love Valentine's Day by February 14th. Excuse me? The incredulity in her voice makes me grin. You heard me. 2 weeks to change your mind about the holiday. Harper squeals. Oh my God, yes, Emily, you have to do this. I don't have to do anything except pay taxes and eventually die. Emily pauses, both of which sound more appealing than this suggestion. Afraid you might actually enjoy yourself? I drum my fingers on my desk. Come on, Emily. What's the worst that could happen? I could waste valuable time that could be better spent watching paint dry. Here's the deal. If I fail, I'll come on your show February 15th and publicly declare that Valentine's Day is everything you say it is. I'll even write a formal apology to every stuffed bear I've ever purchased. And if you win, her tone suggests she's already considering it. If I win, I draw out the moment, knowing her listeners are hanging on every word. You have to spend next Valentine's Day doing everything you currently hate about it. The whole works. Dinner, dancing, chocolates, teddy bears. The full Valentine's experience. That's cruel and unusual punishment. Those are my terms. Take them or leave them. The line goes quiet. I can almost hear her weighing the options.
Chapter 3. Emily. My fingers drum against my desk as I consider his challenge. The red on-air light blinks steadily, reminding me that thousands of listeners are waiting for my response. Through the glass, Harper gives me an encouraging thumbs up. Let me get this straight, I say, adjusting my headphones. You think you can make me love Valentine's Day in less than 2 weeks? I'm confident I can change your mind. Derek's voice carries that irritating mix of charm and certainty through the speakers. Unless you're afraid to have your cynicism challenged. Oh, please. I've survived years of marketing propaganda. What makes you different? Because I'll prove it's not about the commercialism you hate so much. This is about genuine connection. My laugh echoes through the studio. Right. Nothing says genuine like overpriced roses and forced romance. Then you have nothing to lose by accepting. If I fail, you get bragging rights. If I succeed, he pauses for effect. You'll have to admit on air that Valentine's Day isn't the corporate scam you claim it is. And if you fail, you'll have to come on my show and publicly denounce the holiday. The words slip out before I can stop them. Deal. Harper waves frantically, pointing at the clock. Time for a commercial break. Well, listeners, I say, looks like we're in for an interesting experiment. Derek here thinks he can melt my frozen heart before Valentine's Day. Stay tuned to see this train wreck unfold. We'll be right back after these messages. I hit the switch, cutting us off air. What have I just agreed to? You're actually doing this? Harper asks, her voice crackling through my headphones. Apparently. I lean back in my chair, wondering if I've lost my mind. At least it'll make for good radio. The red light blinks back on, and before I can even open my mouth, Jace's voice booms through my headphones. Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing radio history. The infamous Emily Hart has accepted a Valentine's Day challenge. Derek, you're still with us? Wouldn't miss this for the world. Derek's smooth voice fills the studio. I roll my eyes. Let's not oversell it. Our cynical host has 2 weeks to maintain her anti-Valentine stance. Jace cuts in. And our mystery caller Derek has to prove her wrong. Stakes are high, folks. My stomach churns as Jace commandeers my show. Through the glass, he's practically dancing. Dollar signs in his eyes. Speaking of stakes, Derek says, should we establish some ground rules for this little experiment? How about you start by telling us your master plan? I tap my pen against the desk. Going to bombard me with chocolate hearts. Now, where's the fun in revealing my strategy? Though I have to say, your defensive tone suggests you're already worried. In your dreams, I've survived 3 Valentine's Days since... I catch myself. Let's just say I'm immune to whatever you're planning. 3 years? His voice softens with genuine curiosity. Sounds like there's a story there. Focus on the bet, Romeo. I clear my throat. You've got until February 14th to change my mind. Challenge accepted, and Emily. What? I hope you like surprises. Harper stifles a giggle beside me, and I shoot her a glare. Our listeners are already blowing up the phone lines, Jace announces. Looks like we've got Team Derek and Team Emily forming. This is going to be epic. I grip my coffee mug tighter, wondering how a simple debate spiraled into this circus, but I won't let Derek or Jace see me sweat. Bring it on, I say, hoping my voice sounds more confident than I feel. I eat Valentine enthusiast for breakfast. With whipped cream and sprinkles. Component placement. Derek taunts, his voice raising the hairs on the back of my neck. I can practically hear him winking through the phone lines. The phone lines light up like those tacky Valentine's displays at the drugstore. My eyes scan the incoming messages on our digital board. Take her ice skating, Harper reads with way too much enthusiasm. Oh, this one suggests a cooking class. And, wait for it, someone wants you two to go skydiving. Because nothing says romance like plummeting to your death. I scroll through more suggestions flooding our social media feed. Seriously? A sunset horse ride on the beach? That sounds romantic. Harper swoons into her microphone. That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. I don't do horses. Derek's laugh crackles through the speakers. Noted. No equestrian adventures. Oh my God, Harper squeals, practically bouncing in her chair. Someone suggested recreating famous rom-com scenes across the city. Emily, you'd make such a cute Meg Ryan. I will quit this job right now. What's wrong, Emily? Derek's voice drips with amusement. Afraid you'll end up on top of the Empire State Building declaring your undying love? We're in Chicago, genius. Willis Tower, then. Harper leans closer to her mic. The listeners are loving this. Team Derek is trending. Team Emily all the way? I protest, watching more suggestions pour in. Though my team seems to be suggesting things like lock them in a room together, which is technically assault. Your fans know you need a push, Harper says, wiggling her eyebrows at me through the glass partition. Speaking of pushing, remember that time you said you'd rather kiss a toad than go on another blind date? Well, looks like you just set yourself up for something way bigger. I hate you. No, you don't. Harper sing-songs. You love me almost as much as you're going to love Valentine's Day after Derek works his magic. There will be no magic working of any kind, I insist, but my cheeks burn as Derek chuckles over the line. The moment we cut to commercial, my phone buzzes. Whitney's name flashes on the screen. What have you done? Whitney's laugh echoes through my phone. Save me. I slump over my desk. This is professional suicide. Are you kidding? This is the most entertaining radio I've heard in years. His voice alone. Don't start. Come on, Em. When's the last time you felt a spark with someone? Spark? I text, watching Harper give me another thumbs up through the glass. More like a forest fire of irritation. Please. I could hear you smiling through the radio. Give him a chance. You're supposed to be on my side. I am on your side. That's why I'm telling you to keep an open mind. Not every guy is... Don't. My fingers tighten around the phone. This isn't about that. 3 years, Em. Maybe it's time. The on-air light blinks back to life before I can respond. I straighten up, adjusting my headphones. And we're back with our Valentine's challenger, I say. Any last words before you embark on this doomed mission? Just that I'm looking forward to proving you wrong, Derek replies. And Emily? Sweet dreams. The sweetest. You wish? I counter, but he's already hung up. Harper wraps up the show while I gather my things, my mind spinning from the day's events. The studio feels too warm, too crowded, with expectations I never asked for. That's all for today, Chicago, I say into the mic. This is Emily Hart, signing off and apparently selling my soul to a Valentine's crusader. God help me. The ONAIR light dims. I yank off my headphones, ready to escape before Jace corners me with more rating schemes. Well, Harper says, that was... Don't. I hold up my hand. I need a drink. Walking quickly down the hallway to my office, I slam my door, pressing my back against it. The cool metal handle digs into my spine as I slide down to sit on the floor. My laptop chimes with another notification. And another. And another. This can't be happening. Opening my email, I'm greeted by an avalanche of unread messages. The subject lines blur together. Team Derek all the way. Don't let him win, Emily. OMG, you two should get married. My phone buzzes. Whitney again. Already got 3 people asking me for your measurements. Apparently, someone's planning to send you a dress. Block them, I text back. Block everyone. Too late. That Valentine challenge is trending. I groan, letting my head thump against the door. My inbox continues filling faster than a Valentine's Day chocolate sale. Emily? Harper's voice carries through the door. The morning show wants to interview you about the bet. Tell them I died. Good morning, Chicago already tweeted about it. Oh, and People magazine wants a statement. People magazine? My voice cracks. It's been 20 minutes. That's what viral means, honey. Harper jiggles the handle. Let me in. I scoot away from the door and Harper slips inside, brandishing her phone like a weapon. Look at these suggestions. She scrolls through Twitter. Candlelit dinner, moonlight picnic, dancing lessons. Stop. I push myself up, brushing off my jeans. This is just a stupid radio bit. I'm not actually going on dates with this guy. But you agreed to let him try to change my mind about Valentine's Day. I start pacing. That doesn't mean I have to. My hands flail, searching for words. Fall in love? Don't even joke about that. I drop into my desk chair, pulling up my calendar. 2 weeks. I just need to survive 2 weeks of whatever romantic nonsense he throws at me, prove I'm right, and this will all blow over. Harper perches on my desk. And if he actually succeeds, he won't. I start blocking out time slots, labeling them Valentine Challenge with angry red marks. I'm immune to grand gestures and sweet talk. Been there, done that, got the emotional scars. I mean it. I look up at her. This is just business. Good ratings, happy boss, end of story. My phone buzzes again. Another message from an unknown number. Hope you're ready. Wear comfortable shoes. I stare at the screen, my stomach doing an unwelcome flip. Oh, and one more thing. Harper's voice takes on that sugary tone she uses when delivering potentially explosive news. Derek called to schedule your date. For dinner? Tonight? My coffee mug slips from my fingers, clattering against my desk. He what? 7 o'clock. He's picking you up here. Tonight.
Chapter 4. Derek. I smooth down my suit jacket, checking my reflection in the car window one last time. The rose in my hand, a single deep red bloom, catches the late afternoon sun. Simple, classic, and hopefully enough to crack that cynical shell of hers. Movement catches my eye. A woman exits the radio station, her steps purposeful against the concrete. The setting sun catches her hair, turning it to liquid copper, and my breath catches. She's stunning, all long legs and sharp edges, wrapped in a leather jacket that screams, "Don't mess with me." "You must be Emily," I call out, unable to keep the smile from my voice. The voice matches the attitude. She stops, one hand on the door handle of what must be her car. "You must be the Valentine's crusader." Her eyes flick to the rose, and her lips quirk. "Really? A red rose? How predictable." Sometimes classics are classics for a reason. I close the distance between us, extending the flower, like dinner and good conversation. I've had enough conversation with you for one day, don't you think? Actually, I think we're just getting started. Besides, you agreed to the bet. Under duress. She crosses her arms, but I catch the hint of amusement in her eyes. And peer pressure. Lots of peer pressure. Are you always this resistant to having a good time? Only when it involves corporate-mandated romance. I laugh, genuinely caught off guard by her quick wit. Fair enough. How about we start with just dinner then? No romance required, unless you change your mind. She eyes the rose again, then me. You're not going to give up, are you? Not a chance. The leather seats of my Audi whisper as Emily slides in, her posture stiff as a board. She clutches her purse like it's a shield. "So," she says, staring straight ahead, "where are we heading?" Le Petit Jardin. Ever been? Fancy French food and overpriced wine? No thanks. I navigate through downtown traffic, stealing glances at her profile. The sunset paints shadows across her face, highlighting the tension in her jaw. You know, For someone who agreed to this bet, you're not giving it much of a chance. I agreed to prove a point. Her fingers drum against her thigh. Nothing more. The rest of the drive passes in painful small talk about traffic and weather, each response from her clipped and precise. When we pull up to the restaurant, the valet opens her door before I can get around to it. Inside, crystal chandeliers cast warm light over intimate tables draped in white linen. A string quartet plays softly in the corner. Emily's laugh holds no humor. Wow, did you get this straight from the How to Plan a Generic Romantic Evening handbook? Let me guess. There's a violinist who'll serenade us at the table? Actually, they're a quartet. Much more sophisticated. Right. Because nothing says genuine connection like manufactured ambience and... She picks up the menu, eyebrows rising. Escargot in garlic butter. Would you prefer we grab hot dogs from a street vendor? At least that would be honest. You know what I think? I lean forward, keeping my voice low. I think you're trying really hard to hate this before giving it a chance. Her eyes snap to mine, a challenge flickering in their depths. And you're trying really hard to fit me into some romantic comedy fantasy. The romantic comedy fantasy seems to be working for you so far. I motion to the menu she's been studying intently. You haven't thrown it at me yet. The night's still young. Her stomach growls, betraying her. A slight blush colors her cheeks. And I skipped lunch for that extended argument with you on air. In that case, I recommend the coq au vin. Life-changing. Life-changing chicken and wine sauce? That's a bold claim. I'll bet you a second date it lives up to the hype. Already planning the next date? Confident, aren't we? The waiter approaches and Emily orders the coq au vin, throwing me a challenging look. I go for the duck confit. So, I say, once we're alone again, tell me about life beyond destroying Valentine's Day dreams on air. What made you choose radio? She pauses, wine glass halfway to her lips. That's not what I expected you to ask. What did you expect? Some cheesy line about how my voice must entrance all your listeners, or how radio doesn't do my beauty justice. Would you prefer those? God, no. She sets down her glass, and I notice her shoulders relaxing slightly. I actually started in college, had a late-night show playing indie music. Turns out I was better at talking than picking playlists. What kind of music? You actually want to know? I wouldn't ask if I didn't. She studies me for a moment like she's trying to spot the catch. Alternative rock, mostly. Some underground stuff. Bands that would never make it onto commercial radio. Any favorites? The next 10 minutes fly by as she describes discovering a band called The Midnight Echo at a dive bar in college. Her whole face lights up when she talks about music, hands gesturing animatedly. It's like watching a different person emerge from behind that cynical shield. The waiter clears our plates, and Emily's guard has dropped enough that she's actually laughing at my stories. The wine probably helps. So what really happened? I ask, swirling the remnants in my glass. With Valentine's Day, I mean. Nobody develops that level of hatred without a story. Her smile fades. She traces the rim of her wine glass, the crystal singing softly. You really want to know? I asked, didn't I? Fine. She takes a long sip. I was engaged. 3 years ago, he decided Valentine's Day was the perfect time to tell me he'd been sleeping with his secretary. My chest tightens. On Valentine's Day? Over dinner. Expensive restaurant. Kind of like this one, actually. She gestures around us. He said, and I quote, I didn't want to ruin the holidays for you. As if February 14th wasn't a holiday he'd just permanently destroyed. Emily, Don't. She holds up a hand. Don't do the sympathetic head tilt thing. I've moved on. Besides, he did me a favor. Now I see through all the manufactured romance nonsense. The cards, the flowers, the fancy dinners, it's all just window dressing for something that probably isn't real anyway. That's not... Oh, look, our dessert menus. She snatches one up, effectively ending the conversation. Let me guess, you're going to recommend the chocolate souffle. Because nothing says, I'm trying too hard, like warm, gooey chocolate. The deflection is obvious, but I let her have it. Actually, I was thinking about the creme brulee. The desserts arrive, steam rising from the souffle like a chocolate volcano. Emily's creme brulee glistens under the chandelier light, its caramelized surface promising sweet destruction. 2 spoons? Emily raises an eyebrow. Trying to recreate Lady and the Tramp? Wrong dessert for that, though I could request spaghetti if you're interested. I'll stick with burning sugar, thanks. She taps her spoon against the crystallized top of her creme brulee. The crack echoes between us. I scoop up a generous portion of the souffle. Toast, then? To surviving our first date without anyone throwing wine? The night's not over. But she's smiling as she breaks through her dessert shell. To an unexpectedly tolerable evening? I'll take tolerable, on 3. She nods, holding her spoon aloft. 1, 2, 3. The words dissolve into a yelp as we both shovel molten dessert into our mouths. Emily fans her face, eyes watering. I'm not doing much better, trying to breathe around what feels like lava coating my tongue. Hot? I manage to squeak out. She gulps her water. What gave it away? We lock eyes across the table and suddenly we're both laughing. Emily's genuine laugh is nothing like her radio persona. It's unrestrained, infectious. She wipes tears from her eyes. Even with tears on each cheek, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. So much for sophisticated dining, she wheezes. We just became every rookie dessert mistake ever made. Worth it, though? I wave my spoon at her still steaming creme brulee. Ask me when I can feel my taste buds again. But she's already going back for another bite, blowing on it carefully this time. Though I have to admit, this is better than hot dogs. The streetlights cast moving shadows across Emily's face as I drive her back to the station. Her fingers tap against the door handle in rhythm with the radio's soft jazz. Aren't you going to ask if you changed my mind? She breaks the comfortable silence, turning to face me. A laugh escapes before I can stop it. You think I'm an idiot? I still have a few weeks to go. Confident much? Let's just say I noticed you didn't hate the creme brulee as much as you pretended to. The dessert wasn't terrible, she concedes. The company, on the other hand. Keep telling yourself that. I pull up beside her car, still parked where we left it. But I saw you smile. Multiple times. Sleep deprivation, clearly. She unbuckles her seatbelt, then pauses with her hand on the door. This was not completely awful. High praise indeed, I'll take it. She steps out, the night air rushing in to fill the space she leaves behind. Good night, Derek. Sweet dreams, Emily. I watch until her taillights disappear around the corner, then point my car toward home. Her scent lingers in the passenger seat, something citrusy and sharp like her wit. The memory of her laugh plays on repeat in my mind, the real one from dessert, not the guarded version she uses on air. At every red light, I find myself reaching for my phone, wanting to text her something clever. But it's too soon, too eager. The game needs to be played right. By the time I park in my garage, I've composed and deleted a dozen messages in my head. None of them capture what I want to say. That beneath her thorny exterior, I glimpse something genuine tonight. Something worth pursuing beyond just winning a bet.
Chapter 5. Emily. The moment I walk into the station, the usual morning buzz falls silent. Coffee cups freeze midway to lips, and keyboards stop their incessant clicking. Even Mark from accounting, who never looks up from his spreadsheets, lifts his head to stare. What? I snap, clutching my own coffee closer. No one answers, but their knowing smirks say enough. I push past them toward the studio, my boots clicking against the floor with each determined step. Harper's already at her desk when I arrive, pretending to be absorbed in her notes. The corner of her mouth twitches. Don't start. I didn't say anything. She holds up her hands. Though your lipstick looked particularly nice this morning, did you reapply it recently? Like, say, last night? It was dinner, just dinner. I drop into my chair, pulling my headphones closer, and the restaurant was completely over the top. Who needs 3 different types of forks? Harper's eyes sparkle. And the guy? Insufferably charming. I busy myself adjusting my mic, even when he burned himself on dessert. Can we focus on today's show? We've got that segment on. Morning, ladies. By the way, Jace's voice cuts through as he leans into the studio. You'll be recapping your date live today. The coffee cup nearly slips from my grip. What? Derek's already on line 1. Jace shrugs, his smile all business. The listeners want details. Who are we to deny them? I'm not turning my personal life into some cheap ratings grab. Too late, he taps his watch. 30 seconds till we're live. Make it good. The red recording light blinks to life before I can protest further. Through the glass, I catch Jace's satisfied smirk as he walks away, leaving me to stare at the blinking phone line where Derek waits. Harper's voice fills the studio. Good morning, listeners. Today we have a special treat. The aftermath of what might be the most anticipated first date in our show's history. My fingers drum against the desk. It was just a regular date, Harper. Nothing special to report. Ouch. Derek's voice crackles through the speakers, amusement evident in his tone. And here I thought the champagne fountain and trained doves made it memorable. There were no doves, I counter, fighting back a smile. Though I'm sure you considered it. Actually, the doves were booked for date 3. Now I'll have to rework my whole schedule. Harper leans forward, eyes sparkling. So there's going to be a date 3. That's quite presumptuous considering you haven't even had date 2. Who said anything about a second date? I interject. The way you kept stealing glances at me over your creme brulee did. Derek's voice carries a hint of satisfaction that makes my cheeks warm. I was making sure you hadn't set yourself on fire again. Safety first. I appreciate your concern. Harper jumps in. Wait, what's this about setting things on fire? Nothing, I start. Just a small incident with a dessert torch, Derek interrupts. Though I maintain the waiter should have warned me it was still hot. A laugh escapes before I can stop it. You're the one who insisted on finishing the caramelization yourself. All part of my master plan to make you smile, he says. Worth the minor burns. His voice through the speakers brings back memories of last night, the way his perfectly tailored navy suit highlighted broad shoulders, how his smile created those little creases around his eyes. When he'd stepped out of his car, holding that rose, my stomach had done this annoying little flip I'm still trying to forget. Earth to Emily? Harper waves her hand in front of my face. Sorry, just remembering how the dessert torch singed his eyebrows. I adjust my headphones, hoping the heat in my cheeks isn't visible. They grew back overnight, Derek quips through the speaker. Though I have to say, that concerned look you gave me while patting out the flames, priceless. I was worried about the restaurant's insurance premiums. Sure you were? His low chuckle ripples through the studio, just like you were reading the menu when I caught you staring during appetizers. My fingers tighten around my coffee cup. I was deciding between salads. For 10 minutes straight. It was a very comprehensive menu. The menu was closed. Harper snorts into her hand while I scramble for a comeback. The worst part is, he's right. I had been staring. Who wouldn't when faced with that jawline and those warm brown eyes? Even now, picturing him in that suit, sleeves rolled up as he attempted to salvage his dignity while gulping down water. Someone's awfully quiet, Derek teases. Remembering my stellar demonstration of culinary expertise? More like your impression of a thirsty giraffe, I counter. But my voice lacks its usual bite. Though I suppose you clean up nice for a walking disaster. Let's open up the lines, Harper announces, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Tell us your date ideas for our resident Valentine skeptic and her persistent pursuer. Oh, God. I slump in my chair as the phone lines light up instantly. First up, we have Melissa from downtown. They should totally do one of those couples' pottery classes. The caller squeals. Like in Ghost. I'd rather eat the clay, I mutter, making Derek laugh through the speaker. Next up is Brad, Harper continues. What's your suggestion? Skydiving. Nothing says romance like falling through the air together. Pass. I shake my head. I prefer my dates without potential death certificates. Scared? Derek teases. I'll hold your hand the whole way down. That's reassuring. We can plummet to our doom holding hands. The studio computer pings with online suggestions. Harper reads them with growing delight. Oh, this one's sweet. A romantic movie marathon featuring all the classics. If I wanted to fall asleep on a date, I'd take NyQuil. Sarah suggests hot air balloon ride at sunset. Harper continues. Another death wish scenario. Next? Actually, Derek chimes in. I'm taking notes. These are all excellent suggestions. The chat feed scrolls faster. I catch glimpses of messages debating our chemistry and making predictions about the bet's outcome. My cheeks burn as I read one particularly detailed analysis of our on-air banter. Look at this hashtag trending. # Team Derek versus # Team Emily. Harper scrolls through her phone. The internet's divided on whether you'll win the bet. Shouldn't people have better things to do? I fidget with my headphone cord. Like, I don't know, their jobs? They're invested in our love story, Derek says. There is no love story. This is a social experiment in stubbornness. Keep telling yourself that. His voice carries that infuriating smile I'm starting to know too well. But I noticed you didn't delete my number after last night. I'm saving it for emergencies. Like if I need someone to demonstrate what not to do with cutlery. Oh, this suggestion's perfect. Harper's eyes light up as she reads from her screen. Jessica from Midtown says you two should go ice skating at Riverside Rink. My stomach drops. Absolutely not. Actually, Derek's voice carries that dangerous hint of interest. That sounds ideal for date number 2. Nothing says romance like catching someone before they fall. Bold of you to assume I'd fall. My fingers curl around my coffee cup. Or that I'm going. Come on, Emily, Harper coaxes. When's the last time you went skating? The memory of wobbly ankles and frozen fingers flashes through my mind. 5th grade. I spent more time eating ice than gliding on it. Even better. Derek's chuckle warms the studio. I'll teach you. I played hockey in college. Of course you did. I roll my eyes. Let me guess, team captain? How'd you know? Just adding to my mental image of your perfect boy-next-door persona. Jace appears at the studio window, mouthing, "Say yes," while pointing at the phone lines lighting up furiously. I don't even own skates. I try. They rent them, Derek counters. It's too cold. I'll bring hot chocolate. I might have plans. You don't. Harper just texted me your schedule. I whip around to face Harper, who shrugs unapologetically. The listeners want their love story. This isn't, I start, but Jace bursts into the studio. You're going? He taps a paper on my desk. Ratings are up 30% since yesterday. The skating date is happening. Don't I get a say in this? Sure. Derek's voice carries a smile. You can pick the color of your skates. After the show ends, I slump in my chair, running my fingers through my hair. The studio feels too quiet now, though my cheeks still burn from the on-air ambush. That wasn't so bad, Harper chirps, organizing her notes. You're a traitor. I point at her with my empty coffee cup. Giving him my schedule? Someone had to move this along. She grins. Besides, you're smiling. Am not. But my reflection in the dark computer screen betrays me. R2. You haven't stopped since he mentioned the hot chocolate. My phone buzzes before I can argue. A text from Derek lights up the screen. Padding recommendation, extra thick. I hear the ice is particularly hard this time of year. Despite myself, I snort. My fingers hover over the keyboard before I type back. Worried I'll show you up, hockey star? His response comes quickly. Just concerned about catching you. My insurance doesn't cover radio host-related injuries. Bold of you to assume I'll let you catch me. Playing hard to get? On brand. See you tomorrow, Emily. Wear something warm. And maybe a helmet. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 6. Emily. The ice rink sparkles under strings of heart-shaped lights, their pink and red glow reflecting off the frozen surface. Couples glide past, hand in hand, while Ed Sheeran's latest love song drifts from hidden speakers. I adjust my scarf, already regretting this decision. Derek stands at the entrance, 2 pairs of skates dangling from his fingers. Ready for your skating renaissance? Did Valentine's Day throw up all over this place, or was it intentional? I gesture at the Cupid cutouts positioned around the rink's edge. Who approved this design? Hallmark's reject department? You forgot the best part. He points upward at a giant glowing heart suspended above the ice. That lights up in sequence with the music. Of course it does. I accept the skates he hands me. What's next? Will doves burst out of it at midnight? Don't give the management ideas. He sits beside me on a bench, already lacing up his skates. Though I bet you'd secretly love that. Like I love root canals. The rental skates smell like disinfectant and broken dreams. This is basically a tourist trap for desperate singles. Derek finishes with his laces and turns to face me. Or it's just ice skating. Simple, fun, no hidden agenda. His eyes catch the twinkling lights. Unless you're scared. Please. I yank my laces tight. I've interviewed politicians. Ice can't intimidate me. Prove it then. He stands, extending his hand. One lap around the rink. If you hate it after that, we'll leave. And go where? There's a great coffee shop around the corner. Very anti-Valentine's. Not a heart in sight. Now, that's romantic. But I take his hand anyway, letting him pull me up. Fine, one lap, but if I fall, you won't. His grip is steady, warm through my gloves. Trust me. That's what my last skating instructor said, right before I took out half my class like dominoes. My knees lock as soon as my blades touch the ice. Derek's hand remains steady on my elbow, but my legs have different ideas about this whole skating situation. You're doing great, he says, gliding backward almost effortlessly. Just relax your knees a bit. My knees are perfectly relaxed. They're not. They're about as relaxed as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. This is my natural stance. Ah, yes, the famous wooden puppet technique. He circles around me, maintaining that infuriating grace. Very advanced. A couple zooms past us, their matching scarves fluttering. My ankles wobble. Show-offs. Ready to move? I am moving. My feet slide an inch to the left without my permission. See? Pure talent. Derek chuckles, positioning himself beside me. Here, hold on to my arm. We'll start slow. That's what My skate catches a rough patch, sending me pitching forward. Derek catches me around the waist, but my arms windmill anyway, smacking him in the chest. Ow, your pecs are like concrete. Thanks for noticing. His breath tickles my ear as he steadies me. Though usually people buy me dinner first before filling me up. I did not. My protest cuts short as we start moving. Actually moving? The ice whooshes beneath us, cold air stinging my cheeks. Oh God, oh God, oh God. You're doing fine, just don't look down. What do you mean don't look? I look down. My feet tangle, and suddenly I'm spinning, dragging Derek with me. We crash into the barrier, him taking the brunt of the impact. Well, he says, still holding me close. That's one way to break the ice. That was terrible, but I'm laughing despite myself, my hands fisted in his jacket, both the pun and my skating. Want to try again? Do I have a choice? Always. His smile is softer than before. But where's the fun in that? Just glide with me, Derek says, his hands steady on my waist, like dancing. I don't dance either. My feet slide in opposite directions. Unless you count that one time at my cousin's wedding when I knocked over the cake table. Now, that's a story I need to hear. He guides me forward, matching my awkward rhythm. Was it chocolate? Red velvet. The bride's dress looked like a crime scene. A wobbly step sends me backward into his chest. Speaking of crime scenes, you're thinking too much. His breath warms my ear. Here, let's try something. He moves beside me, taking my hand. Close your eyes. What? No way. I like my teeth where they are. Trust me for 10 seconds. That's what the wedding photographer said before the cake incident. But I close my eyes anyway, fingers tightening around his. The world narrows to sensations, blades scraping ice, wind brushing my face, Derek's thumb tracing circles on my palm. We're moving faster now, but the panic doesn't come. See? His voice sounds pleased. You're a natural. I open my eyes to find us gliding smoothly along the curve of the rink. I'm doing it. My celebration ends in a yelp as I catch an edge, dragging us both down in a tangle of limbs and scarves. Derek breaks into laughter beneath me. Maybe save the victory dance for later. This is your fault. I push myself up, snow dusting my hair. You and your crazy trust exercises? Let's get some hot chocolate. He helps me up, brushing ice from my coat. I know a place. The Ring Cafe's warmth hits like a wall after the rink's chill. We claim a corner table, marshmallows melting in our mugs. Okay, your turn. I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic. What's your most embarrassing winter memory? Age 8, ice fishing with my dad. Derek stirs his cocoa. I got my tongue stuck to a metal pole. No way, that actually happens? Oh yeah, Dad had to pour hot coffee on it to get me free. Couldn't taste anything for a week. That explains so much about your personality. Derek's fingers tap against his mug, a rhythmic pattern that matches the cafe's soft jazz. My parents used to bring me here every Sunday to skate. Mom would always order the same thing, hot chocolate with extra whipped cream and cinnamon. Used to? The words slip out before I can stop them. Yeah. His smile dims slightly. Dad passed away 3 years ago. Heart attack. He traces the rim of his mug. Mom was soon after. I come here sometimes just to reminisce. I'm sorry, Derek. The vulnerability in his voice catches me off guard. It's different from his usual confident banter, more raw, real. This was their first date spot, actually. He glances around the cafe. Dad was apparently so nervous, he knocked over an entire pitcher of water. Mom said that's when she knew he was the one, watching him try to mop it up with napkins while apologizing to everyone in sight. The warm light catches his profile as he speaks, softening his features. There's something captivating about the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he talks about his parents, how his hands move animatedly through the air. I catch myself studying the curve of his jaw, the way his sweater stretches across his shoulders. No. Nope. Not going there. It's getting late, I say, pushing back from the table. Early show tomorrow. Right. He stands, helping me with my coat. Thanks for not breaking any bones out there. Night's still young. We part ways outside the cafe, our breath clouding in the cold air. As I watch his retreating figure, I find myself thinking about tomorrow's show, about sparring with him on air again. The thought brings an unexpected smile to my face. I blame it on the cocoa. The studio lights blink to life as I settle into my chair, adjusting my headphones. My muscles ache from last night's ice skating adventure, reminding me of every near fall and actual tumble. Harper bounces in her seat across from me, practically vibrating with excitement. And we're live in 3, 2. Good morning, listeners. You're tuned in to Heart with Emily and Harper, and boy, do we have stories for you today. Harper's voice carries that telltale tone of someone about to enjoy themselves at my expense. Derek, are you there? Present and accounted for. His voice comes through clear on the line, and I hate how my stomach does a little flip at the sound. Though I might need some ice for my bruises. That was your own fault, I counter. Who volunteers to be someone's human safety rail? Speaking of safety, Harper cuts in. Tell us about that spectacular spin out by the snack stand. Oh, you mean when Emily tried to demonstrate her signature move, the flailing octopus? I was not flailing. I was expressing myself through interpretive ice dance. Is that what we're calling it? Derek's laugh crackles through the speakers. Because the pretzel vendor had a different name for it. What was it again? Duck and cover. The phone lines light up as listeners call in with their reactions. You two are adorable, one caller gushes. Derek, don't give up on her. Trust me, Derek says. I'm just getting started. Harper leans forward, eyes sparkling. So Emily, verdict on date number 2? I pause. remembering the warmth of his hand steadying me, the way he talked about his parents, that soft smile in the cafe. It was, the words stick in my throat. Not terrible. The studio erupts in cheers, Harper's the loudest among them. Not terrible? Derek's voice holds a note of triumph. I'll take it. Just wait until you see what I have planned next. Bring it on, Mr. Valentine, I say. I can't seem to stop smiling.
Chapter 7. Derek. I drum my fingers on my desk, a grin spreading across my face as I hit the intercom. Sarah, could you come in here for a minute? My assistant appears in the doorway, tablet already in hand. What's cooking in that devious mind of yours? Remember that radio host I told you about? Emily Hart? The one who hates everything we stand for? Hard to forget. Sarah raises an eyebrow. What are you planning, you deviant? I need you to put together the most over-the-top Valentine's package we've got. Everything pink, red, and covered in hearts. The works, chocolate, wine, roses, the whole shebang. Sarah's eyes light up as she starts tapping on her tablet. The new singing teddy bears just came in. They play Love Me Tender when you squeeze them. Perfect. Add in those heart-shaped balloons with the glitter inside. And the chocolate roses, the ones that smell like real flowers. The ones that made R&D question your sanity. On it. She pauses. How many? A dozen. No, 2 dozen. And throw in those light-up heart pillows that pulse in time with your heartbeat. You're trying to drive her crazy, aren't you? I lean back in my chair. Let's call it exposure therapy. She thinks Valentine's Day is all cheap commercialism. Let's show her just how deep that rabbit hole goes. Should I include the Valentine's cards that shoot confetti when opened? Absolutely. And make sure they're the ones that play that cheesy love song medley. Sarah shakes her head, but she's smiling. You know this might backfire spectacularly, right? That's half the fun. Besides, imagine her face when all this shows up at the station. I watch the delivery through my office window, sipping my morning coffee. The delivery guy struggles with the massive heart-shaped boxes and oversized bouquets. Sarah outdid herself. Everything's perfectly coordinated in shades of red and pink. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Harper. OMG, you should see her face. Calling you now. The phone rings and I put it on speaker. Through the line, I hear Emily's voice in the background. What fresh hell is this? Open the card. Harper's excitement carries through the speaker. Come on, Em, you know you want to. A sudden pop and shower of confetti, followed by Emily's yelp. Are you kidding me? It's everywhere! Read it out loud, Harper insists. Roses are red, violets are blue. I bet these gifts make you want to say boo. Emily's voice drips with sarcasm, but there's an undercurrent of something else. Amusement? Real original, Derek. Keep reading, I say into the phone. But since you think Valentine's is just a cash grab, I figured you'd appreciate seeing the worst of it. Consider this immersion therapy. Oh my God, is that bear singing Elvis? Harper's laughter fills the background. Squeeze it again? This is amazing! I will not... Emily starts, but I hear the distinct opening notes of Love Me Tender Anyway. The chocolates smell like actual roses, Harper adds. That's kinda cool. It's ridiculous is what it is, Emily counters. But I detect a slight wobble in her voice. This is all for show, isn't it? To get better ratings? Maybe I just wanted to make you smile, I say. The line goes quiet for a moment, then Emily clears her throat. Well, mission not accomplished, but thanks for the chocolates, I guess. I lean against my desk, phone pressed to my ear. So, about this afternoon. What about this afternoon? Emily's voice carries that edge of suspicion I'm starting to find endearing. I'm I'm texting you an address. Meet me there at 4:30. That's not cryptic at all. Should I bring pepper spray? Only if you're planning to season our snacks. I tap send on my phone. There, got it? A pause. This could be anywhere. What are you planning? That would ruin the surprise. Wear something comfortable. Comfortable like sweats, or comfortable like I might need to make a quick getaway? I laugh. Just trust me for once. Trust the guy who just buried my workplace in sinking teddy bears? The sound of one of the bears warbling in the background punctuates her point. Harper howls in the background, barely able to keep it together. You kept them, didn't you? Harper won't let me throw them out. Says they add ambience. Sure, blame Harper. I hear rustling, then Harper's voice in the background. She already ate 3 of those chocolate roses. Harper! Emily hisses through the phone. I'm loving this so much. 4:30, I remind her. Don't be late. Fine. But if this is some kind of Valentine's factory tour, I'm out. Noted. Though now I'm disappointed I didn't think of that. Don't you dare. See you later, Emily. I hang up before she can protest further, already grinning at what I've got planned. I guide Emily through the bustling craft fair, watching her face scrunch up at the abundance of heart-shaped everything. Red and pink streamers crisscross overhead, and the scent of cinnamon hearts mingles with fresh coffee. Are you trying to lose? Emily gestures at a display of hand-painted wooden hearts. This is like Cupid threw up everywhere. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? I pause at a booth selling artisanal chocolates. Look, they're making custom truffles. We could design our own flavors. Hard pass. She crosses her arms, but I catch her eyeing the samples. Though I have to admit, that dark chocolate lavender one looks decent. Here! I snag 2 samples from the vendor. Scientific research shows chocolate releases endorphins. Oh, now you're using science against me. She accepts the truffle anyway, and her eyes widen slightly at the taste. Let me guess. Not terrible? Shut up. She swallows, fighting a smile. What's that over there? I follow her gaze to a booth where couples are painting personalized canvas cards together. Now that looks fun. You can't be serious. Come on. I take her hand, leading her toward the booth. If you hate it, we'll leave. But I bet you're secretly creative. This is ridiculous, she protests, but allows me to guide her onto a stool. I haven't painted since grade school. Perfect, no pressure then. I pick up a brush, dipping it in bright blue paint. We each do half, and at the end they fire it in the kiln. Emily eyes the canvas skeptically. Are you actually enjoying this? Yeah, I am. I start painting my half with careful strokes. There's something nice about making things by hand. Plus, watching you try not to smile is pretty entertaining. I am not. She catches herself mid-grin and scowls instead. Fine, but I'm painting my half black. Of course you are. I nudge her shoulder, though I notice you're still here. Emily dips her brush in black paint, true to her word, but I notice her sneaking glances at the other colors. You know, if you're going for gothic Valentines, you could at least add some red splatter. Make it look properly murderous. Don't tempt me. She draws a perfect broken heart. Though I have to admit, your side is... She tilts her head. What exactly is that supposed to be? I examine my attempt at a cupid. It's clearly a cherub with a bow and arrow. That looks more like a drunk penguin holding a pool noodle. Art is subjective. I add wings to my questionable creation. Besides, your broken heart is practically anatomically correct. Someone took biology seriously. Unlike your penguin-cherub hybrid, she reaches over, adding tiny X's for eyes to my cupid. There. Now it matches my aesthetic. Hey! I retaliate by painting a tiny smile on her broken heart. Much better. You did not just... She fights back a laugh, dabbing her brush in pink. Fine, two can play this game. Before I can stop her, she adds rosy cheeks to my Cupid. Now it looks like a drunk, blushing penguin. Perfect for Valentine's Day, don't you think? I add sparkles around her gothic heart. Nothing says romance like a hungover bird and a medical illustration. The booth owner passes by, does a double take at our creation, and wisely decides to keep walking. We're definitely getting this displayed, I declare. It's a masterpiece. It's a disaster. Emily adds one final touch, a tiny banner that reads, "Love stinks" in perfect calligraphy. Though I have to admit, it's kind of growing on me. Just like I am. She rolls her eyes, but doesn't deny it. Don't push your luck, Cupid. A flash of beautiful silver catches my eye as we pass the artisan jewelry booth. Delicate metal work transforms simple wire into intricate patterns, each piece unique. One particular charm stands out. A heart, but not the usual saccharine design. This one's different, with geometric edges and an almost industrial feel. Hold up a second. I pause at the booth, picking up the charm. This reminds me of your radio show logo. Emily peers over my shoulder. The sharp edges? Yeah, I can see that. It's handmade, the vendor chimes in. Each piece is. One of a kind, Emily finishes. Let me guess, like love itself. I turn the charm over in my hand. Actually, I was thinking it's more like you. Sharp around the edges, but still... Still what? She narrows her eyes. Still captures attention. I hand the vendor my credit card before Emily can protest. Plus, it'll match that anatomically correct heart you just painted. Derek, you don't have to... Too late. I hold out the small package. Consider it a memento of your worst craft fair experience ever. She takes it, fingers brushing mine. Second worst. There was this one time in college involving macrame. Now that's a story I need to hear. Not happening. But she's already slipping the charm into her pocket, her fingers lingering on it longer than necessary. Though I suppose... Thanks. It's actually kind of cool. Was that actual gratitude I just heard? Don't push it. She bumps my shoulder with hers. I still think this whole Valentine's thing is ridiculous. Noted, but you're smiling. I'm not. R2!
Chapter 8. Emily. The text message from Derek reads, "Dress warm. I'm picking you up at 7. I pull up to the park entrance, and my headlights catch Derek standing next to his car. He's traded his usual polished look for jeans and a leather jacket, and somehow manages to look even better. "You're on time," he says, opening my car door. I was betting on at least 15 minutes late. I'm full of surprises. I step out, wrapping my coat tighter. So what's the grand romantic gesture tonight? Sky writing? Dancing fountain show? Nothing that elaborate. He produces a blindfold from his pocket. "But I do need you to wear this." Absolutely not. I've seen enough true crime documentaries to know where this is going. Fine, close your eyes then. And no peeking. This is ridiculous, but I comply, letting him guide me down what feels like a paved path. Gravel crunches under our feet. "Watch your step here," he says, his hand warm on my lower back. Almost there. The winter air nips at my cheeks, but Derek's proximity sends an entirely different kind of shiver through me. "Okay, open them." My jaw drops. We're in a secluded corner of the park where string lights crisscross overhead between the trees, casting a soft golden glow on a nearby park shelter. A plaid blanket spreads across the grass, complete with pillows and a wicker basket. "You did all this?" Don't sound so surprised. He settles onto the blanket, patting the space beside him. I can be thoughtful when I want to be. It's beautiful, intimate, perfect, very Pinterest-worthy. You know, most people would just say, "Thank you." I'm not most people. Trust me, he says, reaching for the basket. I've noticed. Derek unpacks containers of what smells like Thai food, and my stomach betrays me with a growl. This seems like a lot of effort just to prove a point. Maybe I just enjoy your company. He hands me a container and chopsticks. Even when you're being impossible. I'm not being impossible. I'm being realistic. The pad thai is perfect, spicy and tangy. What's your angle here? No angle. He takes a bite of his own food. Though I am curious why someone as sharp and successful as you is so dead set against romance. Because it's manufactured. Artificial. I gesture at the lights above us. Case in point. Says the woman who just inhaled half her noodles. Good food doesn't equal romance. Then what does? His eyes catch mine, genuine interest replacing his usual playful expression. What made you write it off completely? The question hits closer than I'd like. I set down my container, buying time. You really want to know? I wouldn't ask if I didn't. Fine. My fingers find a loose thread on the blanket, twisting it. I was engaged 3 years ago. Was? He left on Valentine's Day. The words taste bitter. Called off the wedding over dinner. Said he'd gotten involved with someone else. His secretary? How's that for romance? That's not romance, Derek says quietly. That's just being a jerk. A laugh escapes me, surprising us both. Yeah, well, lesson learned. Wrong lesson. He leans back on his elbows, looking up at the lights. You learn to hate the holiday instead of hating the guy who hurt you. His words hit harder than I expect, and I find myself staring at my hands. The silence stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. You know what the worst part was? My voice comes out softer than intended. Everyone kept saying I dodged a bullet, like that made it better somehow. Did it? No, made it worse, actually. Because if I couldn't see what was right in front of me, I shrug, trying to keep my tone light. Maybe I'm just bad at reading people. Or maybe he was just good at hiding who he really was. Derek shifts closer, his shoulder brushing mine. That's on him, not you. The warmth of his proximity makes it harder to maintain my usual defenses. Look at you, being all wise and understanding. I know a thing or two about loss. He picks up a fallen leaf, turning it over in his hands. I've been alone for a while now. My chest tightens. Derek. They were those people, you know. The ones who never lost that spark. Dad would spend weeks planning the perfect Valentine surprise for Mom every year. A small smile plays at his lips. She'd pretend to hate all the fuss, but she lived for it. That must have been nice to grow up around. It was. They met on Valentine's Day, too. Mom needed some convincing after Dad came on too strong. Romantic. He always said it was love at first splash. Derek's laugh carries a hint of sadness. After they were both gone, I could have ended up hating the holiday. Instead, I choose to remember how happy it made them. The fairy lights above us cast shadows across his face. And for the first time, I see past his confident exterior to something deeper. His words hang in the crisp night air, and something shifts inside me. The Derek I thought I knew, smooth-talking radio caller, overconfident date planner, dissolves into someone more complex, more real. So that's why you're such a Valentine's crusader, I say softly, resisting my usual urge to deflect with sarcasm. Part of it. He traces patterns in the condensation on his water bottle. But it's more than that. I've seen what real love looks like, how it can light up even the darkest days. My parents taught me that. They sound amazing. They were. His smile reaches his eyes this time. Mom would have liked you, actually. She had zero patience for BS, too. High praise. Trust me, it is. He turns to face me, and the fairy lights catch the amber flecks in his eyes. You remind me of her sometimes. How she'd call Dad out on his grand gestures, but secretly keep every card, every dried flower. The comparison catches me off guard, warming something in my chest I thought had frozen over. Derek. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his hands. Just sharing my side of things, like you shared yours. The vulnerability in his voice strips away my defensive layers. Here's a man who's lost everything but still chooses hope over cynicism, who plans elaborate dates not to win a bet, but because he believes in the magic his parents shared. Thank you, I whisper, surprising us both, for telling me about them. His hand finds mine in the dark, a gentle squeeze that says more than words could. The walk home feels different than our previous goodbyes. Derek's shoulder brushes mine occasionally as we navigate the quiet streets, neither of us rushing to end the evening. You know, I say, breaking the comfortable silence, you didn't have to walk me home. I'm a big girl. Maybe I'm not ready for the night to end. His hands are in his pockets, but he's angled toward me as we walk. Besides, what kind of date would I be if I let you walk alone? The kind that trusts I've managed to survive this long without an escort. Humor me. He stops as we reach my building steps. This is you? Home, sweet home. I turn to face him, suddenly unsure what to do with my hands. Thanks for everything. The lights, the food, the stellar company. Don't push it. He laughs, and the sound warms me more than my coat. Good night, Emily. Derek steps forward, and for a moment I think he might kiss me. Instead, his arms wrap around me in a hug that feels both casual and intimate. His jacket is cool against my cheek, but he's warm underneath. I let myself lean into it, just for a second, breathing in his cologne. Good night, Derek, I murmur against his shoulder. He pulls back first, and the night air rushes in where his warmth was. I watch him walk away until he turns the corner, telling myself the flutter in my stomach is just from the Thai food. And for those just tuning in, yes, the Valentine's challenge continues, Harper says, leaning into her mic. Emily, you've been surprisingly quiet about last night's date. I fidget with my headphones. It was nice. Nice? Harper's eyebrows shoot up. That's all we get? After the ice skating play-by-play? What do you want me to say? We had dinner in the park. There were lights. We talked. Sounds romantic. It was just dinner. My fingers drum against the desk. Can we move on to traffic? Not until you give us something. The listeners are dying to know. Is Derek making any progress? I pause, remembering the way Derek's voice softened when he talked about his parents, how genuine he'd seemed under those twinkling lights. He's not what I expected. Care to elaborate? Not particularly. I shuffle my papers, avoiding Harper's knowing look. But I will say he's decent company when he's not being insufferable about Valentine's Day. High praise from our resident cynic, Harper teases. Speaking of which, we've got calls backing up. Line 1, you're live with Emily and Harper. The rest of the show passes in a blur of traffic reports and weather updates. As we wrap up our final segment, my mind drifts to Derek. The way he listened when I talked about my ex, how he turned his own loss into something hopeful instead of bitter. But there's still that nagging voice in my head. Is this all just part of winning the bet? Another Valentine's Day success story for his collection? The on-air light dims, and I'm still no closer to an answer.
Chapter 9. Derek. The city lights twinkle below my penthouse windows, but I barely notice them as I pace across the hardwood floors. My tie hangs loose around my neck, and I've already unbuttoned my collar twice. What am I doing? The words echo in my empty bedroom. I stop at the window, pressing my hand against the cool glass. Emily's face appears in my mind, not her cynical radio persona, but the softer version I glimpsed tonight. The way her guard dropped when she talked about her ex, how her eyes held mine without their usual sharp edge. I run my fingers through my hair, messing up the careful styling. It was just a bet. My phone sits on the nightstand, tempting me to text her, but what would I say? Hey, funny how I started this to prove a point about Valentine's Day, and now I can't stop thinking about you. The irony hits me. Here I am, CEO of Love Forever Inc., master of romantic gestures, and I'm pacing like a teenager with his first crush. Get it together, Blythe. But her laugh keeps playing in my head, not the practiced one from her show, but the genuine burst of joy when she told me about her first radio gig, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she got nervous, how she actually listened when I talked about my parents. My reflection stares back at me from the window, and I hardly recognize the lovesick fool I've become. This is not part of the plan. I shrug off my jacket, draping it over the bedroom chair. The silk tie slides through my fingers, joining the growing pile of discarded clothes. What if she finds out about the company? My shirt buttons come undone one by one. Hey, Emily, remember all those Valentine's cards you hate? Yeah, I designed those. The bathroom mirror reflects my grimace as I kick off my shoes. Steam rises from the shower, but I'm still standing here, frozen in thought. Maybe I should just tell her. My pants join the heap. Hey, about that multi-million-dollar empire built on everything you despise. I step into the shower, hot water streaming down my back. Real smooth, Derek. That'll go over well. The memory of her fingers brushing mine over hot chocolate makes my chest tight. The way she'd thrown her head back, laughing at her terrible skating form, despite trying to maintain her cynical facade. Focus on the bet, I mutter, working shampoo through my hair. Keep it light. Keep it fun. But there's nothing light about the way my stomach flips when she lets her guard down. Nothing fun about wondering if every smile, every shared joke, is just part of our public performance. My forehead rests against the cool tile. She'd never trust me if she knew. The water beats against my shoulders as I try to wash away the guilt. I'm supposed to be proving that Valentine's Day isn't a commercial scam. Instead, I'm the living proof that it is. One date at a time, I tell myself, reaching for the soap. Just one date at a time. The soap slips through my fingers, clattering against the marble shower floor. I bend to retrieve it, and Emily's perfume lingers in my mind. Vanilla with a hint of something spicy I can't place. The memory of her pressed against me when she stumbled on the ice makes my skin tingle despite the hot water. This is ridiculous. Steam swirls around me as I work up a lather. I run a billion-dollar company. I don't get flustered over women. But Emily isn't just any woman. The way her eyes flash when she's about to deliver a particularly cutting remark. How her fingers drum against her coffee cup when she's thinking. The slight curve of her lips when she's trying not to laugh at one of my jokes. My hand still's on my chest. Christ. The soap slides over my shoulders, but all I can think about is how she looked tonight under the string lights, vulnerable and real. No radio personality, no walls. Just Emily, telling me about her dreams before everything went wrong with her ex. Get it together, I mutter. But my body has other ideas. Heat pools low in my stomach as I remember her tucking herself against me during our goodbye hug, her hair tickling my chin. The scent of her still lingers in my memory, making my pulse race. I groan, pressing my forehead against the shower wall. The water beats against my back, but it does nothing to cool the fire under my skin. Every touch, every laugh, every shared glance plays on repeat in my head like a greatest hits album I can't turn off. My fingers curl against the tile, and I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to focus on anything else. Quarterly reports, upcoming meetings, the mountain of emails waiting for me. But it's useless. I am so screwed. The words echo off the bathroom walls, and I know they're true. I've dated plenty of women, had my share of relationships, but none of them have gotten under my skin like this. None of them were Emily.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I wrap the towel around my waist, water droplets still trailing down my chest as I pad across the bathroom tiles. My reflection stares back at me, and I can't help but notice the stupid grin plastered across my face. Focus, I mutter, wiping steam from the mirror. You need a strategy. The granite counter feels cool under my palms as I lean forward, studying my expression. The usual confidence I wear like armor seems stripped away, leaving something raw and honest in its place. I grab a second towel for my hair. Can't just blurt out, "Hey, I think I'm falling for you," over coffee. My phone buzzes on the counter, a text from my assistant about tomorrow's board meeting. The reminder of my real life, my company, sends a jolt through me. Everything I've built could come crashing down if I handle this wrong. One step at a time, I tell myself, running the towel over my hair. Show her who you really are first, then figure out how to tell her about love forever. The thought of her reaction to learning about my company makes my stomach clench. But the image of her smile, genuine and unguarded, pushes through the worry. The way she looked at me tonight really looked at me like she was starting to see past her own walls. Maybe. I pause, dropping the towel. Maybe it's not about winning the bet anymore. The truth of that hits me hard. This isn't about proving a point about Valentine's Day. It's about proving to Emily that real connection exists beyond commercial holidays and forced romance. I need to show her that what's growing between us is real. That it's not just another marketing campaign or publicity stunt. My reflection nods back at me. Decision made. I'll take it slow, let her set the pace. Keep the dates genuine, personal. No grand gestures or over-the-top romance. Just real moments, real conversations. And when the time comes to tell her everything, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
Chapter 10. Emily. I stare at my reflection, adjusting my hair for the 1,000th time. This is ridiculous, I mutter, stepping back from the mirror. The dress I've chosen isn't too fancy, a deep blue number that hits just above my knees, but it's definitely more effort than I'd planned on putting in. My phone buzzes. Another text from Harper. Wear the silver earrings. They make your eyes pop. I hate that you know what I'm doing right now, I text back. 3 dots appear immediately. You love me, and don't pretend you haven't been getting ready for the past hour. Heat creeps up my neck as I glance at the pile of rejected outfits on my bed. 45 minutes max. Sure, sweetie, have fun tonight. I toss the phone aside and smooth down my dress again. Derek's taking me to some surprise location, and the mystery has my stomach in knots. Not because I'm excited. Obviously not. I'm just concerned about being appropriately dressed. The doorbell rings, sending my heart into my throat. Just a minute. I call out, grabbing my purse and giving myself one final once-over. My hand hovers over the lipstick on my dresser. Oh, what the hell? I swipe it on quickly. The butterflies in my stomach aren't excitement. They're indigestion. Probably from that questionable takeout I had for lunch. Nothing to do with the way Derek smiled at me during our last date, or how his hand felt on the small of my back when he helped me off the ice, or that hug that sent me reeling after our picnic. That really did a number on me. I open the door, and there he stands, looking unfairly handsome in a charcoal blazer. You look... His eyes widen slightly. Wow. That's not a complete sentence, I say, trying to ignore the way my pulse quickens. Use your words, big boy. We drive to the warehouse district, my heart jumping into my throat as I realize I have no idea where I am. Where are you taking me? You'll see soon enough, he says, smiling. Looks like we're going to a crime scene. Behave yourself, lady, or it might become one. Now I'm even more curious as we park in front of a 2-story building that looks more like a questionable massage parlor than anything else. To my surprise, there's a full-scale cooking class going on inside. Derek takes my coat and effortlessly leads me across the floor to a lovely kitchenette that has a delightful spread of produce, pasta, and seafood waiting for us. The cooking class kitchen buzzes with activity as couples don their aprons. Derek ties his with practiced ease while I fumble with my strings. Need help? He reaches for my apron strings. I twist away. I've got this. I'm not completely helpless. Could have fooled me with that pasta you're mangling. I haven't even touched the pasta yet. I gesture at the unopened box. And I'll have you know I make a mean microwave dinner. Impressive credentials. Derek's eyes sparkle as he measures out garlic. Watch and learn from a master. Master? Please. The only thing you've mastered is your ego. I grab my own clove of garlic, determined to show him up. The instructor circles around, demonstrating proper knife technique. Remember to crush the garlic first. It makes it easier to peel. Derek's garlic shoots across the counter, landing in another couple's workspace. Oops, sorry. He scrambles to retrieve it while I snicker. Master Chef, huh? That was clearly the garlic's fault. It was defective. I start chopping my herbs, the knife moving with careful precision. See? Some of us actually have skills in the kitchen. Your parsley is completely uneven, he points out. It adds character. The smell of butter and garlic fills the air as other couples successfully start their dishes. Meanwhile, Derek and I are still arguing over the proper way to devein shrimp. The package literally shows how to do it, I say, waving the instructions in his face. I'm being creative. You're being wrong. He flicks water at me from the sink. At least I'm not afraid to experiment. At least my experiments don't result in mutilated seafood. The instructor stops by our station, eyebrows raised at our mess. Perhaps you two should focus more on cooking and less on whatever this is. She started it, Derek stage whispers. Real mature. But I'm fighting back a smile, and when our eyes meet over the cutting board, we both burst out laughing. Steam rises from my pan as I toss in a handful of fresh herbs, creating my own combination rather than following the recipe card. That's actually brilliant, Derek says, leaning over my shoulder. His chest brushes against my back and I nearly dropped my wooden spoon. Adding rosemary to the sauce. I wouldn't have thought of that. The warmth of his breath tickles my ear. Back up, Gordon Ramsay. Some of us need personal space to create culinary masterpieces. Masterpieces? He chuckles but steps away. A minute ago, you were bragging about your microwave skills. I contain multitudes. I stir the sauce, pretending the flush in my cheeks is from the heat of the stove. The instructor appears between us, her eyes darting from my modified sauce to Derek's perfectly followed recipe. Well, well, look who's getting along now. She winks at Derek. The chemistry in this kitchen isn't just in the cooking, is it? Oh, God. I roll my eyes. Please don't encourage him. But Derek's grin spreads wider. You hear that? We've got chemistry. A professional just confirmed it. She teaches cooking classes at night. That hardly makes her a relationship expert. Actually, the instructor pipes up, I'm also a licensed marriage counselor. Derek's eyes light up. Even better. Don't you have some shrimp to massacre? I ask, but the corners of my mouth twitch upward. Nope. Already done. Now I can focus all my attention on our chemistry. The instructor laughs. You two are adorable. Keep this energy up. It's good for the sauce. As she walks away, Derek leans against the counter, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Hear that? We're adorable. Shut up and pass me the cream. We settle into our seats at a cozy corner table, plates steaming with our culinary creations. The pasta actually looks edible, more than edible. The aroma of garlic, herbs, and white wine sauce makes my mouth water. Ladies first. Derek gestures to my plate with an exaggerated flourish. I twirl the pasta around my fork, trying to ignore how his eyes follow my movements. The first bite hits my tongue and, damn, this is actually amazing. Actually? He raises an eyebrow, sampling his own dish. You sound surprised. Well, given your garlic launching skills earlier. Hey, I recovered nicely. He leans forward, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Admit it. We make a good team. We make good pasta. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The conversation flows easier than the wine, and before I know it, we're scraping our plates clean. The drive back to my apartment is quiet, but not uncomfortable. My mind races with possibilities as Derek pulls up to the curb. So, he shifts in his seat, turning to face me. So, I fidget with my seatbelt, hyper aware of how close we are in the confined space. I had fun tonight. His voice is soft, and when I look up, his eyes are fixed on my lips. My heart thunders against my ribs, even with the flying garlic, especially with the flying garlic. He leans slightly closer, then seems to think better of it. The moment stretches between us like warm caramel, sweet and tense. I gesture vaguely toward my building. Yeah. He clears his throat. I'll call you? You better. We still have that bet to settle. We share a smile that feels both shy and loaded with possibility. I step out into the cool night air, my lips tingling with the ghost of a kiss that hasn't happened. Yet, the phone lines light up before I can even finish introducing today's show. Harper's grinning at me like she's won the lottery. So, she drawls into her mic, about last night's cooking class. It was a date. We cooked. We ate. End of story. That's not what Sandra from the class posted online. Harper taps her tablet. According to her, you two were, and I quote, absolutely precious together, laughing and flirting over their pasta. I groan. Sandra needs to mind her own business. Caller on line 3, Harper chirps. Hi, you're on with Emily and Harper. "Oh my God, Emily," a woman squeals. "I saw you two at the cooking school. The way he looked at you while you were chopping herbs." I hit the disconnect button. Next caller. Emily and Derek sitting in a tree. Harper sing-songs. Real professional. I shuffle my papers. Can we talk about literally anything else? The hashtag #Emily and Derek is trending locally, Harper announces. People are invested in this love story. It's not a love story, it's a bet. My phone buzzes. Derek's text reads, "Thanks for not stabbing me with that kitchen knife last night. Your pasta was almost as delicious as your company." I bite my lip, fighting a smile. "That's him, isn't it?" Harper points at my phone. "Your face just did the thing." "What thing?" "My face doesn't do things." The soft, mushy, "I'm falling for him" thing. "I'm having an allergic reaction to your delusions." Another text appears. "Already planning our next date. Hope you're ready for delightful and unexpected." My thumb hovers over the keyboard. The studio suddenly feels too warm, too small. I should respond with something sarcastic, maintain my walls. Instead, I find myself staring at his message, remembering the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, how his hand brushed mine as we reached for the same spoon. "Oh no," I whisper. "What's wrong?" Harper asks. I lock my phone screen, but the flutter in my chest doesn't subside. Nothing. Everything's fine. But it isn't. Because for the first time since this ridiculous bet began, I'm not sure I want to win anymore.
Chapter 11. Derek. Dance studio's polished wood floors reflect the warm lighting, and I can't help but grin at Emily's expression as we walk in. She's wearing yoga pants and a loose tank top, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She's still stunning. "Really? Ballroom dancing? My listeners must hate me," Emily says, eyeing the other couple stretching. "Actually, this was voted #1. The people have spoken." I gesture dramatically toward the ceiling. "Besides, what's wrong with a little rhythm and salsa? Everything when you have 2 left feet." "Says who?" "Says the woman who nearly broke both our necks ice skating." I laugh, placing my hand on the small of her back to guide her further into the room. The touch sends electricity through my fingers. "That was different. I'll be right here to catch you this time." "My hero," she deadpans, but I catch the slight upturn of her lips. The instructor claps her hands. "Everyone find your positions. Today we're learning the waltz." "Of course we are." Emily rolls her eyes, because nothing says I hate Valentine's Day like spinning around like a Disney princess. I pull her into position, one hand clasping hers, the other resting on her waist. She tenses at first, then relaxes into my touch. You know what they say about dancing? That it's a vertical expression of horizontal desires? Her eyes widen. "Sorry, radio host mouth. Sometimes things just slip out." The heat rising in my cheeks has nothing to do with the studio's temperature. I was going to say it's like a conversation without words. "Oh," she looks down at our feet. "That's, actually kind of nice." The instructor counts off, and we begin moving. Emily stumbles initially, but I keep her steady, matching her rhythm until we find our groove. "See? Not so terrible," I murmur. "Don't get cocky. The night is young, and I haven't stepped on your toes yet." "Is that a promise?" She laughs, the sound genuine and unguarded. It makes my heart skip a beat. Emily trips over her own feet, crashing into my chest. I catch her easily, steadying her with both hands. Her cheeks flush pink. "How are you so good at this?" She glares at my feet like they've personally offended her. "Years of practice. My mother insisted." I guide her back into position. Quick step, slow step, quick step. "I'm counting in my head, Derek." She stumbles again. "Damn it." Stop looking down. Look at me instead. If I do that, I'll definitely step on your toes. Trust me. I lift her chin with my finger. Her eyes meet mine, defiant yet uncertain. Dancing isn't about perfection. It's about feeling the music. Oh God, you're one of those people. What people? The feel the music people. Next, you'll tell me to become one with the rhythm. I spin her unexpectedly, pulling her back against my chest. She lets out a surprised laugh. See? You're getting it. I am not. That was all you. Fine. Then let me lead, and stop fighting it. She raises an eyebrow. Is that what you say to all your dates? Only the stubborn ones who won't admit they're having fun. I'm not. She breaks off as I dip her slightly, her hand tightening on my shoulder. Okay, maybe a little fun, but if you tell anyone, I'll deny it. Your secret's safe with me. I pull her closer, our bodies moving in sync now. Though your smile might give you away. Shut up and dance, Blythe. The music swells, and for once, Emily stops trying to control everything. She follows my lead, her movements becoming more fluid, more natural. When she laughs again, it's free and genuine, echoing through the studio. The music shifts to something slower, more intimate. Emily's hand rests against my chest, and I'm hyper-aware of every point where our bodies connect. Her breath tickles my neck, sending shivers down my spine. The scent of her shampoo, something citrusy and fresh, fills my senses. Your heart's racing, she murmurs. Must be all the exercise. Liar. Her fingers curl slightly against my shirt. We're barely moving now. She's right. We've abandoned any pretense of actual dancing, just swaying together in our own bubble. The instructor's voice fades into background noise. Emily's thumb traces small circles on my shoulder, probably unconsciously, but it's driving me crazy. Emily, don't. She presses closer. Don't say anything. Back in my office a few hours later, I tune into her show from my office, curious about how she'll spin this one. So? Harper's voice crackles through my speakers. How was the dancing date? It was... Emily pauses and I lean forward in my chair. Not completely terrible. High praise from our resident Valentine skeptic. Don't get excited. He didn't magically transform me into a dancing queen. Oh, but fine, yes, it wasn't a disaster. He's patient, and maybe possibly a decent dance partner. Just decent? That's all you're getting, Harper. Now can we please talk about literally anything else? I smile, remembering the way she felt in my arms. I lean back in my office chair, a stack of Valentine's Day product proposals forgotten on my desk, as Emily's voice fills the room through my computer speakers. Line 3. You're on with Emily and Harper. Oh my God, Emily! A caller squeals. I've been listening since day one of your Valentine's bet, and I swear you sound different now. Different how? Emily's voice carries that defensive edge I'm starting to find endearing. Less bitter. More... I don't know, open... I'm not... Harper cuts in. She's right, Em. You didn't even mock the heart-shaped donuts in the break room this morning. Because I was too busy eating them. A girl's gotta have priorities. I chuckle, minimizing the spreadsheet I should be reviewing. The chat feed scrolling beside the audio player is filled with similar observations. Emily's totally falling for him. Team Derek all the way. Did you hear how she talked about the dancing? My phone buzzes with a text from my assistant about an urgent meeting, but I ignore it. These morning shows have become the highlight of my day. The way Emily's voice softens when she thinks no one's paying attention, how she catches herself mid-snark and redirects. It's like watching a flower slowly bloom. Next caller, Emily announces. What's your take on our ongoing saga? I think Derek's good for you, an elderly woman says. He makes you laugh. Real laughs, not those sarcastic ones. I have no idea what you're talking about, Emily replies, but I can hear her smile. I pull up my calendar, already planning our next date. The cooking class was fun, but I want something more personal. Something that'll make her eyes light up like they did when she forgot to be cynical during our dance lesson. My assistant knocks on my door, probably about that meeting, but I wave her off. Just 5 more minutes. I need to hear how Emily handles the next caller. I've got it bad, and I don't even care anymore. I'm supposed to be reviewing quarterly projections, but instead I'm glued to my office chair, listening to Emily's show through my computer speakers. The spreadsheets can wait. So, Emily, Harper's voice has that teasing lilt I've come to recognize. I noticed you didn't immediately shut down that last caller when she mentioned Derek's dimples. I was drinking water. Emily's response comes too quickly. And what about yesterday when you actually defended his choice of restaurant? I simply stated that not all fancy restaurants are pretentious. That's called growth, Harper. Growth? Or are you finally admitting that maybe, just maybe, our mystery man is getting to you? There's a pause, not the sharp, defensive kind I'm used to hearing when anyone mentions me. Through the video feed, I catch Emily's smile. It's small, private, like she's remembering something pleasant. My chest tightens. That smile does things to me that no spreadsheet could compete with. Earth to Emily, Harper sing-songs. You're smiling again. Care to share with the class? I am not, Emily starts, then catches herself. Fine, he's not terrible company. Not terrible company? Harper gasps dramatically. Stop the presses! Alert the media! Emily Hart just admitted... Don't make me regret my moment of weakness, Harper. But there's no bite to her words, just warmth. The same warmth I felt when we were dancing, when she finally let her guard down and just moved with me. I minimized my work documents completely now. Who am I kidding? I'm not getting anything done today. The show wraps up and I'm still sitting in my office, ignoring the mounting emails. Emily's last words of the broadcast replay in my head. He's different than I expected. My phone lights up with a text from her. Thanks for not laughing when I stepped on your feet 17 times. I counted 23, I type back, grinning at my screen. But who's keeping track? Jerk. 3 dots appear, disappear, then reappear. Something tomorrow? My heart does a stupid little flip. Miss me already, Hart? Miss your mockery? Never! Harper's making me ask. Apparently, the listeners are invested. Sure, blame Harper. I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. You know, you could just admit you had fun. Another pause. Longer this time. Maybe I did. A little. Don't let it go to your head. I stare at those words, reading them over and over. The Emily from 2 weeks ago would have deflected with a sarcastic comment about torture being preferable to dancing. But this Emily... The intercom buzzes. Mr. Blythe? The board is waiting. Be right there. I straighten my tie, but I can't wipe the smile off my face. My assistant raises an eyebrow as I pass her desk. Successful morning? You could say that. I pause at the conference room door. Sarah, clear my schedule for tomorrow evening. Another date with the radio host? Yeah. I checked my phone one last time. Emily sent another message. But if you tell anyone I said that, I'll deny everything. Something's definitely shifting between us. The question is, does she feel it too? Chapter 12. Derek, our sales are up 40% compared to last year, Robert announces, sliding the report across the mahogany conference table. The publicity from your radio romance is pure gold, Derek. My stomach clenches. I keep my expression neutral. Years of board meetings coming in handy. That's great news. Great? It's phenomenal. Sarah pulls up a graph on the projection screen. Social media engagement has tripled, Everyone wants to know if the Valentine's King can win over the Love Grinch. The Love Grinch. Emily would hate that nickname. She'd probably launch into one of her passionate rants, eyes flashing, hands gesturing wildly. The thought makes me smile before I catch myself. We should capitalize on this, Robert continues. Maybe arrange some public dates? Get photos circulating? My pen snaps in my hand. Ink bleeds onto the quarterly report. No. But... I said no! The words come out sharper than intended. The publicity is a bonus, not the goal. Let's focus on the actual numbers. Sarah exchanges looks with Robert. Derek, this could be huge for us if you could just... Emily isn't a marketing strategy. My chair scrapes against the floor as I stand. She's real, funny, complicated, beautiful when she forgets to guard her smile. She's off limits. You're not actually falling for her, are you? Robert asks. This was supposed to be about exposure, getting our brand trending before Valentine's Day. Was it? Maybe at first. But now... Something warm spreads through my chest, washing away the boardroom's sterile atmosphere. I think about her laugh during our cooking class, the way she tensed then relaxed in my arms while we danced, how she's starting to let me see past her walls. The meeting's over, I announce, already heading for the door. Focus on production and distribution. Leave Emily out of it. The elevator doors close with a soft whoosh, leaving me alone with my thoughts. My phone screen lights up again, another text from Emily complaining about Harper's antics. I should respond, but my fingers hover over the keyboard, paralyzed. The truth sits like lead in my stomach. Every time she rants about commercialized romance or corporate Valentine schemes, I'm the guy she's railing against. My company's responsible for half the heart-shaped merchandise she despises. Hold the elevator. I jab the door open button, and my CFO, Mark, slides in. Those numbers from the meeting? Pure gold. And it's all thanks to your little radio romance. Don't. The word comes out like gravel. Come on, Derek. You have to admit it's ironic. The Valentine witch herself falling for. I said don't. My reflection in the mirrored walls looks tense, unfamiliar. She's not part of our marketing strategy. But she already is. Every time you go on her show... That's different. The elevator stops at my floor. That was before... Before what? Before I saw how her eyes light up when she forgets to be cynical? Before I realized her sharp wit masks genuine hurt? Before I started caring? Mark follows me down the corridor. You're actually falling for her. I unlock my office door, pausing in the threshold. Would that be so terrible? Only if she finds out you're the CEO of Love, Forever Incorporated, before you tell her yourself. The door clicks shut behind me and I sink into my chair. My phone buzzes again. Emily sent a photo, both of us mid-stumble at dance class, her laugh captured perfectly in profile. At least I wasn't the only disaster on the dance floor, she's written. If she knew who I really was, that laugh would turn to betrayal in an instant. I pull out the heart-shaped locket from my desk drawer, the last Valentine's gift my father gave my mother. The gold has dulled over the years, but the tiny inscription still catches the light. Your love makes every day special. My thumb traces over the words as Emily's voice fills my office from the radio. She's critiquing heart-shaped merchandise, and I can't help but smile. If she only knew. The commercialization of love is just another way to exploit people's emotions, she declares. This is a pre-recorded show, one that no doubt took place before we met. You're not wrong, I murmur to the empty room. But you're not entirely right either. My parents' story flashes through my mind, how they met at a Valentine's dance, both reaching for the last chocolate-covered strawberry. Mom always said it was the sweetest defeat of her life, letting Dad have it. He split it with her anyway. The intercom buzzes. Mr. Blythe, your 10 o'clock is waiting. Cancel it. The words leave my mouth before I can think twice. Cancel everything until 5. Sir? I need to plan something. My fingers are already typing out ideas. Emily deserves more than corporate manufactured romance. She deserves real magic. The radio show continues in the background as I work. Emily's laugh carries through the speaker when Harper mentions something about impossible dinner reservations on Valentine's Day, and my heart does that stupid flutter thing again. Focus, I tell myself, but it's useless. Every proposal I should be reviewing reminds me of her sarcastic comments. Every spreadsheet makes me wonder what witty remark she'd make about color-coded profit margins. I keep the show on in the background, grinning as she tears into heart-shaped pizza promotions. Her voice crackles through my car speakers while I'm parked outside a deli as I grab lunch. And don't get me started on the heart-shaped pepperoni. What's next? Love triangle sandwiches? Some people find it cute, Harper chimes in. Some people also think the earth is flat. Emily's keyboard clicks in the background. Oh, look, someone's selling Valentine's Day toilet paper with little hearts on it, because nothing says romance like, moving on, Harper interrupts. I laugh, nearly choking on my sandwich. The passion in Emily's voice when she rants about Valentine's Day used to be purely entertaining. Now, knowing about her ex-fiancé, I hear the hurt beneath her sharp wit. The banter makes me smile, but there's an edge to it now. Every joke about commercialized romance hits closer to home. Still, watching her slowly let her guard down during our dates, seeing genuine smiles break through her cynical facade. It's worth the guilt churning in my stomach. Her voice fills the car again. Valentine's Day is just an excuse for companies to profit off people's loneliness and insecurity. She's not entirely wrong, but she's missing the magic that can exist alongside the marketing, the real moments, the genuine connections, the way my parents found each other through all the commercial chaos. I want to show her that. Need to show her that. I tap my pen against the desk, half listening to the recorded show. The station's website shows Emily's schedule. She's doing voiceovers today for some upcoming segments. No wonder I wasn't called in. My phone lights up. It's Harper. Wondering when your girlfriend's back on air. She doesn't wait for my response. Tomorrow morning, bright and early. And yes, you're scheduled to call in. She's not my... Save it for someone who hasn't seen you two making googly eyes at each other during dance class. Heat creeps up my neck. I don't make googly eyes. Sure, and Emily doesn't smile every time your name comes up. Harper's grin is audible. By the way, she's free tonight if you're planning something. My fingers drum against the stack of unsigned contracts on my desk. Is that your subtle way of suggesting I should? Subtle went out the window when you two started flirting on air. Just text her already. I glance at the contracts, then at my father's old watch. The responsible thing would be to finish work first. But Emily's probably in those recording booths right now, probably making sarcastic comments between takes, probably wearing that focused expression she gets when she's working. The contracts can wait. Thanks, Harper, I say, already pulling up Emily's number. You're a terrible enabler. You're welcome, she hangs up, laughing. I stare at my phone screen, thumbs hovering over the keyboard. What's the best way to ask out someone who claims to hate everything romantic without coming across as trying too hard? I pace my office, running a hand through my hair for the 100th time. The quarterly reports lie forgotten on my desk, and Emily's voice still fills the room from the radio replay. What the hell is wrong with me? The words bounce off the empty walls. My phone sits silent on the desk, the half-written text to Emily still unfinished. Every draft sounds either too eager or too casual. Since when do I second-guess text messages? The intercom buzzes. Mr. Blythe, the marketing team needs your approval on... Later. I loosen my tie, feeling suffocated. I'm in the middle of something. The Valentine's collection launch. I said later. The truth hits me like a punch to the gut. I'm falling for her, actually falling for Emily Hart, the woman who'd probably burn my company's entire inventory if she knew who I really was. This wasn't supposed to happen. I drop into my chair, spinning to face the city skyline. It was just supposed to be good publicity. But now I'm canceling meetings to plan dates, ignoring work to listen to her show reruns, getting off in the shower thinking about her smile. My reflection in the window looks lost, almost laughable. The CEO of Love Forever Incorporated, brought to his knees by a woman who hates everything I stand for. The irony would be hilarious if it didn't hurt so much. Chapter 13. Derek. The bar buzzes with energy as Emily leans forward, her eyes narrowed at the trivia screen. Her competitive streak has been showing all night, and I can't help but find it endearing. "The answer is definitely Marie Curie," she whispers, jabbing her pencil at our answer sheet. "You sure about that?" I tap my fingers on the sticky table, because I'm pretty certain. "Trust me on this one." She flashes that crooked smile that's been haunting my dreams. "I did a whole segment on female scientists last month." The host announces the correct answer, and Emily throws her hands up in victory. "Ha! What did I tell you?" All right. I raise my beer and mock surrender, but the next science question is mine. "Oh, please, Mr. Know-It-All." She steals a handful of our shared fries. "Your strong suit seems to be rom-coms and Valentine's trivia." Speaking of which, the host's voice booms through the speakers. "Next category, famous movie kisses." Emily groans, slumping in her chair. "You planned this, didn't you?" "Yes, because I have nothing better to do than bribe trivia hosts." The lie tastes bitter. I do have better things to do, like running my company. But somehow I'd rather be here, watching her scrunch her nose at romantic movie references. Fine. She straightens up, competitive fire rekindling. "But if we win this round, you have to admit that Valentine's Day is overrated." "And if we lose?" "We won't." She winks, and my heart does that annoying flutter thing again. I might hate romance movies, but I've suffered through enough of them to know my stuff. The questions start rolling, and Emily proves surprisingly knowledgeable. Between answers, she keeps throwing popcorn at me across the table, claiming it improves her concentration. I don't mind. Not when she laughs like that. Free and unguarded, so different from her radio persona. Emily's rapid-fire answers leave me stunned. She nails question after question, barely giving me time to contribute. "The Notebook," she blurts out before I can open my mouth. "Rain scene. Impressive for someone who hates romance," I say. "Know thy enemy." She smirks, tallying our points. A guy from the next table leans over. "Hey, aren't you Emily Hart from the morning show?" "Guilty as charged." She turns, and something in my chest tightens at her easy smile. "Love your Valentine's takedowns." He shifts his chair closer. "I'm Jake. Been listening since your engagement segment last year." My jaw clenches. We're kind of in the middle of something. "Oh, right, you're the Valentine's guy she's dating." Jake winks at Emily. "If he fails to convert you, maybe we could grab coffee? I know this great anti-Valentine's spot." Emily snorts. Subtle. "Just saying." Jake slides his number across. "Some of us appreciate a woman who isn't fooled by all that romantic propaganda." "The only propaganda here is your sad attempt at flirting," I snap, surprising myself with the edge in my voice. Emily's eyebrows shoot up. "Excuse me? What? He's clearly capable of talking to whoever he wants?" She pockets Jake's number with deliberate slowness. "Or did you add, controlling who I speak to our bet terms?" Jake backs away, hands raised. Didn't mean to start trouble. "You didn't." Emily's eyes lock with mine, challenging. "Derek's just temporarily forgotten I'm not actually his girlfriend." The truth in her words stings. I force a laugh, but it sounds hollow. You're right. My bad. Next question? Now that's more like it. She tears Jake's number in half, dropping it into her empty glass. Besides, I can't possibly date someone who didn't know Casablanca was filmed in black and white. The knot in my chest loosens. That was one question! One question too many, Valentine boy. Did you seriously just quote The Princess Bride at me? Emily's eyes dance with amusement as she scribbles down another answer. As you wish. I lean back, enjoying the way her cheeks flush. Someone's been watching more romance movies than they'd care to admit. Research purposes only. She tosses another kernel of popcorn at my head. Right, because memorizing Wesley's entire speech to Buttercup is strictly professional. The couple at the next table chuckles. Emily notices and drops her voice. I had a lot of sick days as a kid, okay? It was either that or soap operas. Death cannot stop true love, I quote, dodging another piece of popcorn. All it can do is delay it for a while. Oh my God, stop. But she's laughing, really laughing, and heads are turning our way. You're impossible. Inconceivable! That's it. She grabs her pencil like a weapon. One more quote, and I'm writing down wrong answers on purpose. You wouldn't dare. Try me, farm boy. The trivia host's voice cuts through our banter. Well, folks, looks like we've got our own rom-com happening at table 7. When's the wedding, you two? Emily freezes mid-throw, popcorn suspended in air. My collar suddenly feels too tight. Oh, we're not, she starts. Just dating, I add quickly. Not even dating, Emily corrects. It's complicated. The host grins. Sounds like a Facebook status to me. All right, next question. Emily won't meet my eyes, suddenly very interested in reorganizing our answer sheet. The warmth from earlier has evaporated, replaced by something heavier, more uncertain. The walk to Emily's door feels too short. My hand rests on the small of her back, and even through her jacket, that simple touch sends electricity through my fingers. The trivia night's competitive energy lingers between us, but something else has shifted. That guy at the bar, Jake. The memory of him sliding his number across the table makes my jaw clench. You're doing it again, Emily says, fishing for her keys. Doing what? That brooding thing. She turns to face me, keys jingling. You've been quiet since we left the bar. Just thinking about how many movie quotes you actually know. I force a smile, but my thoughts drift back to Jake's smug face. For someone who hates romance. Nice deflection. She crosses her arms, leaning against her doorframe. You know, the whole possessive act back there, not cute. Heat creeps up my neck. I wasn't. Please, you practically marked your territory. That's not. I run a hand through my hair. Okay, maybe I got a little cavemanish. Protective. Emily's laugh is soft, genuine. I can handle myself, Derek. Been doing it for years. I adjust my earpiece while scanning quarterly reports, Emily's voice filling my office through the speakerphone. The familiar morning show jingle fades out. And speaking of Valentine's disasters, Emily says, our resident romance champion joined me for trivia night yesterday. Did he finally admit defeat? Harper chimes in. Please, he was too busy pouting over movie quotes to admit anything. I lean toward the speaker. I wasn't pouting. I was strategically contemplating our answers. Oh, there he is. Emily's laugh sends a wave of warmth through my chest. Tell them about your Princess Bride performance. You mean my Oscar-worthy delivery that had you throwing popcorn at my head? More like your desperate attempt to distract me from winning. Winning? I shuffle my papers aside. That's a creative interpretation of events. Who mixed up Gone with the Wind with breakfast at Tiffany's? One mistake. Meanwhile, Mr. Romance here couldn't even name the leads in Casablanca. That was a trick question, and you know it. Harper interrupts. Are we going to talk about the guy who tried hitting on Emily? My grip tightens on my pen. Ancient history. Ancient? It was yesterday, Emily says, but there's a softness in her voice I haven't heard before, though someone did get weirdly territorial about it. I was protecting our investment in the bet. Sure you were, farm boy. The phone lines come to life. A caller gushes. Oh my God, you two are adorable, Emily. You sound so happy. I'm not, Emily starts. Face it, Em, Harper cuts in. You haven't called anyone insufferable all morning. That's practically a declaration of love in Emily speak. I hate all of you, Emily says, but she's laughing. Especially you, Derek. As you wish, I reply, and the studio erupts in squeals. Reluctantly hanging up the call, I stare at the quarterly reports without really seeing them. Emily's laugh echoes in my mind, the way she'd thrown her head back at the trivia night, all sharp wit and infectious energy. My phone buzzes. A text from my marketing director about Valentine's Day promotions. I swipe it away. The stack of papers on my desk demands attention. Projected earnings, marketing strategies, board meeting minutes. Instead, I find myself scrolling through my phone's gallery, landing on a candid shot snapped of Emily and me at the ice rink. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes bright with laughter as she clung to my arm. I dropped the phone face down. This wasn't supposed to happen. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Your 11 a.m. is here, Mr. Blythe. Cancel it! The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. Cancel everything today. Sir, I need to... What? Chase after a woman who'd run screaming if she knew who I really was. Never mind. Give me 5 minutes. I loosen my tie, pressure building in my chest. This was supposed to be simple. Good publicity. Maybe some fun dates. Not this constant urge to call her. To hear that sardonic tone soften when she thinks no one's listening. Not this need to protect her from random guys at bars or make her smile or... I press my palms against my eyes. I'm falling for her. The realization hits like a physical blow. I'm falling for Emily Hart, the woman who hates everything I've built my life around. Who'd probably never trust me again if she knew the truth. And I have no idea how to stop it. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 14. Emily. My phone buzzes during a commercial break. Derek's name flashes on the screen, sending an unwelcome flutter through my stomach. Let me guess. Another scheme to convert me to the Church of Valentines. His deep rumble echoes through the phone, making my stomach flip. Actually, I was hoping you'd accompany me to a charity gala this Saturday. I lean back in my chair, eyeing Harper, who's making exaggerated heart gestures at me through the booth window. A charity gala? That sounds suspiciously fancy for our little bet. What can I say? I clean up nice. Plus, it's for a good cause, helping underprivileged kids. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that it's Valentine's themed. Pure coincidence. His laugh sends panic through me. Come on, Emily. Dressing up, drink champagne, mock bad dancing. It's your perfect night. Let the snark begin. You know me too well. I ignore my skipping heart at thoughts of him in a tux. Fine, but I'm out if there are heart ice sculptures. Deal. Pick you up at 7. Pretty sure I'll agree, aren't you? You just did. Damn, he's right. No cheesy corsages. Never. Though slow dancing might happen. Don't push it, Romeo. His chuckle warms my ear. See you Saturday, Emily. I hang up and catch my reflection in the studio window. I'm smiling. Actually, smiling. My audience is going to have a field day with this. Whitney zips up the back of her borrowed evening gown, its shimmer catching the bedroom light. Stop fidgeting. You look incredible. I look like I'm trying too hard. I smooth the fabric against my hips, examining my reflection. The dress hugs every curve, its deep burgundy color making my skin glow. That's the point. Whitney adjusts my hair, letting a few strands fall loose from the elegant updo. Make him eat his heart out. The doorbell rings, my stomach drops. Remember, Whitney whispers, chin up, shoulders back, and don't let him see me sweat. I was going to say, have fun, but that works too. I open the door to find Derek in a perfectly tailored tuxedo. His eyes widen, mouth slightly parted. The silence stretches until I break it. What? No witty comeback? He clears his throat. You look breathtaking. Heat creeps up my neck. Don't sound so surprised. At the gala, I survey the ballroom with its crystal chandeliers and, yes, heart-shaped ice sculptures. You promised no hearts? The ice sculpture came with the venue. Derek guides me through the crowd with a light touch on my lower back. Besides, you haven't left yet. The night's still young. An elderly couple approaches, both wearing matching red accessories. I prepare my arsenal of sarcastic comments, but their genuine warmth catches me off guard. 60 years together, the woman tells me, squeezing her husband's hand, and he still makes me laugh every day. What's your secret? The question slips out before I can stop it. Never go to bed angry, she says, and always dance together, even if it's just in the kitchen while doing dishes. I watch them shuffle away, still holding hands. Derek's voice is soft near my ear. Not all love stories end badly, you know. Maybe. I turn to face him, surprised by how close he is. But I'm still not convinced about the ice sculpture. Derek's hand rests on my lower back as he guides me through the crowd. Emily, I'd like you to meet Senator Collins and his wife. The distinguished couple turns, champagne flutes in hand. The senator's eyebrows rise. Ah, the famous radio host. My wife never misses your show. Really? Even my Valentine's Day rants? Mrs. Collins laughs. Especially those. Finally, someone's saying what we're all thinking about those overpriced roses. Though I hear someone's trying to change your mind about that, the senator says, glancing at Derek. I catch Derek suppressing a smile. The jury's still out on that one. We move through the crowd, meeting more of Derek's acquaintances, a judge, 2 CEOs, even a tech mogul. Each interaction leaves me wondering how my radio show calling Valentine's enthusiast knows such influential people. The orchestra starts a slow melody, and Derek extends his hand. May I? If you must. But I'm already stepping into his arms. His hand settles on my waist, warm through the silk of my dress. We move together, and I hate how natural it feels. You're surprisingly good at this, I murmur. You sound shocked. Well, you did call into a radio show to argue about Valentine's Day. Not exactly screaming sophisticated ballroom dancer. Two women in designer gowns whisper nearby, their voices carrying. That's Derek Blythe, isn't it? The one who turned that failing company into an empire? Doubled their profits in just 2 years, I heard. I stiffen in Derek's arms. He pulls me closer, but I'm barely moving now. Something wrong? He asks. The women's conversation continues. Always so private about his success. Smart businessman, that one. My mind races. The expensive suit, the connections, the ease in this world of wealth and influence. I've been so focused on our bet, I never stopped to ask who Derek really is. Emily? I meet his eyes. Just wondering what other surprises you're hiding. The music slows, and Derek's hand slides from my waist to the small of my back, drawing me closer. My breath catches at the intimacy of the gesture. You know, he says, his voice low enough that only I can hear. These past few weeks have been unexpected. What, you mean arguing with a cynical radio host wasn't on your bucket list? His thumb traces small circles against my back. I mean, getting to know you. The real you, not just the sharp-tongued host who hates Valentine's Day. The warmth in his eyes makes my chest tight. I try deflecting. Careful there. Almost sounds like you enjoy my company. I do. No witty comeback, no teasing tone. Just simple honesty that catches me off guard. More than I probably should. My heart hammers against my ribs. Derek. You're different, Emily. The way you see through people's pretenses, how passionate you get about the things you believe in, even when those things drive me crazy. His lips quirk up, especially then. The orchestra's melody wraps around us like silk, and I find myself leaning into him without meaning to. His cologne fills my senses, making it hard to maintain my usual defensive distance. I think, he continues, that's what I appreciate most about you. You're real. Even here, surrounded by all this. He gestures vaguely at the opulent ballroom. You're still just you. The sincerity in his voice melts something inside me. You're not so bad yourself, I whisper, surprising us both. When you're not trying to convert me to your Valentine's cult. His laugh rumbles through his chest, and I feel it where we're pressed together. The space between us seems to crackle with electricity, and for a moment I forget about the mysterious women's whispers, about my suspicions, about everything except how it feels to be in his arms. And we're back, discussing this past weekend's charity gala date. Harper leans into her microphone. Emily, you've been suspiciously tight-lipped about this one. I adjust my headphones, trying to ignore the messages flooding our screens. It was, fine. The usual fancy event stuff. Champagne, dancing, small talk. Just fine. Harper's eyebrows shoot up. That dress you posted on Instagram says otherwise. Whitney made me post that. Line 3. Our producer signals. Good morning, beautiful. Derek's voice fills the studio, and my stomach does that annoying flip thing again. Speaking of the devil, I clear my throat. Here to defend your choice of venue? Actually, I'm here to remind you about that moment when you admitted the ice sculpture wasn't completely terrible. Heat creeps up my neck. I said no such thing. You definitely did. Right after our third dance. Second dance. I correct automatically, then wince. Harper's grin widens. The messages are exploding. Harper chimes in. Sarah from downtown says she's never heard you sound so invested in a date recap before. I'm not invested. It wasn't awful, okay? The words tumble out before I can stop them. The food was good, the company was tolerable, and yes, fine. Derek can dance. Happy now? Ecstatic, Derek says, and I can hear the smile in his voice, though tolerable might be the nicest thing you've said about me yet. Our chat screen fills with heart emojis and excited messages. Harper reads one aloud. "Just kiss already," says Marcus from the east side. Marcus needs to mind his own business, I mutter, but my voice lacks its usual bite. The listeners disagree. Harper scrolls through more messages. They're perfect together. Team Derek all the way. Emily's finally meeting her match. You're all impossible, I groan. But beneath my protest, something warm blooms in my chest. Something that feels dangerously like hope. Well, I should get back to work, Derek says, his voice warm through the phone line. Thanks for having me on air again. Like we had a choice, I reply, but my usual snark feels hollow. Our ratings spike every time you call in. Is that the only reason you keep me around? The question hangs in the air, loaded with meaning. Harper busies herself with her phone, pretending not to listen. Goodbye, Derek. I manage, my throat tight. After we sign off, I sit in the quiet studio, fingers tracing the edge of my coffee cup. The warmth has long since faded, just like my certainty about keeping Derek at arm's length. Earth to Emily. Harper waves her hand in front of my face. You've been staring at that empty cup for 5 minutes. Just thinking about a certain charming Valentine's enthusiast. I shoot her a look. About how much paperwork I have to do. Right. Harper perches on the desk beside me. Because paperwork usually makes you smile like that. My hand flies to my mouth. Traitor. It's complicated. Only because you're making it complicated. Harper's voice softens. He likes you. You like him. What's the problem? The problem, I say, standing up, is that I've been here before. The whole fairy tale romance thing, it doesn't end well. Maybe not last time. Harper catches my arm. But Derek isn't your ex, and you're not the same person you were then either. No, I'm not. This experience has changed me forever, and I'm terrified. Chapter 15. Emily. Something doesn't add up about Derek. I tap my pen against my desk, staring at the society page Whitney sent me. There he is, front and center at another charity event from last month. The caption reads, "Local business mogul Derek Blythe presents substantial donation." My phone buzzes. Is he psychic? That suit you wore to the gala, I say instead of hello. Custom made? Good morning to you too, sunshine. His laugh carries through the line. What brought this on? Just curious how a random Valentine's Day enthusiast affords Armani. Maybe I have good taste. And connections at high-end charity galas? A pause. You've been Googling me? Actually, my best friend did. She's thorough like that. I spin in my chair, watching the city through my office window. So what is it you actually do, Derek? I run a business. And this business lets you take endless afternoons off for dates? I'm good at delegating. His voice carries that hint of amusement that usually makes me want to strangle him. Or kiss him. Sometimes both. The woman at the gala called you Mr. Blythe, like you owned the place. Would it matter if I did? I think about his perfectly tailored clothes, the way the maitre d' knew his name at that first restaurant, how comfortable he looked mingling with Chicago's elite. It might explain a few things. I trace the outline of his photo in the paper. Like why half the city's upper crust seems to know you? Does it bother you? That depends. I lean back in my chair. Are you hiding anything else? The silence stretches just a beat too long. Emily Dash. Because I've done the whole secrets in a relationship thing before. Didn't end well. This isn't, he sighs. Can we talk about this when I see you? So there is something to talk about. There's always something to talk about with you. Actually, I have something fun planned. Way different than the gala for our next one. You game? I smile into the phone. Always up for a challenge. You should know that by now. That's why I keep coming back for more. Pick you up tonight at 8. Go casual this time. I hang up the phone, not quite ready to give up this quest for more information. Who are you? Derek Blythe. The neon lights of the arcade paint Derek's face in shifting colors as he leads me inside. Even in casual wear, dark jeans and a Henley, he looks like he just stepped out of a magazine. So this is your master plan to avoid our conversation? I gesture at the rows of gaming cabinets. Distract me with flashing lights and digital mayhem? I prefer to think of it as setting a relaxed mood for difficult discussions. He hands me a card loaded with credits. But first, I challenge you to Street Fighter. Fine, but don't think you're getting out of explaining the whole business mogul thing. Wouldn't dream of it. His fingers brush mine as he passes the card. Though I should warn you, I spent an embarrassing amount of time in arcades during college. Preparing for your future as a corporate big shot? Something like that. He guides me to the machine with a hand at the small of my back. Ready to get your butt kicked? In your dreams, Blythe. We settle in front of the cabinet, and I pick Chun-Li while he goes for Ryu. The match starts, and I immediately unleash a barrage of kicks. Jesus! He laughs as his character takes a beating. Where did you learn to play like that? Misspent youth. Also, my ex worked at an arcade. I execute a perfect hurricane kick. I may have practiced specifically to destroy him at this game. Remind me never to cross you. Too late for that, Mr. Secret CEO. His character catches mine with a Hadouken. I promise I'll explain everything, but first, he finishes me with a dragon punch. Ha! 1-1. Oh, it's on. I crack my knuckles dramatically. Winner gets to pick the date next time? Deal. His smile turns competitive. Though I should warn you, I'm not just good at Street Fighter. After thoroughly destroying Derek at several games, we end up at the claw machine. Derek's tongue pokes out in concentration as he maneuvers the metal claw over a pink teddy bear. You know these things are rigged, right? Have some faith. The claw descends and miraculously captures the bear. Ha! What did I tell you? I accept the fluffy monstrosity with exaggerated reluctance. Great. Now I have a witness to my Valentine's Day shame. You should name it. I'm not naming it. Come on. He nudges my shoulder. Every bear needs a name. Fine. I study the heart-shaped nose and ridiculous bow tie. I'll call it Valentine. You know, to remind me of my eternal hatred for this holiday. You're softening up, and you know it. Derek leads us to a quiet corner booth, away from the arcade chaos. Admit it. You're having fun. I admit nothing. I set Valentine on the table between us, though I do have questions. About you, your job, the mysterious business that lets you spend all this time wooing cynical radio hosts. His smile dims slightly. It's not that interesting. Just your standard corporate gig. I'm involved in marketing, actually. That affords custom suits and charity galas? I do all right. He fidgets with a napkin. Hey, want to try the racing games? I bet I can beat your lap time. I noticed the deflection but let it slide. There's something in his expression, a flash of guilt maybe, that makes me pause. Whatever he's hiding, pushing now will only make him retreat further. Sure, I say, picking up Valentine, but prepare to eat my digital dust. That's what you said about Street Fighter. Just for that, I'm going to lap you twice. The pink teddy bear, Valentine, sits on my desk, judging me as I shuffle through listener messages. Harper's already smirking at me from across the booth. Caller on line 3 suggests skydiving, Harper announces, wiggling her eyebrows. Absolutely not. I adjust my headphones. I prefer my dates without potential death. Afraid I won't catch you? Derek's voice fills the studio through the phone line, and my stomach does that annoying flip thing it started doing lately. More like afraid you'll push me out first. After all our progress, I'd never. His laugh sounds different today, warmer, more intimate. Though the listeners might be onto something about adventure dates. The arcade wasn't adventurous enough for you? You mean when you demolished me at every game? My ego's still recovering. A text flashes on my screen from Harper. You're smiling again? I school my features into something more neutral. Well, the listeners seem convinced you need to step up your game. We're closing in on V-Day, and I'm still not feeling the love. Challenge accepted. There's a rustling sound on his end. How do you feel about heights? Depends. Are we talking Ferris wheel or bungee jumping? Something in between. Trust me? The word catches in my throat. Do I trust him? The mystery businessman with his secrets and his perfect smile and his way of making me forget why I hate this holiday? Emily? His voice softens. You still there? Yeah, I glance at Valentine the bear, remembering how his face lit up when he won it. I guess I do. Trust you, I mean. The silence that follows feels heavy with things we're both not saying. Harper clears her throat, reminding me we're still on air. Well, listeners, I say quickly, looks like Derek's planning something special. Stay tuned to find out if he survives my inevitable panic attack. That's my girl, Derek chuckles. But there's something in his tone that makes my heart stutter, always keeping it interesting. Later that evening, Derek paces outside my apartment building, his silhouette visible through the lobby windows. I watch from my third-floor window as he checks his phone, runs a hand through his hair, then resumes pacing. He's been down there for 10 minutes. My phone buzzes. Are you watching me pace like a crazy person? Maybe. It's kind of entertaining. Can I come up? I hesitate. It's late, and we didn't have plans tonight. Everything okay? I need to tell you something. His voice sounds strained, and I'd rather do it in person. The elevator ride down feels endless. When I push through the lobby doors, Derek stops mid-stride. His usual confident demeanor is replaced by something more vulnerable. You're freaking me out, I say, crossing my arms. Are you secretly married? Running a drug cartel? Please tell me you're not actually a Valentine's Day mascot. He doesn't laugh. Can we sit? We settle on a couch in the lobby. The overhead lights cast shadows across his face, making him look older, more serious. I haven't been entirely honest with you, he starts. About the business thing? I figured. It's more than that. He turns to face me fully. I'm not just some guy who runs a company. I'm Dash. A car horn blares outside, making us both jump. Derek curses under his breath. Whatever it is, I say. Just tell me. I'm a big girl. I can handle it. He takes my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. That's what I'm afraid of. That you won't. He drops my hand. I should go. It's late. Derek, I'll call you tomorrow. He stands abruptly. We'll talk then. I watch him walk away, his shoulders tense under his jacket. Whatever secret he's keeping, it's clearly eating him alive. And for the first time since we started this ridiculous bet, I'm actually scared to find out what it is.
Chapter 16. Derek. The helicopter's blades whir above us as Emily steps onto the helipad, her eyes wide. She's wearing jeans and a light sweater. Casual, but perfect for an evening flight. You can't be serious. Her hand grips the railing. This is way too much. The listeners asked for adventure. I guide her toward the waiting chopper. Unless you're scared. Please. I broadcast live to thousands of people every day. A little altitude won't frighten me. The pilot helps us buckle in, and I hand Emily a headset. Her fingers brush mine as she takes it. So this is how the other half lives? She adjusts the microphone. Casual helicopter rides on a Tuesday. Just wait until you see the view. We lift off, and Emily's hand finds mine. Her grip tightens as we ascend, but her eyes remain fixed on the expanding horizon. The setting sun paints the sky in deep oranges and purples, casting long shadows across the city below. Oh my God. Her voice comes through crisp in the headset. This is incredible. The city sprawls beneath us like a glittering carpet. Streetlights flicker on one by one, creating rivers of light between the buildings. Emily leans forward, pressing her face close to the window. Look. I point toward the coast. Lake Michigan is breathtaking from up here. I've never seen the city like this. Her voice has lost its usual edge of sarcasm. It's beautiful. The helicopter banks gently, giving us a panoramic view. Emily's hand remains in mine, her thumb absently tracing circles on my skin. The intimacy of the gesture catches me off guard. Thank you for this. She turns to me, her face softened by wonder. I know I give you a hard time, but this is amazing. Does this mean I'm winning the bet? She laughs, sound clear through the headset. Don't push your luck, farm boy. See that building there? I point to a gleaming structure downtown. My parents had their first real date at the restaurant on the top floor. Dad always said he chose it because Mom was afraid of heights. Wanted to show her the world was beautiful from up here. Not scary. Emily's hand tightens in mine. Did it work? They got married exactly 1 year later, on Valentine's Day. The memory warms me despite the altitude chill. Dad would rent out that same restaurant every year for their anniversary. Said it was worth every penny to recreate that magic. That's... Emily pauses, her usual snark absent. Actually really sweet. They made Valentine's Day special for me growing up. It wasn't about the commercial stuff, though now I catch myself clearing my throat. They made it about celebrating love in all its forms. Family, friends, even strangers. The helicopter circles Navy Pier, its Ferris wheel a kaleidoscope of lights below us. Speaking of celebrating love, Emily's voice carries a hint of curiosity. You never actually told me what you do for work. Must be something impressive to afford helicopter rides. My stomach drops faster than the aircraft could. Like I said, I'm in marketing. Marketing what? Illegal drugs? Love? Actually? The truth sits on the tip of my tongue. I mean, I work with... The city lights blur as I struggle for words. My company specializes in... Her eyebrow arches. Speaking of marketing, Emily's voice shifts to her radio host tone. Did you hear about the guy who tried to market Valentine's chocolates shaped like circuit boards to computer programmers? Relief floods through me. No way. Failed miserably. Turns out geeks prefer their chocolate without binary code imprints. That's actually genius, though. Niche market. The slogan was, "Bite my heart." I snort, tension easing from my shoulders. Ouch. Please tell me you made that up. I wish. The company went bankrupt in 3 weeks. She grins. But hey, at least they tried something different than the usual heart-shaped nonsense. The helicopter descends toward the building's landing pad, city lights twinkling around us. As we touch down, the wind from the rotors whips through the cabin. Emily removes her headset and I follow suit. Oh my God. She bursts into laughter, pointing at my head. Your hair looks like you stuck your finger in an electrical socket. Heat creeps up my neck as I reach up to feel my usually perfectly styled hair standing nearly vertical. Like yours is any better. Mine's supposed to be messy. She reaches over, her fingers brushing through my hair in an attempt to tame it. You're the one who always looks like he stepped out of a magazine. I freeze at her touch, my heart hammering against my ribs. Her hand pauses, and for a moment we're both very still, very aware of how close we are. Her fingers thread through my hair, each touch sending sparks down my spine. The helicopter pad's lights cast a soft glow across her face, highlighting the slight flush in her cheeks. My breath catches as she works, her lower lip caught between her teeth in concentration. Hold still, she murmurs, smoothing down an errant strand. How do you usually get it to behave? An obscene amount of product and wishful thinking. The night air wraps around us, carrying the lingering scent of her perfume. Well, you're fighting a losing battle here. Her fingertips graze my temple and I suppress a shiver. The wind's not exactly helping. I want to make a witty comeback, something about her own windswept appearance, but words fail me. She's close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, count each freckle dusting her nose. Her hands slow their movement, then still completely. Our eyes lock, and the playful atmosphere shifts into something heavier, more charged. The city hums below us, but all I can hear is my own heartbeat. Derek, Her voice trails off, barely above a whisper. Her hands remain tangled in my hair, neither of us daring to move. I reach up with a smirk, pressing my finger against her lips. Don't say anything. Her breath catches, warm against my finger. The city lights dance in her eyes, making them sparkle with questions she can't voice. Her hands are still tangled in my hair, neither of us moving. For once in your life, Emily Hart, don't overthink this. My finger traces the curve of her bottom lip. Don't analyze it. Don't prepare a witty comeback, just... She nips at my finger, her teeth grazing my skin. The playful gesture sends electricity down my spine, and I drop my hand to her waist. Just what? Her voice is barely audible over the dying whir of the helicopter blades. You can't start a sentence like that and not finish it. Just feel it. My thumb brushes against her hip, and I feel her shiver. No sarcasm, no walls, no radio personality, just a you and me up here with the stars. Her fingers tighten in my hair and a small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. That was incredibly cheesy. I know. I pull her closer, our foreheads nearly touching. But you're still here. The wind whips around us, carrying the scent of her shampoo, something floral and sweet. Her hands slide down to rest on my shoulders, and I can feel her heart racing beneath her sweater. I am, she whispers, her usual sharp edges softened by the night air. God help me, I am. Maybe we should get off this roof before one of us takes an unplanned flying lesson. My hand slides to the small of her back, though I bet you'd make falling look graceful. Right, because plummeting to my death would be the perfect end to this date. Emily steps back, but her fingers linger on my shoulder. Can you imagine tomorrow's headlines? Radio hosts Valentine's protest ends in spectacular dive. I was thinking more like, local woman finally falls. Off building. Terrible. She laughs, shaking her head. That's actually terrible. You should stick to marketing whatever it is you market. The wind picks up, whipping her hair across her face. She brushes it away, taking another step toward the door. But you might have a point about the whole not falling thing. Hold on. I reach out, catching a leaf tangled in her hair. Nature's trying to accessorize you. My hero. She rolls her eyes, but there's warmth in her voice. Saving me from the deadly shriveled maple leaf. We walk toward the door, our shoulders brushing. The city stretches out behind us, a canvas of lights and shadows, but I can't take my eyes off her profile. The way she bites her lip, fighting a smile, the slight flush still coloring her cheeks. You know, she says, pausing at the door. For someone who profits off of romance, you're not half bad at it. My hand freezes on the handle. What do you mean? The helicopter, the view, the whole just feel it speech? She gestures back at the helipad. Pretty smooth for a marketing guy. I swallow hard, forcing a laugh. What can I say? I learned from the best rom-coms.
Chapter 17. Emily. Derek's laughter fills my headphones. Come on, Emily. You can't tell me you didn't have fun up there. The view was nice, I concede, adjusting my mic. But I'm still not convinced about Valentine's Day. Just wait until our next date. You're going to love it. You sound pretty confident for someone who's running out of time. Trust me, he says, and something in his voice makes my heart flutter. This one's special. I roll my eyes but catch myself smiling. Thanks for joining us today, Derek. Listeners, that's our show. Keep those date suggestions coming. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. After signing off, I gather my notes and water bottle, ready to head home. The hallway feels longer than usual today, probably because my feet are still killing me from those heels at the gala. Emily. Jace's voice stops me cold. He stands in his office doorway, arms crossed. A word? Great. Just what I need. I follow him inside, noting how his designer suit probably costs more than my monthly rent. Our numbers are dropping, he says, not bothering to sit down. Your little love story with Derek isn't cutting it anymore. Where's the tension, the conflict? Nobody tunes in to hear two people getting along. You want me to fake drama? I want you to give our listeners what they want. Remember why they fell in love with this story in the first place. You were the cynic. He was the romantic. Now you're what? Friends? My cheeks burn. The audience seems happy. The audience is bored. Fix it, or we'll need to explore other options to boost ratings. The threat hangs in the air between us. I grip my water bottle tighter, plastic crinkling under my fingers. I've worked my tail off for this station, I say, my voice tight. 5 years of building an audience, creating content. And now you're throwing it away for some guy. Jace's perfectly manicured fingers drum against his desk. Let's be real, Emily. Your anti-Valentine stance was your brand. Now what are you? Just another lovesick radio host? The word lovesick hits like a slap. I'm not. Tomorrow, I want drama. Real drama. Push his buttons, make him defensive. Give us the Emily Hart who used to tear Valentine's Day apart. My phone buzzes. A text from Derek. Probably another hint about our next date. The screen stays dark in my pocket, but its weight feels like an anchor. What if I refuse? Then I start looking for someone who understands what makes good radio. Jay straightens his tie. Someone who remembers that ratings pay the bills. Derek's laugh echoes in my memory. The way his eyes crinkle when I make a particularly sharp comment. How he never takes my cynicism personally. The thought of deliberately hurting him makes my chest tight. You have until tomorrow morning to decide, Jay says, Either bring back the drama, or we'll have to discuss your future with this company. I leave his office with lead in my stomach. The phone buzzes again, and this time I look. Derek. Can't wait to see your face when you see what I've planned. My fingers hover over the screen. A week ago, I would have fired back something sarcastic. Now I don't know what to say. I slide into the corner booth at Brewster's, clutching my latte like it's the only thing keeping me upright. Whitney's already there, tapping her pink polished nails against her cup. Look who finally remembered she has a best friend. I've been busy. Oh, I know exactly how busy you've been. Whitney leans forward, eyes sparkling. Helicopter rides? Fancy galas? Who is this guy really? The coffee scalds my tongue. You've been listening to the show? Every single morning. She props her chin on her hand. And you've been holding out on me. Is he as hot as he sounds? Because that laugh of his? Girl. Whitney, don't Whitney me. Spill. Is he gorgeous? He has to be gorgeous. Heat creeps up my neck. He's not terrible to look at. Not terrible? She snorts. The way you've been melting on air lately, he must be a solid 12 out of 10. I do not melt. Yesterday you giggled. Actually giggled. When he mentioned fixing your hair on the helipad. She stirs her drink with unnecessary vigor. You haven't giggled since college. I did not. You did. I recorded it. Want to hear? God, no. I sink lower in my seat. Fine. Yes, he's attractive. Stupidly attractive. And charming. And funny. Happy now? Ecstatic. Whitney's grin turns wicked. So when do I get to meet him? I can't believe I'm sitting here gushing about a guy like some teenager. I groan, pressing my forehead against the cool table surface. What's happening to me? What's happening is you're finally acting like a normal human being with feelings, Whitney says, poking my shoulder. Instead of the ice queen of anti-romance. I liked being the ice queen. I lift my head, wrapping my hands around my cooling coffee. It was safe, predictable, and lonely. I wasn't lonely. I had my career, my independence. Your cats? I don't have cats. Yet? Whitney grins. Face it, Em. Without Derek, you were one bad Valentine's Day, away from becoming a crazy cat lady. The image of Derek's smile flashes through my mind. The way his eyes light up when he sees me. How his hand always finds the small of my back when we're walking. What is happening to me? Oh, God, I mutter. I'm turning into one of those women I used to mock on my show. Next thing you know, I'll be writing his name in hearts and planning our wedding colors. Now, that would be quality radio content. Stop. I chuck a sugar packet at her. This isn't funny. I built my whole brand on being anti-romance. What kind of hypocrite falls for the guy who's literally trying to prove her wrong about love? A human one? Whitney suggests. Besides, you haven't fallen for him. You just think he's hot and funny and charming and... Please stop talking. Make me. She leans back, crossing her arms. You know what your problem is? You're not mad because you like him. You're mad because you can't control how much you like him. The truth in her words stings more than Jace's threats. What happened to the Emily Hart who could tear apart any romantic gesture with a well-placed barb? When did I start looking forward to Derek's texts? Missing his voice when he's not on air? There's more, I say, picking at a loose thread on my sleeve. Jace cornered me after the show today. He wants me to start fighting with Derek again. Says our ratings are dropping because we're too friendly. Whitney's eyebrows shoot up. What did you tell him? Nothing. What could I say? Sorry, boss. I can't be mean to the guy anymore because my stomach does backflips when he smiles. I groan, slumping forward. God, that sounds pathetic. It sounds human, Whitney corrects, sliding her untouched muffin toward me. So what are you going to do? I don't know. The muffin crumbles under my fingers. Every time I think about deliberately picking a fight with Derek, I feel sick. He's just so genuine. Even when I'm being a total witch about Valentine's Day, he just laughs and finds a way to turn it around. Speaking of Valentine's Day, still hate it, I cut in quickly. Maybe too quickly, because Whitney's knowing smile makes me want to hide under the table. The holiday is still commercialized garbage. It's just, Derek isn't. Uh-huh. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like my best friend is finally admitting she has feelings for someone. I'm not admitting anything. I tear off another piece of muffin. I just don't want to hurt him. For ratings. Or at all. Because you like him. The muffin bits scatter across the table as I throw up my hands. Fine, yes, I like him. Are you happy now? I like his stupid perfect hair. And his ridiculous optimism and the way he actually listens when I talk. I like how he remembers little details about things I've mentioned once, and how he's never pushed me about the ex-fiance thing, and God, I'm so screwed. Whitney stirs her drink, leaning closer. So tell him, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he realizes this whole thing was a mistake and disappears? I shred another piece of muffin. 2 weeks, Whitney. That's all it's been. I barely know him. You spend practically every day together. On air or on dates that our listeners suggested. The crumbs scatter across the table as I gesture. For all I know, this is just a game to him. Some elaborate way to prove a point about Valentine's Day. I've heard him on your show. That man is not acting. How would you know? My voice cracks. I thought Matt wasn't acting either, remember? Right up until he left me at the altar. Whitney reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Derek isn't Matt. No, he's worse. He's perfect. I pull away, wrapping my arms around myself. He's thoughtful and funny and probably way too good for me. And the moment I admit how I feel, it'll all fall apart. Or maybe it won't. My phone buzzes again. Derek's name lights up the screen, but I can't bring myself to look at the message. What about Jace's ultimatum? I ask. If I tell Derek how I feel, and he doesn't feel the same way, I'll have to see him every day on air, while deliberately picking fights with him, while losing my job if I don't. Since when do you let anyone back you into a corner? Whitney challenges. The Emily Hart I know would find a way to handle both. The Emily Hart you know didn't have feelings for someone who could break her heart. Take a chance. I don't know if I can handle that kind of heartbreak again. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. I'm right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life. with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Derek. The countryside Valentine's fair spreads before us, a kaleidoscope of red and pink tents dotting the February landscape. I glance at Emily as she takes it in, waiting for her inevitable sarcastic comment. A Valentine's fair? Really? Did you run out of ideas already? Come on, give it a chance. I heard they have the best caramel apples in the state. She raises an eyebrow. Bribing me with sugar? Is it working? Maybe. A smile tugs at her lips as she surveys the bustling fairground. But if I see one more giant stuffed bear holding a heart, I'm out. Deal. I guide her toward the first row of stalls. The scent of cotton candy and fresh popcorn mingles with crisp winter air. Though I should warn you, there's at least 3 carnival games where I could win you exactly that. Don't you dare! A group of children races past us, their laughter infectious. Emily dodges them with surprising grace, bumping into my side. I steady her with a hand on her elbow. Look at that! She points to a ring toss booth where all the prizes are heart-shaped. That has to be rigged. Want me to prove it isn't? Oh, please, you couldn't hit the broad side of a barn with those rings. I pat my chest in mock offense. Challenge accepted. I didn't actually challenge you. Too late. I'm already heading for the booth, pulling out my wallet. The vendor hands me 3 rings, and Emily crosses her arms, watching with barely concealed amusement. You're going to embarrass yourself. Your lack of faith wounds me. I take aim, focusing on the closest bottle. The ring sails through the air and completely misses. Emily's laugh rings out, clear and genuine. You were saying? After my embarrassing ring toss attempt, Emily drags me to the dart-throwing booth. This is just another arcade date with dirt under our feet. Running out of ideas already? I tease back, but my attention catches on how the setting sun highlights the amber in her eyes. Please. At least the arcade had air hockey. She picks up a dart, testing its weight. Though I suppose the fresh air is nice. Did Emily Hart just say something positive about a Valentine's event? Shut up! She takes aim at one of the heart-shaped balloons. I'm merely acknowledging basic meteorological facts. The dart flies straight and true, popping a red balloon with deadly accuracy. My jaw drops. Where did you learn to throw like that? Wouldn't you like to know? She smirks, launching another perfect shot. 3 balloons later, the vendor gestures to the prize wall. Pick anything you'd like, miss. Emily turns to me, eyes sparkling with mischief. Your turn to get a stuffed animal. What'll it be? I scan the options, pointing to a small gray kitten with oversized eyes. That one. Really? Not the massive teddy bear? I'm secure enough in my masculinity to rock a cute kitty. I accept the plush toy, immediately tucking it into the crook of my arm. I shall name him Sir Whiskers. Emily bursts out laughing, the sound genuine and unguarded. You're ridiculous. Sir Whiskers takes offense to that statement. She rolls her eyes, but there's warmth in her expression. Come on, you dork. I smell funnel cake. As we munch on our funnel cakes, the scent of incense wafts through the air as we pass a purple tent adorned with silver stars. An elderly woman in flowing scarves steps out, her bangles jingling. Ah, young lovers, the cards speak of your future. She gestures to her table. Emily snorts. Hard pass. The spirits are quite insistent. The fortune-teller's eyes twinkle. I see great love, but also secrets that must come to light. My stomach drops. Emily tugs at my sleeve. Come on, Derek. These carnival psychics are all the same. Wait. The woman holds up a weathered hand. You two are meant for something special. The cards show... Let me guess, Emily interrupts. Tall, dark stranger? Marriage? Kids? Sorry, but I've heard this routine before. She pulls me away from the tent. Those fortune tellers prey on desperate romantics. You don't believe in fate at all? I believe in making your own destiny. The Ferris wheel looms ahead, silhouetted against the setting sun. Emily eyes it warily as we climb into a swaying car. Not a fan of heights? Heights are fine. It's being trapped in a tiny box that's concerning. I won't let you fall. The wheel creaks as we ascend, though I should probably mention I'm terrified of heights. She laughs. Seriously? Then why did you suggest this? Because sometimes the scariest things are worth it. The car stops at the top, and I gather my courage. Emily, there's something I need to tell you. The view is incredible. She leans forward, her shoulder pressing against mine. The dying sunlight paints her face in gold, and my confession dies in my throat. Yeah, beautiful. I'm not looking at the horizon. The wheel jerks into motion, breaking the spell. Emily shifts away as we descend, and my chance slips through my fingers like sand. We step off onto solid ground, and Emily smooths her windblown hair. Well, that wasn't terrible. High praise indeed. I clutch her whiskers tighter, wondering if I'll ever find the right moment to tell her the truth. One more surprise, I say, taking Emily's hand. Her fingers are cold against my palm, and I fight the urge to bring them to my lips to warm them. Another one? The fare wasn't enough? Trust me. I lead her down a winding path away from the fairgrounds. The setting sun casts long shadows through the bare trees, and the soft sounds of music from the carnival waft over the evening air. If you're planning to murder me, I should warn you that Harper knows exactly where I am. Damn, there goes that plan. I squeeze her hand as we approach the lake. Watch your step here. The wooden dock creaks beneath our feet. At the end, illuminated by dozens of battery-operated candles, sits a warming stand with cushions and blankets. A picnic basket rests in the center. Emily stops short. When did you have time to set this up? I have my ways. I'd actually paid the fair organizer's son to arrange it while we were at the dart booth, but she doesn't need to know that. This is... She trails off, taking in the setup. The lake stretches before us, mirror smooth. Too much? I was going to say beautiful, actually. She turns to me, expression soft in the candlelight. But if you tell anyone I said that, I'll deny it. Your secret's safe with me. I guide her to sit on one of the cushions, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders, though I might have to tell Sir Whiskers. She laughs, the sound echoing across the water. That stupid cat is sworn to secrecy, too. The warming stand takes the edge off the evening chill as I unpack the basket. Wine, or there's hot chocolate if you prefer. Wine, definitely. I need something to help process all this. Romance. I pour us each a glass, watching as she takes in our surroundings. The tension in her shoulders has eased, and for once she's not trying to maintain her cynical facade. I pull out containers of gourmet sushi, proud of remembering her offhand comment about loving spicy tuna rolls during our cooking class. What do you think? Emily stares at the spread, her mouth slightly open. I think you're trying way too hard to win this bet. Is it working? No comment. She picks up a roll with practiced chopstick skills. Though I have to admit, you've got good taste in food. I aim to please. The first bite of salmon melts on my tongue. And technically, this isn't even Valentine's themed. Except for these. She holds up a heart-shaped piece of pickled ginger, eyebrow raised. That's just how they naturally grow. Liar. But she's smiling as she pops it into her mouth. You caught me. I specially requested heart-shaped garnishes just to annoy you. I knew it. She takes a sip of wine, studying me over the rim of her glass. You know, For someone who claims to be spontaneous, this seems pretty well planned. My heart skips. Does she suspect something? What can I say? You bring out my organizational skills. She picks up another roll. Speaking of skills, where exactly did you learn about fine dining? This isn't exactly casual date fare. I focus on arranging my chopsticks perfectly parallel. Would you believe I watch a lot of cooking shows? With your busy schedule of... what is it you do again? Look, a shooting star. I point at the sky dramatically. She throws a wadded-up napkin at me. That deflection was pathetic, even for you. I'm saving the good ones for later. I catch her hand as she reaches for more sushi. Trust me, some mysteries are better left unsolved. The candlelight flickers across Emily's face as she sets down her wine glass. My heart pounds against my ribs. There's something about the way she's looking at me now, like she's trying to solve a puzzle. What makes you say that? I keep my voice light, casual. This... She gestures at our surroundings, the private dock, the gourmet spread, the carefully arranged blankets and cushions. It's all so... calculated, perfect even. Like you know exactly what you're doing. I lean back on my hands, trying to appear relaxed. Maybe I'm just good at planning dates. No. She shakes her head, her eyes never leaving mine. It's more than that. The helicopter ride, the gala, this... You're not just some random caller who happened to disagree with me on air. Emily, the way people treated you at the gala, how you knew exactly who to talk to. She inches closer, and I catch a whiff of her perfume. You're hiding something. I should tell her. Right now. But the words stick in my throat as she leans in closer. I think you're more dangerous than I gave you credit for.
Chapter 19. Emily. The lake reflects the candlelight, like scattered stars, and I can't help but marvel at the spread before us. Derek's outdone himself with this setup. Plush cushions cradle us, while a thick quilt keeps the evening chill at bay. Empty sushi plates litter the space between us, and chocolate-covered strawberry stems dot the fancy plate they came on. The wine bottle sits half empty, our glasses still holding traces of rich red. I have to hand it to you, I say, picking up my glass. This is impressive. Just impressive? Derek raises an eyebrow, reaching for more wine. After I hand-picked each piece of sushi? The wasabi was a bit weak. You're impossible. He tops off my glass, his fingers brushing mine. I specifically asked for extra wasabi because I knew you'd say that. I take a sip to hide my smile. Well, maybe if you'd gotten it from that place on 5th, the one with the grumpy chef who throws people out for using too much soy sauce. I considered it, but I didn't want our date ending with us banned for life. That only happened once, and he was completely overreacting. Derek laughs, the sound echoing across the water. Something tells me there's a story there. Maybe I'll tell you someday. I lean back on my elbows, looking up at the stars peeking through the clouds. When did you even have time to set all this up? A magician never reveals his secrets. He stretches out beside me, close enough that I can feel his warmth. Though I will say it involved some creative scheduling and possibly bribing someone at the fair. You didn't? I neither confirm nor deny any allegations of teenage bribery. The wine buzzes pleasantly through my system as I turn to face him. You know, for someone trying to prove Valentine's Day isn't terrible, you're doing an awful lot of questionably legal things. I shift to my side, propping myself up on my elbows so I can see him. The moonlight catches his profile, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and casting shadows that make him look like something out of a magazine. His dark hair ruffles in the breeze, and I catch myself studying the way his throat moves when he swallows. The wine must be getting to me because I can't seem to look away from the slight stubble forming along his jawline. See something you like? Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I snap my attention to the water, watching ripples dance across the partially frozen surface, but his fingers find my chin, warm and gentle as they guide my face back to his. You can keep looking, he says, his voice low and teasing. I don't mind. Someone's full of themselves. My voice comes out breathier than intended. Just honest. His thumb brushes my jaw before he drops his hand. Besides, fair's fair. I've been stealing glances at you all night. Have you now? Don't act surprised. You wore that dress on purpose. This old thing? I smooth down the silky blue fabric covering my thigh. Please, I just grabbed the first thing in my closet. Liar. His eyes crinkle at the corners. You spent at least an hour choosing it. 45 minutes, actually. I take another sip of wine. And 2 panic calls to Whitney. My stomach flutters as the silence stretches between us, thick with possibility. The wine must be getting to my head because I hear myself say, if this were a real date, this would be the moment we kissed. The words hang in the air like smoke, and I immediately want to snatch them back. But Derek shifts beside me, his eyes darkening as they lock onto mine. Whoever said it wasn't a real date? That any of these haven't been real? His voice comes out husky, creeping into my chest and settling there like warm honey. My breath catches. The candlelight flickers across his face, casting shadows that make him look dangerous and inviting all at once. I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. His question echoes in my head, making me reevaluate everything I thought I knew about our arrangement. The dock creaks beneath us as he moves closer, and I catch the faint scent of his cologne mixed with the crisp night air. My heart pounds against my ribs, loud enough that I'm sure he can hear it. The lake laps gently at the posts below, marking time in gentle waves as we hover in this moment, balanced on the edge of something that feels bigger than both of us. But the bet, the words tumble from my lips, a weak protest even to my own ears. Emily. Derek's voice wraps around my name like silk. Did you ever consider that maybe this ridiculous bet was just my way of getting to spend time with you? His fingers trace patterns on the quilt between us. That maybe I wanted an excuse to keep asking you out over and over? My breath catches. He's so close now, filling my entire field of vision. The candlelight catches in his eyes, turning them to liquid amber. I can count his eyelashes, see the slight stubble along his jaw, smell the faint trace of his cologne mixed with the alcohol on his breath. I swallow hard. That's quite a roundabout way to ask someone out. Well, you're not exactly the easiest person to approach directly. His thumb brushes my cheek. Besides, would you have said yes if I'd just asked? Probably not. I admit, heat blooming under my skin where he touches me. If I kiss you right now, are you going to hit me? His voice drops lower, rougher. The wine courses through my veins, making me brave, making me honest. Don't tell me you're too scared to find out. His lips curve into a smile before they meet mine. The kiss is gentle at first, questioning, but then his hand slides into my hair, and everything ignites. I taste wasabi and chocolate on his tongue as the kiss deepens, and my fingers curl into his shirt, pulling him closer. His other arm wraps around my waist, and I feel myself melting into him, all my carefully constructed walls crumbling under the heat of his mouth. The dock creaks beneath us as he shifts, and I barely notice the quilt bunching under my back as he presses closer. My heart thunders in my chest, and I can feel his doing the same where we're pressed together. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Derek. I pull Emily closer, and her body fits perfectly against mine. The warmth of her skin seeps through her clothes, making my head spin. Work's been my constant companion for so long that I've forgotten what this feels like. The rush of attraction, the thrill of desire. I can't believe I'm making out with you on a dock, Emily whispers against my lips. This is definitely going in tomorrow's show recap. You mean you'll actually admit to enjoying yourself? My hands slide down her back, settling at her waist. That's a first. She pulls back just enough to fix me with those sharp eyes. Don't get cocky. I still hate Valentine's Day. But you don't hate me. I trail kisses down her neck, savoring her sharp intake of breath. Her fingers tangle in my hair, and I realize how much I've missed this. Not just the physical connection, but the playful banter, the way she keeps me on my toes. The jury's still out on that one, she murmurs, but her actions contradict her words as she presses closer. My fingers trace patterns on her skin beneath her shirt. When was the last time you did this? What? Made out in a tent on a dock? Never. I have standards. But her breath hitches as my hands explore. Not that. When was the last time you just let go? She stiffens slightly in my arms. You're getting dangerously close to therapy territory, Derek. Fair enough. I capture her lips again, and she melts against me. The kiss deepens, and I forget about quarterly reports, business meetings, and the empire I've built. Right now, there's just Emily, the lake, and the stars above us.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 21. Emily? My pen taps against the desk in an erratic rhythm as I stare at the clock. 2 hours until showtime. The stack of papers in front of me might as well be written in ancient Greek for all the attention I'm giving them. You're going to drill a hole through that desk, Harper says, dropping into the chair across from me. I'm fine. The words come out too quick, too sharp. Right. That's why you've been checking your phone every 30 seconds. I slam my phone face down. I have not. Has he texted? Heat crawls up my neck. No, why would he? It's not like... we just what? Harper leans forward, eyes sparkling. Come on, Em. You've been weird all morning. My fingers traced the edge of my coffee cup. We kissed. On the dock. And other things happened. Other things? How many things? I'm not giving you details. The memory of Derek's hands, his mouth sends shivers down my spine. But now I don't know if it was real or just part of this stupid bet. Did it feel real? I close my eyes, remembering how he'd looked at me. How gentle his touch had been. Too real. Ooh, this is good. Then maybe dash. My phone buzzes and I snatch it up so fast I nearly spill my coffee. It's just a spam email. Damn it, I mutter, dropping the phone back on my desk. This is ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. He's probably sitting in his office right now, not thinking about this at all. Or he's just as nervous as you are. Derek? Nervous? I scoff, but my stomach does a little flip at the thought. Mr. Smooth and Charming doesn't do nervous. Harper raises an eyebrow. You sure about that? I sink deeper into my chair, Harper's question about Derek being nervous, still hanging in the air. My fingers drum against the desk as Jace's warning about ratings echoes in my head. The thought of going back on air and tearing Derek apart makes my chest tight. I can't do it, I whisper. Can't do what? Harper leans forward. Jace wants me to start fighting with Derek again. Says the ratings are dropping because we're too... I wave my hand vaguely. Friendly now? And after last night? The memory of Derek's lips on mine sends warmth flooding through me. I don't think I can pretend to hate him anymore. Then don't. Harper shrugs like it's the simplest thing in the world. It's my job, Harper. The whole show is built on me being the anti-Valentine's crusader. Maybe it's time for the show to evolve. People love a good redemption arc. I snort. Yeah, I'm sure Jace would love that. Hey boss, instead of the cynical witch routine that's made us successful, how about I just moon over Derek on air? You're not mooning. I checked my phone 17 times this morning. I dropped my head into my hands. 17, I counted. That's actually really adorable. It's pathetic is what it is. I peeked through my fingers at her. What happened to me? I used to be cool. You're falling for him, Harper says softly, and that's okay. But my job. If Jace can't see that this story, you actually finding love, is better than manufactured drama, then maybe this isn't the right place for you anymore. The thought sends panic shooting through me, but underneath it is something that feels suspiciously like relief. My heart stutters when Derek walks into the studio, his crisp blue button-down making his eyes pop. He flashes that killer smile, but I force myself to look down at my controls. Morning, Emily. His voice carries that same warmth from last night. Harper. Derek, Harper chirps, ready for an exciting show? I adjust my mic, pretending to be absorbed in the settings. Let's just get this over with. 5 seconds, our producer calls. Derek settles into the guest chair, his cologne drifting over. I grip my coffee cup tighter. I can't look at him right now. Good morning, listeners. Harper launches into our intro. We've got Derek back in studio this morning to dish about last night's date. Not much to dish about, I cut in, keeping my voice cool. Just another attempt to force-feed me Valentine's propaganda. Derek shifts forward. Really? That's how you're playing this? Playing what? I'm just stating facts. The fact that you actually smiled last night, or the fact that... We're here to discuss the holiday, I interrupt. Not other things? Fine. His jaw tightens. Then let's talk about why you're so determined to hate Valentine's Day. What are you really afraid of, Emily? The question hits like a punch to the gut. I'm not afraid of anything. No? Then why do you flinch every time someone mentions love? Why do you push away anything that might actually make you happy? Because it's all fake. The words burst out before I can stop them. The flowers die, the chocolates get eaten, and people, I swallow hard. People leave. Silence fills the studio. Even Harper seems frozen. Derek leans closer to his mic. Not everyone leaves, Emily. My heart pounds against my ribs as I force a laugh. Let's talk about you instead, Derek. What makes someone so devoted to a commercialized holiday? I mean, there has to be some psychological damage there, right? Emily? Harper warns. No, it's fine. Derek's voice stays steady, but his fingers tap against the desk. I'd rather hear why you're deflecting. I'm not deflecting. I'm hosting a show. I shuffle my papers, avoiding his intense gaze. And our listeners want to know why you're such a Valentine zealot. Our listeners seem more interested in what happened on that dock last night. The papers crinkle in my grip. That's not relevant to our topic. Everything's relevant when you're trying to prove real love exists. The broadcast wraps up with minimal damage, though the tension crackles between us like static electricity. As I'm packing up my things, Derek's hand touches my shoulder. Hey, what's going on? You're acting strange. The concern in his voice makes my chest ache. I'd open my mouth to tell him about Jace's ultimatum, about the ratings, about how terrified I am of losing everything I've built here. But the words stick in my throat. Nothing's wrong, I say, shrugging off his hand. Just tired. Late night, remember. His eyes search mine, probing deeper than I'm comfortable with, and for a moment I think he's going to push. Instead, he nods slowly, his shoulders dropping slightly. Yeah, I remember. Let me take you to dinner, Derek says, his voice soft enough that only I can hear it over the hum of equipment being packed away. Nothing fancy, just burgers and fries at that place around the corner. You look like you could use a break. The same place where we had our first unofficial date, though neither of us called it that at the time. My heart squeezes at the gentle concern in his eyes, the way his forehead creases just slightly with worry. The Derek from our first meeting would have made some smooth, calculated move, probably involving an expensive restaurant and carefully chosen words. This Derek just wants to make sure I'm okay, and somehow that makes everything harder. I can't. The words taste bitter in my mouth, like old coffee gone cold. I have work stuff to catch up on. Even to my own ears, the excuse sounds flimsy. It can wait an hour. His fingers brush my arm, the touch so light it might as well be a whisper. Come on, Em. Whatever's bothering you. The nickname only makes the knot in my stomach pull tighter. Nothing's bothering me. I step back, creating distance between us. I just need some space, okay? The hurt flashes across his face before he can hide it. That familiar warmth in his eyes dimming like a light being switched off. His hand drops to his side, fingers curling slightly as if trying to hold on to something that's already slipping away. I hate myself for putting that look in his eyes, for being the one to wound someone who's shown me nothing but kindness and consideration. After everything, the coffee dates where he made me laugh despite myself. That unexpected kiss that still makes my heart flutter. The way he made me feel last night. He deserves better than this cold shoulder routine. But Jace's warning echoes in my head like a toxic melody I can't shake loose. My job, my independence, my whole life hangs in the balance. The radio show is all I have left, the one thing that's truly mine. I can't risk it all for whatever this is between Derek and me, no matter how right it feels when we're together. Right. Derek's voice turns carefully neutral, that familiar warmth replaced by something distant and professional that makes my chest ache. Space. Got it. The words fall between us like stones into still water, creating ripples I'm afraid I won't be able to fix. He turns to leave, and every cell in my body screams at me to stop him, to explain about Jace, about the threats, about everything. My throat burns with unspoken words. Instead, I watch him walk away, my nails digging crescents into my palms until the physical pain almost matches the emotional. "I'm sorry," I whisper, but he's already gone. Chapter 22. Emily. I'm stuffing my laptop into my bag when Jace's overpowering cologne announces his presence before he speaks. My shoulders tense as his footsteps stop at my desk. "Our numbers are dropping, Emily." His voice carries that artificial sweetness I've grown to hate, the same tone he uses when he's about to drop something unpleasant. "Your love story isn't cutting it anymore. What do you want me to do? Fake drama?" I zip my bag with more force than necessary, the sound sharp in the quiet office. The audience loves the progress we're making. I get dozens of supportive emails every day. Progress doesn't pay the bills. He perches on the edge of my desk, uninvited, his expensive suit wrinkling slightly as he settles. "Either you start stirring things up again, or I'll find someone who will." The threat in his words is clear as day. Heat rises to my face as I stand, pushing my chair back with a screech against the floor. "You want me to what? Humiliate him on air? Make fun of him? He's been nothing but genuine and kind." My hands ball into fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms. "Genuine?" Jace's laugh cuts through the room like broken glass, dripping with condescension. "Tell me, Emily, what's his last name?" I open my mouth, then close it, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. "What does he do for work?" Jace continues, his smile growing sharper. "Where did he go to school? Hell, where does he live?" The questions hit like punches, each one highlighting how little I actually know about Derek, beyond our dates and conversations. "That's not," I start, but Jace cuts me off. "Your job is entertainment, sweetheart. So is his. And right now, you're boring. Fix it or clean out your desk." He straightens his tie. "You have until tomorrow's show to decide." I stare at Jace, my mouth going dry. I feel sick to my stomach. "What are you talking about?" Derek Blythe. He pulls out his phone, taps the screen a few times, then turns it toward me. "Chief Executive Officer of Love, Forever Incorporated. Ring any bells?" Jace shoves his phone at me, a garish pink and red website filling up the screen. The website shows Derek, my Derek, standing in front of a massive corporate building, wearing a suit that probably costs more than my monthly rent. The headline reads, "Love Forever Incorporated. Reports record profits under CEO Blythe's leadership." "No," I whisper, but my eyes keep scanning. Love Forever Incorporated, the company behind every tacky Valentine's card, every overpriced chocolate box, every stuffed bear holding a heart. Your romantic hero runs the biggest Valentine's Day empire in the country. Jace's voice drips with satisfaction. Their stock has jumped 15% since he started appearing on our show. Quite the coincidence, don't you think? My stomach lurches. The helicopter ride, the gala, the expensive restaurants, all those perfectly planned dates. He's been playing you, Emily, using our show for free publicity while pretending to be some regular guy who just loves Valentine's Day. Jace leans closer. "And you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker." The doc. The kiss. Our time together. His words about the bet being just an excuse to date me. Every memory twists into something ugly, calculated. "I have to go," I manage, grabbing my bag. The walls feel like they're closing in. "Remember what I said about tomorrow's show?" Jace calls after me. "Though I doubt you'll have trouble bringing the drama now." My hands shake as I grip the steering wheel, Jace's words echoing in my head. The drive to the address Derek texted feels surreal. like I'm watching someone else navigate through traffic. Every red light becomes a chance to second-guess myself, to turn around and go home. But I don't. The building towers over me as I pull up, all glass and steel reaching toward the darkening sky. A valet takes my keys with a practiced smile, and a doorman guides me to a private elevator. "Mr. Blythe is expecting you," he says, swiping a key card. Mr. Blythe? Not Derek. The name feels foreign now, heavy with implications I'm not ready to face. The elevator opens directly onto a rooftop garden that steals my breath. Fairy lights twinkle between carefully manicured trees, and soft music drifts through the evening air. Derek stands near the railing, his suit perfectly tailored, his smile warm and familiar. For a moment, I see two versions of him overlapping, the man who held me on the dock and the CEO from Jace's phone screen. "Emily?" He steps forward, reaching for my hand. "You look beautiful." I let him take it, studying his face for signs of deception. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, the same gentle touch that made me melt last night. But now I wonder, was that calculated too? I gesture at our surroundings, quite a step up from the carnival. A sommelier with perfectly manicured nails presents 2 crystal glasses filled with deep red wine. "This is a 1982 Bordeaux," she explains with practiced grace. "Note the hints of blackberry and cedar." Derek's hand rests on my lower back as he guides me closer to the tasting station. The touch that sent shivers through me yesterday now makes my skin crawl. Every gesture feels calculated, every smile a business transaction. "What do you think?" Derek asks, his voice low and intimate. I take a mechanical sip. It's wine. The sommelier's eyebrows lift slightly at my dismissive tone. Derek chuckles, but I catch the concern in his eyes. "Try this one," he suggests, reaching for another glass. "It's from a small vineyard in..." I know what wine tastes like. I step away from his touch, creating a deliberate gap between us. The other guests mill around, their conversations a soft blur of privileged laughter and wine terminology. "Emily," Derek's voice carries a note of confusion. "Is everything okay?" "Perfect." I force a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Just taking in all this. I gesture vaguely at the extravagant rooftop setup, the expensive bottles, the well-heeled crowd, authenticity. He frowns, reaching for my hand. I pull back before he can touch me. "Should we try the whites?" His attempt at normalcy makes my chest ache. "There's an amazing Chablis." "Sure," I cut him off. "Why not? It's all part of the show, right?" "What show?" I don't answer, just follow him to the next station, maintaining a careful distance. Each step feels like walking through quicksand, every smile and nod, draining more energy from me. The wine turns bitter on my tongue as I think about tomorrow's broadcast, about Jace's ultimatum, about the man beside me who might be nothing more than a corporate puppet master. Derek taps his glass with a silver spoon, drawing the attention of nearby guests. My stomach clenches as he turns to face me, his eyes soft with an emotion I'm scared to name. "I'd like to make a toast," he says, his voice carrying across the rooftop garden, "to Emily Hart, who's shown me that sometimes the best things in life come from unexpected challenges." The crystal stem feels fragile in my grip as guests turn to look at us. Their curious smiles make my skin crawl. "When I first called into your show," Derek continues, his voice warm with sincerity that makes my chest ache, "I never imagined where it would lead. Every date, every conversation, every moment with you has been..." He pauses, searching for words, running his thumb along the rim of his glass. "Real. Genuine. More than I could have hoped for." The wine in my glass trembles as my hand shakes. dark red liquid catching the twilight in a way that reminds me of blood. Tomorrow, I'll have to tear this man apart on air, expose him as a fraud, paint him as a manipulative CEO who used me for publicity. Jace's ultimatum echoes in my mind, poisoning what should be a perfect moment. To Emily, he raises his glass, and the fairy lights strung above us catch in his eyes, making them sparkle with an earnestness that twists my gut, who makes me laugh, challenges my perspective, and reminds me daily why I believe in love. The gathered crowd echoes his toast with enthusiasm that feels like daggers to my conscience. To Emily, their voices blend together, a chorus of celebration for what they think is a beautiful romance, not knowing it's about to implode spectacularly. Derek's free hand finds mine, squeezing gently. Bile rises in my throat. His touch burns now, heavy with the weight of tomorrow's betrayal. I force myself to smile, to raise my glass in return, but the wine tastes like ash on my tongue. The worst part? Looking into his earnest eyes. I can't tell if he's being sincere or if this is just another calculated performance for his Valentine's empire. And I'm not sure which would hurt more.
Chapter 23. Derek. I watch Emily run her fingers along the spines of old books, her touch gentle and reverent. The indie bookstore I picked has that perfect musty paper smell, creaky wooden floors, and shelves reaching toward a tin-pressed ceiling. She pauses at a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice, and I can't help but smile. Let me guess, you're Team Darcy? Please, she scoffs, but her lips twitch. Like you've read it. In vain I have struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. I quote, stepping closer. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you. Her eyes widen slightly. Impressive, though that's probably the only line you know. Try me. My shoulder brushes hers as I reach past to grab another book. She tenses at the contact, shifting away. Something's off. Ever since that night on the dock, she's been distant. The wall I'd worked so hard to break down is back up, reinforced with steel and concrete. Emily! I keep my voice soft. Talk to me, what's going on? Nothing's going on. She moves to another aisle, but I follow. Really? Because you've barely looked at me all morning. If you regret what happened, I don't. She cuts me off sharply, then sighs. I don't regret it, I need space to think. About what? Everything. Her fingers trace another book spine, this one a collection of love poems. The irony isn't lost on me. This whole situation is complicated. It doesn't have to be. I step closer again, and this time she doesn't move away. I like you, Emily, a lot. The bet, the dates, they started as something else, but now? Now what? Now I just want to be with you. Simple as that. Horror section's that way. I point as Emily drifts toward the mystery shelves. Though I pegged you more as a true crime fan. Wrong on both counts. She pulls out a well-worn paperback. Science fiction. Nothing better than escaping reality completely. Really? The cynic loves space operas? The cynic appreciates good world building. She replaces the book, fingers trailing along the shelf. What's your poison? Historical fiction? At a raised eyebrow, I shrug. What? I like seeing how people lived before smartphones ruled our lives. Says the man who checks his every 5 minutes. That's work. The lie tastes bitter. Besides, I bet you'd love some of these. Here. I grab a novel. This one's about a radio host in the 1940s. Subtle. But she takes it, flipping through the pages. Her eyes light up at something in the children's section. Oh my God, The Secret Garden. I used to read this constantly as a kid. I watch her cradle the book, lost in memory. Let me get it for you. Derek, no. Come on, consider a research into what made Emily Hart tick before she became a Valentine's Day villain. She rolls her eyes but doesn't stop me from taking the book to the register. At the cafe next door, though, her walls go back up. Even my best jokes only earn half smiles. The coffee here isn't that bad, I try. It's fine. She stares into her cup. Emily, thanks for the book. This whole day today, it's been really lovely. She phrases that like she's spending time with her great-grandmother. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows through the bookstore's windows as I watch Emily's face. Something's definitely wrong. Her usual spark is dimmed, replaced by a guarded expression I haven't seen since our first dates. Hey. I touch her elbow gently. What's going on in that head of yours? Nothing. She pulls away from my touch, busying herself with reorganizing her purse. Just thinking about the show later. Emily. What? You've barely said 2 words since we sat down. If I've done something... Not everything's about you, Derek. Her voice carries an edge I don't understand. Sometimes people just don't feel like talking. The drive to the station stretches into uncomfortable silence. I try filling it with observations about the books we bought, comments about the weather, even a terrible pun about Valentine's Day that would normally earn me at least an eye roll. Instead, she stares out the window, responding in monosyllables. Remember that listener who suggested we should go skydiving? I attempt as we near the station. Maybe we should take them up on that, though I'd probably scream the whole way down. Or we could play it safe and stick to mini-golf. I hear there's this great course shaped like... Derek. She cuts me off, her voice tight. Can we just... not? Please? My hands tighten on the steering wheel. Sure, whatever you want. The rest of the drive passes in silence, each passing minute feeling heavier than the last. I sit in the booth across from Emily, watching her through the glass as she adjusts her microphone. Her co-host Harper gives me a sympathetic look. She must sense the tension too. So, another romantic Derek date, Harper prompts. The bookstore, right? Tell us about it. Emily's fingers tap against her coffee cup. It was fine. We browsed books, got coffee. Just fine, Harper presses. No witty banter, no heated debates about literature. We discussed different genres. Emily's voice stays carefully neutral. Derek's into historical fiction, apparently. And Derek bought you a childhood favorite, Harper adds, trying to draw her out. The Secret Garden. Right. She takes a sip of coffee. That was nice of you. A caller chimes in. Emily, you sound different today. Usually you're all fired up about these dates. Is everything okay? Everything's great. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Just tired. Long week. But the chemistry between you two, the caller starts. Let's talk about something else. Emily cuts them off. Anyone have thoughts on the new coffee shop downtown? I lean back in my chair, studying her profile as she deflects question after question. Where's the woman who challenged my every word? Who made me laugh with her sharp observations? This Emily feels like a stranger, and I don't know how to reach her. The rest of the segment passes in a blur of surface-level chat and carefully avoided topics. Not once does she meet my eyes. I watch the chat window on the studio's monitor fill with messages while Emily deflects another caller. My throat tightens as I read them. OMG, she's totally falling for him. Emily's acting weird because she has feelings. Anyone else notice she can't even look at him? Classic defense mechanism. Harper leans into her mic. We've got Jessica from downtown. What's your take? Emily's obviously in love with Derek. Listen to how she's trying to change the subject every time someone brings up their dates. Classic signs. Emily's knuckles whiten around her coffee cup. I appreciate the amateur psychology, but... And Derek, Jessica continues. He quotes Pride and Prejudice? Come on, they're perfect together. Thanks for calling, Emily cuts in sharply. Her face flushes red as she glances at the chat screen. More messages flood in. Team Derek and Emily forever. She's fighting it so hard. The sexual tension is killing me. Harper, bless her, tries to redirect. Let's talk about that new coffee shop. Actually, another caller interrupts. I have a theory about why Emily's acting distant. She's scared because it's working. Derek's making her believe in love again. Emily's jaw clenches. I want to reach across the booth and take her hand. Tell her we can end this right now. But the glass barrier between us feels like miles. You guys are reading way too much into this, Emily says, her voice tight. It's just a silly bet. The chat explodes. She's lying. Protect them at all costs. Emily plus Derek equals sign true love. I've never felt more helpless watching someone I care about struggle. What happened between yesterday and today to change everything? I watch Emily fidget with her headphones as the show wraps up, her eyes never quite meeting mine. The tension in her shoulders, the way she keeps swallowing hard. Something's eating at her. When Harper signs off, Emily practically rips off her headset and bolts from the booth. Emily, wait! I catch up to her in the hallway. Talk to me, please! I can't right now. She clutches her bag like a shield. I have things to think about. Let me help. I reach for her hand, but she pulls away. Whatever it is. You can't help. Her voice cracks. This is something I need to figure out on my own. Is it about us? About what happened at the lake? She lets out a shaky breath. No. Yes. I don't know. Emily, I need to go. She backs away, her eyes finally meeting mine. The conflict I see there makes my chest tight. I'm sorry, Derek. I need time. I watch her disappear around the corner, fighting the urge to follow. Something's changed since yesterday, since that perfect moment under the stars. Now she looks at me like I'm both the answer and the problem, and I don't understand why. The empty hallway offers no answers, just the echo of her retreating footsteps and the weight of words left unsaid.
Chapter 24. Emily. The phone feels heavy in my hand as I pace my apartment, bare feet padding across the hardwood floor. Jace wants to do this big Valentine's Day special, like really big. That could be fun, Derek says, his voice warm through the speaker. What's the concept? My stomach twists. He wants to do a live broadcast with an audience. I pause at my window, watching a couple walk their dog below. It'll be the day before Valentine's Day. Perfect timing for our bet, Derek teases. Getting nervous? No, The words catch in my throat. How do I tell him that Jace is pressuring me to destroy him publicly? That I know who he really is? It's just a lot of pressure. Hey, you're amazing at what you do. The audience loves you. They love us, I correct before I can stop myself. They love the dynamic. Emily, his voice softens. What's really bothering you? You've been different since that night on the dock, since everything changed, since I found out the truth. Nothing. I lie, wrapping my free arm around my middle. I just hate these big productions. Jace always turns them into a circus. Want me to come over? We could brainstorm some ideas. God, yes. But also no. Definitely no. I should probably work on this alone. Professional distance and all that. Not taking no for an answer. Be ready in an hour. I'm picking you up. Derek, The line goes dead before I have a chance to protest. Derek's car pulls up outside my apartment, and my heart does that annoying flutter thing it's been doing lately. He steps out wearing a navy button-down that makes his shoulders look unfairly good. Ready for round 2 of culinary disasters? He opens the passenger door with a flourish. What? That's where you're taking me again? Sure is, baby. You need a shot at redemption. I smile despite my best efforts to play it cool. As long as you promise not to set anything on fire this time. That was clearly the garlic's fault. The cooking school looks exactly the same as our last visit. Chef Maria spots us the moment we walk in and claps her hands together. My favorite couple returns. I knew you two would be back. We're not, I start, but Derek cuts me off. Couldn't stay away from your excellent instruction, Chef. He winks at her and she practically melts. And look at you two, still together. I told everyone you had that special spark. She busies herself setting up our station. Maybe next time you'll be here for wedding cake lessons, no? My cheeks burn, but Derek just laughs. One step at a time. We're still working on mastering basic knife skills. Speak for yourself, I mutter, reaching for an apron. Derek steps behind me, his breath warm on my neck as he helps tie it. You nearly took off a finger last time, he whispers. I did not. That cucumber was slippery. Chef Maria demonstrates the proper technique for rolling pasta dough, and Derek immediately makes a mess of the flour. It clouds up between us, coating his dark hair with white powder. You look like a distinguished silver fox now, I tease, reaching up to brush some flour from his temple. His eyes catch mine, and for a moment, I forget why I'm supposed to be keeping my distance. Distinguished, huh? He smirks. I'll take that as a compliment. Don't let it go to your head. You still can't roll pasta to save your life. The pasta might be a disaster, but watching Derek attempt to salvage our mangled creation brings an unexpected warmth to my chest. He's got flour everywhere, his hair, his nose, even a smudge on his ear that he hasn't noticed. It's endearing in a way I wish it wasn't. I think we've created a new form of modern art, Derek says, holding up our misshapen pasta sheet. More like modern warfare. That thing could be classified as a weapon. His laugh echoes through the kitchen, drawing glances from other couples. At least we're consistent in our culinary incompetence. Speak for yourself. My side is clearly superior. Your side has a hole in it. For ventilation purposes. After class, we walk through the quiet streets. The evening air carries a hint of spring, and streetlights cast long shadows across the sidewalk. Derek's shoulder occasionally brushes mine, sending little sparks through my body that I try desperately to ignore. So what made you want to be a radio host? He asks. I love connecting with people through words. There's something powerful about voices in the dark, you know? When someone's driving alone at night and they tune in, it's like being part of their story for a moment. That's beautiful. His voice softens. You're really something special, Emily. The way you think, how you're not afraid to challenge everything, even me. Especially me. My throat tightens. Derek? No, let me finish. You're this force of nature, completely yourself without apology. It's rare to meet someone so genuinely independent, so brilliantly sharp-witted. He stops walking, turning to face me. You make me want to be better, to prove myself worthy of your attention. Tears prick at my eyes, and I blink them back furiously. If he only knew the truth about what Jace wants me to do, about what I know. His sincerity makes everything so much worse. My fingers hover over my phone screen as I sit in the empty studio, the red, on-air light still dark. 10 minutes until showtime, and my stomach's in knots. Me. Hey, Whit, you there? Whitney. For you, always. Spill. Me. I need advice about Derek. Whitney. OMG. Finally, what's wrong? I bite my lip, deleting and retyping my response 3 times. Me. Jace wants me to expose Derek on air. Says he's the CEO of some Valentine's Day empire. Whitney. And me. And I think it's true. But, Whitney, but you're falling for him? The words make my chest tight. I glance at the studio clock. 7 minutes left. Me. It's complicated. My job's on the line. Whitney. Honey, when has anything worth having ever been simple? Me. This isn't some rom-com wit. Real life doesn't work that way. Whitney. No. But real feelings do. Stop overthinking and listen to your heart for once. You know what to do. I stare at her last message as Harper walks in, shuffling papers and getting ready for the show. Whitney's right. I do know what to do. I just wish knowing made it easier. Whitney. Besides, any man who can make you laugh about Valentine's Day deserves a chance. Just saying. A smile tugs at my lips despite everything. Trust Whitney to cut through my BS with a single text. The red on-air light glows as I adjust my headphones, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. Derek's voice comes through clear and warm in my ears, but I can barely focus on his words. So the cooking class was interesting, he prompts. Want to tell our listeners about your battle with the pasta dough? I force a laugh that sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Oh, same old disaster. Some people just weren't meant to be culinary experts. Harper jumps in, clearly sensing my lackluster response. Come on, Em. You too looked adorable covered in flour. I saw the pictures Chef Maria posted on social media. Right. I fidget with my coffee cup. Super adorable. Dead air stretches for a moment too long before Derek clears his throat. Well, I thought we had fun. Even if our pasta looked more like abstract art than dinner. I tap my pen against the desk, avoiding Harper's concerned glance. Emily? Derek's voice carries a note of confusion. You okay? Fine, just tired. I shuffle my papers. Let's take some calls. Line 1, you're on with Heart to Heart. The caller's enthusiasm is palpable. Oh my God, I love you guys. Emily, Derek's so sweet. Are you excited for Valentine's Day yet? Still not a fan, I reply flatly. Some holiday traditions are better left in elementary school, don't you think? But Derek's been showing you. Thanks for calling. I cut them off, catching Harper's wide-eyed stare. We need to break for commercials. As soon as we're off air, Harper leans over. What's going on with you? The chemistry between you two is what makes this segment work. I pull off my headphones, guilt churning in my gut. Nothing. Everything's fine. The ratings report blurs before my eyes as I stare at the declining numbers. My coffee's gone cold, forgotten on the corner of my desk as I flip through page after dismal page. A shadow falls across my desk, and I don't need to look up to know it's Jace. His overpowering cologne announces his presence before he even speaks. Those numbers are abysmal. He taps the report with one manicured finger. Your little romance isn't cutting it anymore, Emily. The audience loves Derek. My voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. They love the conflict, the tension. Now, he makes a dismissive gesture. It's just another boring love story. What exactly do you want from me? I want you to remember who signs your paychecks. Jace leans against my desk, his perfectly pressed suit crinkling slightly. The pre-Valentine's Day special needs to be explosive. No more playing nice with Derek Blythe. My stomach drops at his use of Derek's full name. I won't humiliate him. Then pack up your desk. He straightens, adjusting his tie. Your choice? Expose the truth about your Valentine's Day Romeo and his empire of commercialized love, or find another job. His lips curl into a cold smile. Though I doubt anyone will hire a radio host who can't maintain ratings. As his footsteps fade down the hallway, I stare at my phone. Derek's last text glows on the screen, a simple heart emoji sent this morning. My thumb hovers over our conversation, and reality crashes down around me. There's no way out of this. No matter what I choose, someone gets hurt. And with less than a week until the special, time's running out to decide who that someone will be.
Chapter 25. Derek. The leather of my office chair creaks as I lean back, staring at the phone on my desk. Emily's voice from our last radio segment still echoes in my mind. Distant, guarded, nothing like the woman who kissed me under the stars. Sir? My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. The marketing team is waiting. Tell them I need 5 minutes. I loosen my tie and replay our last conversation. The playful spark in her voice had dimmed, replaced by something cold and mechanical. Even when I tried joking about our cooking disaster, the way she'd splattered sauce all over my favorite shirt, she barely cracked a smile. What happened to us? I mutter, running my fingers through my hair. My phone buzzes. A text from Emily. Can't make it tonight. Something came up at the station. 3rd cancellation this week. The pit in my stomach grows deeper. I type and delete several responses before settling on. Everything okay? Her reply comes quickly. Fine, just busy. Nonsense. I tap my fingers against my desk, debating my next move. The Emily I know would have added some sarcastic quip about Valentine's Day merchandise already flooding the stores. This Emily, she's building walls and I can't figure out why. Maybe I should tell her the truth about who I am. But every time I consider it, I remember how she rails against commercialization of love. How would she react knowing I'm basically the king of Valentine's Day profit? My phone buzzes again. It's Jace from the station, probably calling about the pre-Valentine's Day special. I let it go to voicemail. Whatever's going on with Emily, I need to fix it before I lose her completely. I pick up my phone, praying she'll answer. Hi, what's up? Her voice is cool, controlled. I just want to see if you're free tonight around 8. I have something special to show you. A long pause makes my heart race. I swallow, knowing I have to see her again. Emily, please, just one more date. Derek, I don't think... Remember that Italian place you mentioned? The one your parents used to take you to? My fingers drum against the window overlooking the city. What if I told you I found something even better? A pause. Better how? Let me show you. Tonight. I hold my breath, waiting. Fine, but this isn't... I know. Not a real date. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. 8 o'clock? The rooftop transforms as sunset approaches. String lights twinkle overhead, and candles flicker in hurricane glasses. The private chef puts finishing touches on his station while I adjust the placement of Emily's chair for the 10th time. The elevator dings. Emily steps out, wearing a simple black dress that steals my breath. Her eyes widen as she takes in the setup. Derek, this is... She trails off, wrapping her arms around herself. Too much? I guide her to the table. I just wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere we could talk. The chef serves our first course. Emily picks at her food, her usual sharp wit dulled to occasional nods and half smiles. You know what I love about us? I break the silence. How real everything feels. No games, no hidden agendas. She chokes on her wine. Hey, you okay? Fine. She dabs her mouth. You were saying something about honesty? Yeah. I lean forward. My parents always said relationships built on lies never last. That's why The words catch. Should I tell her now about who I really am? Emily's fork scrapes against her plate, the sound sharp against the quiet night air. Her shoulders tense as she pushes the perfectly cooked risotto around. Something's wrong. The woman who challenged me on air, who laughed with me on the dock, seems trapped inside herself. You've barely touched your food. I reach across the table, my fingers brushing her wrist. She flinches. Emily? It's nothing. Her laugh sounds hollow. Just work stuff. Jace is... She trails off, stabbing a mushroom. You know how bosses can be. Want to talk about it? God, no. She straightens, plastering on a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. This is too nice to waste on work drama. Tell me more about the chef. Did you have to sell a kidney to afford him? I recognize the deflection, but play along. 2 kidneys, actually. I'm running purely on spit and coffee now. Her laugh this time is genuine, but brief. She takes a sip of wine, her hand trembling slightly. Look at this view, she says, gesturing at the cityscape. We should focus on that, and this amazing food, and... Her voice cracks. She clears her throat. And just enjoying the evening. The facade is paper thin. I see the strain around her eyes, the way her fingers keep fidgeting with her napkin. But pushing her now might make her bolt. Instead, I nod and signal the chef for the next course. Well, then you're going to love what's coming next. Though I should warn you, if you think this is extravagant, wait until you see dessert. Can't wait. Her cold smile doesn't reach her eyes. I turn up the volume on my office radio, frowning as Emily's usual sharp wit falls flat. Her voice lacks the spark that first drew me in. So, Emily, Harper chirps, our listeners are dying to know about last night's rooftop date. The photos on social media look incredible. It was fine. Emily's response is clipped. The food was good. Just good, Harper presses. Come on, give us something. Our chat is blowing up with questions. What do you want me to say? The edge in Emily's voice makes me sit up straighter. We ate dinner. We talked. That's it. That's not the Emily Hart way of storytelling. Harper's laugh sounds forced. Where's the sarcastic commentary? The witty observations about Valentine's Day commercialism? Maybe I'm tired of making everything into a joke. My pen taps against the desk as I listen. Something's off. The Emily I know would have had a field day mocking the extravagance of last night's setup, but this Emily sounds defeated. Our listeners want to know if the bet's still on, Harper tries again. Valentine's Day is just around the corner. The bet's still on. Emily's voice hardens. Can we move on to today's topics? But moving on, Harper. I lean forward in my chair, turning up the volume as Emily's voice crackles through my office speakers. So, dish about that meeting with Jace yesterday, Harper says. You stormed out looking ready to commit murder. It was nothing. Emily's laugh sounds forced. Just the usual ratings talk. Really? Because you looked... Harper. Emily's tone carries a warning. Fine. But our listeners want to know what's going on. You've been different lately. Different how? Well, for starters, you haven't made a single joke about Valentine's Day merchandise this morning. Usually, you'd be tearing apart those giant teddy bears in the mall window. Maybe I'm evolving. Emily's voice stays light, but I catch the strain underneath. Or maybe something's bothering you. Harper pauses. Does it have anything to do with what Jace said after... We should take some calls? Emily cuts her off. Line 1, you're on the air. I grab my phone, thumbing through recent texts from Emily. Each one shorter than the last. Something's wrong, and it has Jace's fingerprints all over it. That snake would do anything for ratings, even if it meant destroying his best host. The question is, what's he holding over her head? My finger hovers over Emily's number. One call could clear this up, but the way she's been avoiding me lately... Through the speakers, Emily forces another laugh at a caller's joke. It sounds nothing like the genuine ones I've earned from her. Something's breaking her spirit, and I have a feeling I know who's responsible. I switch off the radio, running a hand through my hair. The marketing report on my desk needs attention, but all I can think about is Emily's tone. It wasn't just her usual cynicism. Something's eating at her. My phone buzzes with a text from my assistant about the upcoming Valentine's campaign meeting, but my mind keeps circling back to Emily. Should I call her? No. Pushing her now might make things worse. Whatever's going on, she needs space to work through it. Still, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something crucial. I shut my laptop and lean back in my chair, Emily's strained voice from this morning's show still echoing in my head. The contrast between the woman who laughed with me under the stars and this hollow version of her makes my chest ache. Something happened after our night at the dock. The warmth in her eyes dimmed, replaced by a guarded coldness I can't penetrate. At first, I thought it was just nerves about us getting closer, but this feels different. Calculated. My fingers drum against the mahogany desk as I replay our recent interactions. The canceled dates, the clipped texts, the way she flinched when I touched her at dinner. None of it adds up, unless someone's forcing her hand. But Emily's withdrawal feels bigger than just my deception. The way Harper tried to bring up that meeting with Jace, and how quickly Emily shut it down. There's more to this story. My phone lights up with another marketing report, but I can't focus on profit margins when Emily's forced laugh keeps playing in my mind. I need to figure out what Jace is up to before I lose her completely. The Emily I know, the one who challenges every romantic cliché with razor-sharp wit, who secretly melts at genuine gestures of affection. She's worth fighting for. And whatever game Jace is playing, he's about to learn he picked the wrong opponent. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 26. Emily. The radio booth feels smaller than usual this morning, like the walls are closing in. My stomach churns as I stare at the blinking phone lines, each one representing a listener eager to hear about my Valentine's journey with Derek. 5 minutes, Harper chirps, sliding into her chair. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over Derek's contact. One call could end this. I could quit, walk away, preserve whatever we have. But then what? Back to local access? Weather reports in Wyoming? You okay? Harper's voice cuts through my spiral. You look like you're about to throw up. I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter. Jace appears in the doorway, arms crossed. Ready for the biggest show of your career? My fingers clench around my phone. What if I say no? Then pack up your desk. He shrugs. Your choice, Emily. But remember, he's been playing you this whole time, using you to boost his Valentine's sales. The memory of time with Derek on the dock floods back, along with every gentle touch and genuine laugh we've shared. It couldn't all be fake, could it? 30 seconds. The producer's voice crackles through my headphones. Last chance, Jace says, tapping his watch. I slip on my headphones, bile rising in my throat as the on-air light blinks red. Good morning, listeners. Today's the day you've all been waiting for. Our pre-Valentine special with everyone's favorite romance skeptic and her persistent Valentine warrior. Derek will be joining us shortly, but first, my voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. The words feel like betrayal before they've even left my mouth. Through the studio window, I spot Derek walking down the hallway. My heart skips as he flashes that genuine smile, the one that makes his eyes crinkle at the corners. He's wearing a navy suit today, and I notice his tie matches the color of my dress from our rooftop date. Jace's hand clamps down on my shoulder. "Remember what's at stake here," he whispers, his breath hot against my ear. "Your career or his ego? Simple choice." Derek settles into the guest chair across from me, adjusting his headphones. "Morning, beautiful. Ready to admit I've won you over yet?" "We're live in 3, 2. The producer counts down. "Welcome back, listeners." Harper's voice carries its usual cheer. "We have Derek in studio for our special pre-Valentine's Day broadcast." My throat tightens as I watch Derek lean toward his microphone. "Great to be here. Emily and I have quite the journey to share." "Speaking of journeys," I start, my voice wavering. "Our listeners have been curious about something." Jace nods encouragingly from behind the glass. "They've been wondering." I trail off, meeting Derek's warm gaze. His expression is open, trusting. The memory of his lips against my skin on the dock floods back, along with every genuine moment we've shared. "Emily?" Harper prompts. "They've been wondering about your background," I manage. "Your work." Derek's smile falters slightly. "What about it?" Jace's glare burns into the side of my face. My career hangs by a thread, but as I look at Derek, all I can think about is how real everything has felt. The laughter, the connections, the quiet moments. Derek leans into his microphone, that charming smile still playing on his lips. "Never you mind about that. Your listeners didn't come for a run-through of my resume. Come on, Emily. You can't seriously still hate Valentine's Day after all our dates." My stomach twists as I catch Jace's threatening glare through the glass. The words tumble out before I can stop them. "Maybe I'd feel different if I'd known I was dating the CEO of Love Forever, Inc." The smile vanishes from Derek's face. His shoulders stiffen, and the playful light in his eyes dims. "That's right, listeners." My voice shakes. Our Valentine's warrior is none other than Derek Blythe, the billionaire behind the biggest Valentine's Day merchandise company in the country. Harper's sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. Derek's knuckles whiten as he grips the edge of the desk, his jaw clenched tight. "Is that what this was about?" His voice is low, controlled. "Getting close to the cynical radio host for some holiday publicity?" "Shouldn't I be asking you that question?" The words taste like acid. "Using our dates to boost your Valentine's sales?" The hurt in his eyes makes me want to take it all back. But there's no undoing what's been said, no way to stuff the truth back into its box. Derek shifts in his chair, deliberately. The studio's silence weighs heavy as lead. Through the glass, Jace gives me a thumbs up, but all I can focus on is the way Derek won't meet my eyes anymore. "Well," he says finally, his voice barely above a whisper, "I guess you got your ratings spike. You're welcome." The phone lines explode with activity, every light blinking frantically. My producer's hands fly across the board as messages flood our social media feeds. Through my headphones, I hear the first caller connect. "How could you ambush him like that?" A woman's voice trembles with anger. "After everything he's done for you?" Another line clicks in. Wait, the Derek Blythe? The one who donated millions to children's hospitals last year? My throat constricts as I watch Derek's face. His jaw tightens, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. The warmth I'd grown so fond of has vanished from his eyes. replaced by something cold and distant. The silence between us stretches, heavy with unspoken words. That's right. I continue, my voice steadier than I feel. The same Derek Blythe whose company, Love Forever Inc., made over $3 billion last year in Valentine's merchandise alone. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Quite convenient timing, wouldn't you say? Building up publicity right before your biggest sales season? Harper shifts uncomfortably beside me. Emily, maybe we should... No. Derek's voice cuts through the chaos, quiet but sharp. Let her finish. I force myself to meet his gaze, trying to ignore the hurt etched across his features. Our listeners deserve to know the truth, that all of this, the dates, the bet, everything, it was just a clever marketing strategy. Wasn't it? Forget all the manipulation and playing with feelings that happened here. The messages keep pouring in. Some defending Derek, others expressing their shock and disappointment. Through the studio glass, Jace gives me an approving nod, but it brings no satisfaction. Only a hollow ache in my chest that grows with each passing second of Derek's silence. Derek's chair scrapes against the floor as he stands, his shoulders rigid. You had absolutely no right to do that. His voice trembles with barely contained anger. None. I had every right. The words burst from my chest, hot and sharp. You've been lying to me this whole time. Everything. The dates, the conversations, I swallow hard, remembering the doc, the way that the world melted around us. It was all just market research, wasn't it? Testing your Valentine strategies on the cynical radio host? Is that what you think? His hands gripped the edge of the desk, knuckles white. That everything between us was fake? What else am I supposed to think? My voice cracks. The CEO of Love Forever Inc. just happens to call into my show, spends weeks trying to convince me to love Valentine's Day. It's a little convenient, don't you think? Convenient? His laugh is hollow. You want to talk about convenience? How about ambushing someone live on air? That's really professional, Emily. At least I'm being honest now. The words taste bitter, which is more than I can say for you. Were you ever going to tell me who you really were? Or was I just another marketing campaign to you? You're unbelievable. Derek shakes his head, anger flashing across his features. You really think that's all this was? That I'd spend weeks getting to know you, sharing personal stories about my parents, just to sell some cards? Well, what else could it be? I snap, ignoring the ache in my chest. The great Derek Blythe. Actually falling for someone like me? Please. Derek's face hardens, his jaw clenching as he yanks off his headphones. You want to talk about using people? That's rich coming from you right now. His voice cuts through the studio like ice. Isn't that exactly what you're doing with me? What you're doing this for? The shock factor? My mouth opens, but no words come out. The fury in his eyes pins me to my chair. Take a look in the mirror, Em. He spits out my nickname like it burns his tongue. The same nickname he whispered against my skin that night on the dock. Screw this. Without another word, he strides toward the door, each step echoing in the suffocating silence of the studio. The door slams behind him with enough force to rattle the soundproofing panels. Through the glass, I watch him disappear down the hallway, his shoulders rigid, hands balled into fists at his sides. The on-air light blinks mockingly at me as dead air fills the frequency. My throat burns with words I can't take back, and somewhere in my chest, something breaks.
Chapter 27, Derek. The buzz of my phone won't stop. Another notification, another email, another message from PR wanting to know how to handle this chaos. I slam it face down on my desk and lean back in my chair, running both hands through my hair. Sir? My assistant Sarah peeks her head in. The board wants an emergency meeting. Tell them to shove it. I can't exactly say that. Fine. Schedule it for tomorrow. I wave her away, but she lingers in the doorway. The hashtag #BlytheLies is trending. Marketing suggests we get ahead of... I don't care about marketing right now. My voice comes out sharper than intended, making Sarah flinch. Sorry, just give me an hour, please. Once she's gone, I pull up Emily's show page. Comments flood the feed, some defending me, others calling me a manipulative bastard. The worst part? Emily's words keep echoing in my head, using her for personal gain, as if every moment we shared meant nothing. My phone buzzes again. This time it's my CFO. Robert. What? Stock's down 12%, he says without preamble. We need damage control. It's not about the stock. I grip the phone tighter. You know what? Handle it yourself. You're so concerned about numbers. Figure it out. I hang up before he can respond. The silence in my office feels suffocating. On my desk sits the stupid stuffed cat Emily won me at the fair. I should throw it away, but I can't bring myself to move it. Damn it, Em, I mutter, staring at the toy. Why couldn't you just trust me? My computer pings with another urgent email. I ignore it, too busy remembering how she looked at me in that studio, like I was everything she feared I'd turn out to be. Sarah hovers in my doorway again, her face pinched with concern. Derek, I brought you some coffee. What's the latest damage report? I keep my eyes fixed on my computer screen, not wanting her sympathy. Social media's split. Half think you're the devil, half think you're misunderstood. She sets the coffee down. The PR team drafted a statement. Send it to legal first. The words taste bitter in my mouth, just like everything else today. I also canceled your dinner with the board tonight. Thanks. I pause, finally looking up at her. Sarah, did you listen to the show? I did. She fidgets with her tablet. For what it's worth, I think she was wrong to ambush you like that. Yeah? I lean back, running a hand over my face. You know what kills me? I was going to tell her everything. Had it all planned out for Valentine's Day. Romantic dinner, full disclosure, the works. Maybe if you explained a little earlier. There's nothing to explain. She made up her mind about me without even asking. My coffee sits untouched, growing cold. What's our stock at now? Down 15% since opening. Fantastic. I grab my phone, scrolling through missed calls. Tell PR to focus on damage control for the company, not my personal life. I don't want any statements about Emily or the show. Are you sure that's wise? No. I pick up the stuffed cat from my desk, turning it over in my hands. But it's what she wanted, right? The ruthless CEO who only cares about profit? Sarah lingers for a moment longer before nodding and stepping out. As soon as she's gone, I drop the professional facade and slump forward, pressing my forehead against my desk. The cat falls from my grip, landing face down next to my keyboard. The marketing report blurs before my eyes, numbers swimming together in an incomprehensible mess. I blink hard and take another sip of cold coffee, my third cup since morning. These projections don't make sense, I mutter, scribbling notes in the margin. Sarah! She appears in my doorway, tablet ready. Yes? Get me the Q4 numbers from last year, and tell Robert his forecast looks like it was written by a drunk monkey. He's been trying to reach you all afternoon. Email only. I tap my pen against the desk, and hold all my calls unless it's legal or the board. What about the radio station? They've called 3 times. Especially not them. The pen snaps in my grip, ink bleeding across my notes. I'll get you another pen. Sarah hesitates. And some fresh coffee. Just the numbers. Alone again, I pull up our sales data. Valentine's products are down across the board. Cards, chocolates, even our new jewelry line. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent years building this company around a holiday I genuinely love, and now my email pings with the Q4 report. The figures mock me. Last year's success a stark contrast to our current freefall. I should care more about the losses, but all I can think about is Emily's face when she called me out. The hurt in her eyes, like I'd personally betrayed her. Focus, I tell myself, forcing my attention back to the spreadsheet. But even the familiar routine of analysis can't drown out her voice in my head, asking if any of it was real. It was. All of it. Every smile, every touch, every moment we shared. But she'll never believe that now. The camera flashes hit my face as I step up to the podium. My navy suit feels too tight around my neck, despite Sarah assuring me I look perfectly put together. The room buzzes with whispers and clicking shutters. Thank you all for coming. My voice carries through the speakers, steady despite my racing heart. I'm here to address the recent speculation about my company's involvement with the radio show, Heart to Heart. A reporter's hand shoots up. Mr. Blythe, was this a planned marketing strategy? No. The word comes out sharper than intended. I take a breath, adjusting my tie. My calling into the show was spontaneous. I heard Miss Hart's Valentine's Day segment and felt compelled to respond. But your company profits directly from Valentine's Day sales, another journalist calls out. Yes, we do, and I've never hidden that fact. I lean forward slightly. What many don't know is why I chose this industry. My parents met on Valentine's Day. Every year they celebrated not just their love, but the holiday itself. When they passed, I wanted to help others create those same meaningful connections. The room quiets. A camera zooms in on my face. I didn't reveal my identity to Miss Hart immediately because I wanted her to know me as a person first, not as a CEO. That was my mistake. Waiting too long, to be honest. But every moment we shared, every conversation we had was genuine. My mother, I continue, gripping the podium edges, was working at a small flower shop. Dad came in, completely flustered, having forgotten to order roses for his secretary. A thank you gift for covering his meetings that week. The shop was sold out, Valentine's Day and all. The cameras keep flashing, but I barely notice them now. These memories feel as fresh as yesterday. Mom offered him a mixed bouquet instead. Dad said she spent 20 minutes explaining the meaning behind each flower, and he just stood there, mesmerized. Not by the flowers, but by her passion, her knowledge. He completely forgot about his secretary and asked Mom to dinner instead. A soft chuckle ripples through the crowd. I loosen my tie slightly. She said no. I smile at the surprised murmurs. Told him she had inventory to do. Dad bought every flower in that shop just so she'd have no excuse. He helped her count them all, and they talked until midnight. Sarah catches my eye from the side of the stage, giving me an encouraging nod. They were married exactly 1 year later, on Valentine's Day, of course. Mom kept that flower shop running, and Dad visited every day with coffee and terrible flower puns that made her groan. My voice catches slightly. When they died, I found boxes of every Valentine's card they'd ever exchanged. 23 years worth of memories, preserved in paper and ink. That's why I started this company. Not for profit, but because I believed in what those cards represented. I pull out my wallet, removing a worn photograph. This is them, at that flower shop, the day they met. Mom always said Valentine's Day wasn't about commercialism. It was about giving people a chance to express what they struggled to say the rest of the year. The room falls silent as I hold up the photo, showing my parents' beaming faces among buckets of flowers. That's the truth I wanted to share with Emily. That's what I was waiting to tell her. I want to address something else, I continue, tucking the photo away carefully. To our customers, I know the situation has raised concerns. You might be wondering if your trust in our company has been misplaced. I pause, making eye contact with several reporters. The truth is, every product we create, every campaign we run, stems from the same place, a genuine belief in love and connection. My parents taught me that Valentine's Day isn't just about profit margins or sales targets. It's about giving people the tools to express their feelings. My fingers brush against the podium's smooth surface. Did I make a mistake by not being upfront about my identity sooner? Yes. But I never misled anyone about my feelings toward Valentine's Day or my reasons for defending it. Every word I spoke on Emily's show came from a place of honest conviction. A reporter raises her hand. What about the accusations of manipulating public sentiment? Our sales data shows no coordinated marketing effort around my radio appearances. In fact, I specifically instructed our marketing team to avoid capitalizing on the situation. This wasn't about business strategy. It was about sharing a perspective I truly believe in. The flash of cameras intensifies as I straighten my shoulders. To our loyal customers who've supported us through the years, thank you. Your trust means everything to us, and we'll continue working to deserve it. Not through publicity stunts or manipulation, but by staying true to what this company has always stood for, helping people celebrate love in all its forms.
Chapter 28. Emily. The screen flickers with Derek's image, his usual confident demeanor subdued as he addresses the press. My fingers twist in my lap as he speaks about his parents, about their Valentine's Day love story. The raw emotion in his voice makes my chest ache. My company grew from their legacy of love, he says, his voice steady despite the clear pain in his eyes. Everything I've done has been to honor that. I click off the TV, unable to watch anymore. The silence in my apartment feels oppressive. Grabbing my bag, I head to work, trying to push thoughts of Derek from my mind. The morning air is crisp against my face as I approach the station, but something's off. Jay stands by the entrance, a cardboard box in his hands. What's this? My stomach drops as I recognize my lucky coffee mug peeking out from the top. Your belongings. Jace extends the box toward me. His polished appearance seems more smug than usual. I'm sorry, Emily. I meant what I said. I had to make good on it. People are watching me too, you know. I clutch the box to my chest, staring at Jace's perfectly pressed suit. You can't fire me. I did exactly what you wanted. What I wanted? Jace's lips curl into a sneer. I wanted ratings, not a PR nightmare. The station's getting crucified on social media. Sponsors are pulling out faster than your boyfriend did. He wasn't my... The words catch in my throat. What was Derek to me? Save it. Clear out your desk if there's anything left. Jace turns on his heel, leaving me alone on the sidewalk with my career in a cardboard box. The drive home passes in a blur. My apartment feels smaller than usual, the silence deafening without the constant hum of studio equipment. I dump the box on my coffee table, my lucky mug rolling onto its side. My hands shake as I open my laptop. The screen lights up with notifications. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. My finger hovers over the mouse pad before clicking on the first link. Can't believe Emily Hart would stoop so low, Yaush Radiogate. Derek Blythe deserved better. Emily Hart guessed karma's a bitch. Heard you got fired, lol. The comments blur together. A sea of angry avatars and harsh words. One catches my eye. Good luck getting another job in this city. Hell, even this state. No one will want to go near you after this. My stomach churns. They're right. What station would touch me now? I've become radioactive in my own industry. A few sympathetic comments pop up. Team Emily. Jace pushed her into it. But they're drowning in a sea of hate. I slam the laptop shut, but the damage is done. The words echo in my head. No one will want to go near you. My fingers hover over my phone, Whitney's number on the screen. The thought of explaining everything makes my throat tight. I toss the phone aside and sink deeper into my couch, pulling my knees to my chest. Great job, Emily. Really stellar career move. My voice cracks in the empty apartment. The cardboard box from the station mocks me from the coffee table. The worst part? I did exactly what Jace wanted. I played his game, destroyed something potentially real with Derek. All to keep a job I ended up losing anyway. The irony would be hilarious if it wasn't so devastating. My laptop chimes with another email notification, probably another scathing review of my personal life. Every radio station in the tri-state area knows my name now, and not in a good way. What am I supposed to do? I mutter, reaching for the bottle of wine I opened earlier. Work at a coffee shop? Start a podcast about how to torpedo your career in one easy step? The wine tastes bitter, or maybe that's just the self-loathing. My eyes drift to the heart charm Derek bought me at the craft fair, still sitting on my bookshelf. I should throw it away, but I can't bring myself to do it. Just like I can't delete our pictures from my phone or the text he sent me that morning before everything went to hell. The clock on my wall ticks loudly in the silence. Tick. No job. Tock. No Derek. Tick. No future in radio. Tock. No nothing. My bank account won't last forever. Rent's due in 2 weeks, and my savings can only stretch so far. The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through my chest. You really outdid yourself this time, I whisper to my reflection in the dark TV screen. Lost your job, and the only guy who's made you feel something real in years. All because you were too scared to stand up to Jace. A fresh wave of fury courses through me at the injustice of the situation, and I reach for my laptop again. Derek's not the only one who can air their dirty laundry right now. My hands shake as I adjust my webcam. The lighting in my apartment isn't great, but it'll have to do. I smooth down my shirt and take a deep breath. Hi, everyone. Emily Hart here. I force a smile, though it feels more like a grimace. I know you've all seen Derek's press conference, and, well, I think it's time I addressed what happened. The red recording light blinks steadily, reminding me there's no going back once I post this. First, I want to say that Derek Blythe is exactly who he presented himself to be. A genuine, caring person who truly believes in love and Valentine's Day. His company isn't just about profit, it's about his parents' legacy. My throat tightens. What I did, exposing him like that on air, it wasn't right. I had my reasons, but they don't excuse my actions. I betrayed someone's trust, someone who didn't deserve it. I fidget with my sleeve, choosing my next words carefully. There were circumstances at play that I can't fully discuss for legal reasons, but know that I'm not making excuses. I made the wrong choice, and I have to live with that. I take a deep breath, my hands trembling slightly as I continue recording. To my listeners, you've been with me through everything, through breakups, through bad dates, through my endless rants about Valentine's Day. You trusted me to be honest with you, to give you the real Emily Hart, not some manufactured personality. My voice catches and I clear my throat, but I betrayed that trust. I let external pressures push me into making choices that went against everything I believe in. You deserved better than that. Running my fingers through my hair, I lean closer to the camera. When I started this journey with Derek, it was supposed to be about challenging my views on Valentine's Day. Instead, it became about ratings and drama. That's not what you tuned in for, and it's not what I wanted my show to be about. The words flow easier now, raw and honest. I've always prided myself on being authentic with you all. Even when I was being cynical or difficult, it came from a real place. But what I did on that last show, that wasn't authentic. That was fear and manipulation, and I'm truly sorry. Looking directly into the camera, I forced myself to maintain eye contact. I can't promise I'll get another chance on radio, but I can promise that if I do, I'll do better. I'll be the host you deserve, Someone who stands up for what's right even when it's hard. Someone who doesn't let fear dictate their actions. My chest feels lighter with each word, even as tears threaten to spill. You deserved the truth from the beginning, and I failed to give you that. I'm sorry. I hope someday I can earn back your trust. I take another deep breath, this one shaky. Derek, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. Not just for betraying your trust, but for letting my own fears and Jace's manipulation cloud my judgment. You showed me nothing but kindness, patience, and understanding. My fingers twist together in my lap. The truth is, while I might not be ready to deck my halls with hearts or write Valentine poems, you've shown me why so many people love this holiday. It's not about the commercialism or the pressure. It's about people like you, who genuinely believe in love and making others feel special. A small laugh escapes me, though it's tinged with regret. You planned each date with such care, such attention to detail. Even when I was being difficult, which was most of the time, you never gave up. You just kept showing up with that infuriating smile and those thoughtful gestures. I pause, swallowing hard. People like you, Derek, you're the reason people fall in love in the first place. You make it seem possible, even to cynics like me. You make it feel safe to open up, to be vulnerable. And I threw that away because I was scared. My voice cracks slightly. I didn't just lose my job today. I lost something far more valuable, the chance to know someone who sees the world through love-colored glasses and somehow makes it look less terrifying. Someone who made me want to try seeing it that way too. The words pour out now, unstoppable. You weren't just trying to win a bet or boost your company's profits. You were trying to share your parents' legacy of love with someone who'd forgotten how to believe in it. And for a while there, I actually did. I'd like a second chance, with all of you. And if you'll allow me that, I promise to start believing in love again, and in you. My eyes stare directly into the camera, willing Derek to see the hidden meaning behind my words. Let me make this right for us.
Chapter 29. Derek. I stare at my phone screen, Emily's face filling the frame as she speaks directly to her audience. My thumb hovers over the pause button, but I can't bring myself to stop watching. Her eyes, usually dancing with mischief during her radio shows, now hold a vulnerability I've rarely seen. I know what I did was wrong, she says, her usual sharp wit replaced by raw sincerity. Derek, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. You showed me what Valentine's Day means to people like you. People who see the magic in it. Her voice catches slightly on the word magic, and I feel my chest tighten. Comments flood the video's feed faster than I can read them, each notification ping making my heart jump a little. She was clearly forced into it. They need to get back together! Derek, if you see this, give her another chance. My assistant knocks on my office door, interrupting my thoughts. Through the glass walls of my corner office, I can see several employees hovering nearby, pretending to be busy. Sir, social media is blowing up. Should we release a statement? Not yet. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. The video continues playing, and Emily's words hit harder with each passing second. I think about all our dates, the way she gradually let her cynical guard down, how her sarcastic comments about Valentine's Day slowly turned into thoughtful questions. The truth is, she continues, people like Derek are the reason others fall in love with Valentine's Day. And maybe... She pauses, swallowing hard, her fingers fidgeting with her necklace. Maybe they're just the reason people fall in love, period. My phone buzzes with incoming messages. Board members, PR team, even my mother weighing in on the viral video. But all I can focus on is Emily's face, the genuine regret in her eyes, and the way she talks about me like I'm something special. Another comment pops up. There's more to this story. What really happened? I close my eyes, remembering the way she looked at me on that dock, under the stars, the way she laughed during our cooking class, the genuine connection we shared before everything went sideways. Sarah bursts into my office without knocking, her tablet clutched against her chest. You need to see this. I'm busy feeling sorry for myself. I tap my pen against the stack of contracts on my desk. Trust me, this is more important than your brooding session. She swipes through her tablet and turns it toward me. Look what I found about the station manager. My eyes scan the email thread she's uncovered. Internal communications from the radio station. Oh my God. He threatened to fire her if she didn't expose you on air. But here's the kicker. Sarah scrolls down, revealing more messages. He fired her anyway and has been calling other stations, telling them not to hire her. The pen in my hand snaps. Ink bleeds across my fingers, but I barely notice. He used her. And now she's basically unemployable in radio, at least in this region. Sarah pulls up another email. He's been particularly nasty about it too. Called her ratings poison and professionally unstable. I stand up, my chair rolling back against the wall. Get legal on the phone. I want everything we have on Jace's business practices, and find out who owns controlling interest in that station. Already on it. Sarah's fingers fly across her tablet. And get Jace in my office now. My voice comes out sharp enough to make Sarah flinch. I don't care what you have to do. He's not going to come willingly. Sarah's fingers hover over her tablet. Should I mention the legal implications? Tell him if he wants to keep his reputation intact, he'll drag his butt here in the next hour. The ink from my broken pen has stained my sleeve, bleeding through the expensive fabric like a bruise. Frustrated, I strip off my jacket and roll up my shirt sleeves, noticing how my hands are trembling with barely contained anger. And Sarah, make sure security knows to escort him directly to me. No stops, no delays, no chance to make any calls. On it. She pauses at the door, concern evident in her expression. What are you planning? Justice. I turn to the window, watching the city bustle below, my reflection ghosted against the glass. And maybe a little revenge. Nobody messes with my... I catch myself before saying more. My phone buzzes with another notification. Emily's video has gone viral, spreading faster than I could have imagined. The comments keep pouring in, each one a reminder of how I stormed out without letting her explain, without considering why she'd do something so drastic, without remembering that Emily Hart isn't the type of person to do anything without a damn good reason. Mr. Blythe? Sarah's voice crackles through the intercom, cutting through my dark thoughts. Her tone carries a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Jace is here. Security's bringing him up. They said he's not happy about it. I straighten my tie in the reflection, taking a moment to compose myself. The anger simmering beneath my professional exterior threatens to boil over, my fingers trembling slightly as they smooth down the silk fabric. I haven't felt this kind of rage since taking over the company, but Jace has a way of bringing out the worst in people. Perfect, I mutter, though nothing about this situation comes close to that word. The CEO mask I've perfected over the years slides back into place, covering the turmoil churning inside. Jace strolls into my office like he owns the place, adjusting his silk tie with manicured fingers. Everything about him, from his designer suit to his perfectly coiffed hair, screams arrogance. The sight of his smug expression makes my jaw clench, and I have to consciously relax my shoulders. Derek, my friend, I came as soon as I could. He extends his hand, which I deliberately ignore, letting the awkward moment stretch between us. His confidence falters for just a second. Listen, about Emily Hart, I had no idea she'd pull such a stunt. Completely blindsided me. I fired her immediately, of course. My fingers drum against the mahogany desk, a steady rhythm that matches my rising pulse. The wood feels cool beneath my fingertips, grounding me, Did you now? Absolutely. He helps himself to one of my visitor chairs, crossing his legs. Can't have loose cannons like that representing the station, though I must say the rating spike was... He whistles low. Astronomical. Fascinating. I slide Sarah's tablet across the desk. Care to explain these emails? His face blanches as he recognizes the correspondence. Those are private. Were private. Amazing what a good IT team can uncover when properly motivated. I lean forward. You threatened her job unless she exposed me on air. Now, Derek. Then fired her anyway and blacklisted her across the industry. He straightens his tie again, a nervous tick. You don't understand the radio business, sometimes tough decisions. Cut the crap, I snap, silencing his rambling excuses. My hand slams down on the desk, making him flinch. I've got every email, every phone transcript, every dirty little scheme you've cooked up in the past month. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Jace's polished facade cracks. The nervous fidgeting stops, and a cold calculation enters his eyes. His shoulders relax as he settles back into his chair, crossing his legs with deliberate slowness. Business is business, he says with a dismissive shrug. We both know how the game is played, Blythe. You used my show for publicity. I used your romance to boost ratings. Emily... He waves his hand. She was just collateral damage, nothing personal. The casual way he dismisses Emily makes my blood boil, but I keep my expression neutral. The ink from my broken pen has dried on my fingers, a stark reminder of how quickly things can get messy. I stalk across my office, every muscle in my body tense. The smug satisfaction on Jace's face makes my fingers curl into fists. He thinks this is all just a game. Ratings, publicity, people's lives reduced to numbers on a spreadsheet. You really don't get it, do you? My voice comes out low, dangerous. You destroyed someone's career, their reputation, their trust, and for what? A few points in the ratings? Jace shifts in his chair, his composure cracking slightly. Now, Derek, let's be reasonable. Reasonable? I bark out a harsh laugh. Like how reasonable you were when you threatened Emily's job. When you blacklisted her. Business decisions? No. I cut him off, reaching for my office door. This stopped being about business the moment you decided to play with people's lives. The polished veneer finally slips from Jace's face as I turn the lock with a decisive click. The sound echoes in the sudden silence of my office. What are you doing? His voice wavers. I turn back to face him, satisfaction coursing through me at the fear I see in his eyes. Screw business, and screw you. The lock slides into place with a final damning click.
Chapter 30. Emily. The cursor on my laptop blinks mockingly as I scroll through another job listing. My savings won't last forever, and rent's due soon. A knock at the door interrupts my spiral into financial anxiety. If you're not offering me a six-figure salary, go away, I shout, not bothering to get up from my couch nest of blankets and empty coffee mugs. Better? I'm offering you free lunch and some fresh gossip. Whitney's voice carries through the door. I groan, pushing myself up. My oversized sweater hangs off one shoulder as I shuffle to the door. When I open it, Whitney stands there in her perfectly coordinated outfit, not a hair out of place, brandishing her designer purse like a weapon. You look like crap, she announces cheerfully. Thanks, I was going for that exact look. I lean against the doorframe. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Yeah, wallowing. I can tell by your... She waves her hand at my general appearance. Everything. Come on, we're getting sushi. I can't afford... Did I say you were paying? Get dressed. She pushes past me into my apartment. Something that doesn't scream, I've given up on life, please. I haven't given up. I'm job hunting. In your pajamas? At noon? She starts rifling through my closet. Here, wear this. And brush your hair, for God's sake. Heaven forbid someone should want a Zoom interview right now. You're bossy when you're concerned, I mutter, but take the outfit she thrusts at me. Someone has to be. Now hurry up before all the good tables are taken. Let's grab a quick coffee first. I need to stay focused on this job hunt when we get back. Whitney eyes the cups littering the coffee table. Sure I won't be staging an intervention anytime soon? Please. I roll my eyes as I go into my bedroom to put on clean clothes. Ready in a second. The coffee stand's awning provides minimal shelter from the drizzle as Whitney and I wait in line. She's scrolling through her phone while I stare at the menu board, pretending I can still afford fancy lattes. My treat, Whitney reminds me, catching my hesitation. Stop looking at prices. Force of habit. I shove my hands in my coat pockets. You know what unemployment does to a girl's spending habits. Any bites on the job front? Whitney orders our usual drinks, her elaborate coconut mocha thing, and my Americano. We start walking down the block. Remember when Jace said he'd make sure I never work in radio again? Turns out that wasn't just angry boss talk. He can't possibly have that much influence. 3 stations have ghosted me after initial interest, even that true crime podcast, the one that specifically covers workplace scandals. They won't touch me. I accept my coffee from the barista with a weak smile. I'm radioactive, literally. Whitney's perfectly shaped eyebrows draw together. That's ridiculous. You were the victim here. Yeah, well, try explaining that when no one will take your calls. I take a sip of my coffee, wincing at the temperature. I even tried reaching out to that paranormal investigation show. You know, the one that hunts ghosts in abandoned buildings. They said they didn't want the controversy. The ghost hunters turned you down? That's a new low. Tell me about it. At this rate, I'll be lucky to get a job reading weather reports in Alaska. I stop dead in my tracks as I realize where Whitney's led me. The familiar red brick of the radio station looms ahead, the windows reflecting the weak afternoon sun. My stomach lurches. What the hell, Whitney? I grab her arm. Why are we here? She turns to face me, her expression determined. Because you're going to be a guest on today's show. Like hell I am. I pivot to leave, but she blocks my path. Emily Hart, you are not running away from this. The new host wants to interview you. New host? My voice cracks. They replaced me already? Come on. Whitney's grip on my arm is gentle but firm. You need to do this. For closure, if nothing else. The familiar hallways feel different now. Empty. Foreign. Whitney guides me to the studio, and I pause at the threshold. The room still smells like coffee and old equipment, a scent I'd grown to associate with home. I'll be right outside, Whitney says, giving me a small push inside before closing the door. Alone in the studio, I trail my fingers along the edge of the desk. My old coffee mug still sits in its usual spot, a layer of dust coating the rim. Someone's replaced my favorite chair with a newer model, but the worn patch on the carpet where I used to prop my feet remains. The microphone stands ready, silent and waiting. How many hours had I spent here, sharing stories, taking calls, building connections with listeners who felt like friends? I sink into the new chair, muscle memory making me reach for the headphones before I catch myself. The soundboard's lights blink steadily. A rhythm I could once read like a heartbeat. Now it just reminds me of everything I've lost. My throat tightens as I remember my first day here. How nervous I'd been. How alive I'd felt when that on-air light first glowed red. The door swings open and my heart stops. Derek stands there in a charcoal suit that fits him perfectly, his dark hair styled just right. He looks exactly like he did that first night, except now there's a hint of stubble along his jaw that makes him look somehow more approachable, more real. What are you doing here? The words tumble out before I can stop them. My fingers grip the edge of the desk, steadying myself. Good morning, Emily. His voice carries that same warmth I remember, though his eyes hold something I can't quite read. I'm here for the show. The show? I echo stupidly, but before he can respond, the countdown begins on the monitor. 5, 4, 3. Derek slides into the chair across from me, reaching for the spare headphones with practiced ease. 2, 1. The on-air light flares to life, bathing us both in its familiar red glow. My throat goes dry as I realize I have no idea what's about to happen. Good morning, listeners. Derek's smooth voice fills the studio. This is Derek Blythe, and I'm here with a special guest for what I hope will be an interesting conversation. My eyes widen as I realize he's taking control of my old show. But it's not my show anymore, is it? I don't even work here. What game is he playing? Derek adjusts his headphones, a familiar gesture that makes my heart twist. For those just tuning in, I have quite the surprise for you today. His eyes meet mine across the desk. Joining us in studio is none other than Emily Hart. Emily, how does it feel to be back in the seat? My fingers trace the edge of the desk, muscle memory taking over despite my nerves. It's a little bittersweet if I'm being honest. The microphone picks up my voice perfectly. I haven't forgotten how close to sit. This station, it's always had a special place in my heart. The memories here, good and bad, they've shaped who I am. Even the ones involving a certain Valentine's Day skeptic going head-to-head with an anonymous caller. His lips quirk up in that familiar half-smile. Especially those. I admit, trying to ignore how my stomach flips when he looks at me like that. Though I have to say, the caller turned out to be more trouble than I bargained for. I prefer to think of myself as charmingly persistent. The easy banter feels so natural. It's like we never left this studio. Like the past few weeks of silence and hurt never happened. But they did. And the weight of everything unsaid hangs between us, even as we maintain our radio-perfect voices. Derek leans forward, his expression softening. Is it true what I heard about Jace blackmailing you? My fingers twist in my lap. The familiar weight of the headphones grounds me as I meet his gaze. Yes, but that doesn't excuse what I did. I chose my job over. I swallow hard. Over you, over us. And I've regretted it every single day since. Every day? His eyebrow quirks up, that familiar teasing tone creeping into his voice. Don't push it, Blythe. I manage a weak smile. I'm trying to apologize here. By all means, continue. I'm particularly enjoying the part where you admit to missing me. I never said that. It was heavily implied. He adjusts his microphone, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. But you'll be happy to know some good came from all this. Oh? I bought the station. The words hit me like a physical blow. You what? Bought it. Lock, stock, and barrel. His smile grows wider. First order of business was showing Jace the door. Second was hiring a new producer. My heart pounds against my ribs. Who? Derek's eyes lock with mine, that dangerous half-smile playing across his lips. You?
Chapter 31. Derek. The way her mouth falls open, those perfect lips forming a small O, sends warmth spreading through my chest. Her eyes widen, and I can practically see the gears turning in that brilliant mind of hers. The studio lights catch the honey highlights in her hair, and I have to grip the edge of my chair to keep from reaching out to touch it. You... what? Her voice cracks slightly, the professional mask she usually wears starting to slip. Surprised? I lean back, savoring this moment, watching the emotions play across her face like a slideshow. Though I should mention, if you don't want the position... Are you insane? Emily cuts me off, color rising in her cheeks, spreading down her neck. You can't just buy a radio station because... Because what? I raise an eyebrow, enjoying how flustered she's becoming, how her usual sharp wit seems to have abandoned her completely. Because I wanted to right a wrong. Because I missed hearing your voice tear apart everything I hold dear every morning. Because I couldn't stand knowing some corporate suit pushed you out over ratings. This isn't funny, Derek. Her fingers drum against the table between us, a nervous habit I've come to recognize. I'm not laughing. I hold her gaze, letting her see how serious I am, willing her to understand what this means. You were wronged. I was wronged. And now we both have a chance to make it right. To build something better. She shakes her head, but I catch the slight upturn at the corner of her mouth, that telltale sign that she's fighting a smile. You're still the most ridiculous man I've ever met. The words come out soft, almost affectionate, despite her attempt to sound exasperated. Is that a yes? The phones are lighting up like I've never seen before, and I can see Harper through the glass, frantically gesturing at the mounting comments. But none of that matters. All I can focus on is Emily's face, the way she's fighting back a smile, the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusts her headphones. You really want to work with someone who exposed your identity on air? I want to work with you, I say simply. The rest is just details. Look. I lean into the microphone, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't just buy this station as a business move. The truth is, I've spent my whole life building something that celebrates love, but I never really understood it until I met you, Emily. Emily's fingers curl around the edge of her desk, her knuckles white. The studio feels smaller somehow, more intimate despite the thousands of listeners I know are hanging on every word. You called in that day to challenge me, and I thought I'd have some fun. Show you that Valentine's Day wasn't the commercialized nightmare you claimed it was. But you challenged everything I thought I knew instead. Derek, she whispers, forgetting the microphone can pick it up. When I heard what Jace did, how he manipulated you and then destroyed your career anyway, I realized something. Love isn't just about grand gestures or perfect moments. Sometimes it's about fighting for what matters. For who matters. And you, Emily, you matter more than any business deal or profit margin ever could. I slide a folder across the desk to her. My palms are sweating, but I keep my voice steady. The station is yours to run however you want. No ultimatums, no pressure to conform to anyone else's vision. Just your voice, your truth. Because that's what I fell in love with. Your honesty, even when it hurt. Especially when it hurt. The way you never backed down from what you believed in, even when faced with losing everything. Her hands shake as she opens the folder, eyes scanning the documents inside. I watch her expression shift from disbelief to something that looks almost like hope. You're giving me complete creative control? Well, I'd appreciate if you didn't completely demolish Valentine's Day. I smile, trying to lighten the moment, though my heart feels like it might burst. But yes, your show, your rules, every decision, every segment, every guest, it's all up to you. I slide the microphone toward Emily, my heart pounding so hard, I wonder if the listeners can hear it through the equipment. The floor is yours, Miss Hart. No script, no pressure, just whatever you want to say. Because that's what radio should be. Real, honest, unfiltered. Just like you. Emily stares at the mic like it might bite her. Her fingers trace the edge of the control panel, and I watch her throat work as she swallows. The silence stretches, but I don't rush her. I've learned that sometimes the most important things take time to say. She clears her throat, those bright eyes meeting mine. God, you make it impossible to hate Valentine's Day when you do things like this. Her laugh is shaky but real. You want raw? Fine, I'm terrified. Not of the job, though that's scary enough, but of you, of us. Because you walked into my life with your stupid optimism and your perfect hair and your belief in love, and you made me question everything I thought I knew. My chest tightens as she continues, her voice growing stronger. I fell for you somewhere between mocking heart-shaped chocolates and dancing in the rain. And it scared me so much that when Jace gave me an out, I took it. But you know what scares me more? The thought of not having you in my life, of not hearing your ridiculous Valentine's Day facts, or seeing that smile when you think you've won an argument. She leans forward, her fingers brushing mine across the desk. I love you, Derek Blythe. Even if you are the king of commercialized romance. The control room erupts in cheers. I catch a glimpse of Harper jumping up and down, but all I can focus on is Emily's face, the vulnerability in her expression, the way her hand trembles against mine. The phone lines explode again. Through the glass, I see Harper wiping tears from her eyes while giving us an enthusiastic thumbs up. The chat feed scrolls so fast I can barely read the messages, but I catch glimpses of heart emojis and caps-locked excitement. Well, folks, I lean into the mic, unable to take my eyes off Emily. I think we just made radio history. The Valentine's Day critic admits she's in love. Emily rolls her eyes, but her smile betrays her. Don't get cocky. I still think heart-shaped candy is ridiculous. Speaking of business, I reach across the desk and take her hand. I want to be clear about something. This station, it's yours to run because you're the best person for the job. Us? That's separate. Personal. I don't want you to ever feel like your job depends on... Derek! Yeah? Shut up and kiss me. I stand, tugging her up with me. The headphones clatter to the desk as I pull her close, one hand cupping her face. Her lips meet mine, soft and sure. And I forget about the listeners, the station, everything except the way she feels in my arms. When we break apart, she rests her forehead against mine. For the record, she whispers, this doesn't mean I'm decorating my office with cupids. I wouldn't dream of it. I brush my thumb across her cheek. Though maybe just one small one? Her laugh fills the studio, real and bright. Not a chance, Blythe. I pull her into a fierce hug, barely able to believe my incredible luck. This woman has completely changed my life, and I'm going to spend the rest of mine showing her how much she means to me. So, I clear my throat, trying to keep my voice steady. How do you feel about Valentine's Day now? Today's the day, and our listeners are dying for your answer. Emily's eyes meet mine across the desk, that familiar spark of mischief dancing in them. Her fingers tap against her coffee mug, the one I bought her with tiny hearts all over it, which she pretends to hate but uses every morning. Her laugh fills the studio, rich and genuine. Well, Mr. Blythe, she sets down her mug. I may have been wrong about the holiday. She pauses, and I watch her throat work as she swallows. And I may have been wrong about a lot of things. Her hand reaches across the desk to find mine. But my love for you is not one of them. The warmth of her palm against mine sends electricity through my entire body. The phone lines continue lighting up like fireworks, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is the way she's looking at me, like I'm the only person in the world who matters. Through the glass, Harper wipes away more tears through her bright smile, but I'm too caught up in Emily's eyes to care about our audience right now. A thumb traces circles on the back of her hand, and I feel her pulse racing beneath my touch. This is the best Valentine's gift I could have ever asked for. Chapter 32. Derek. The silence in the studio feels heavy, weighted with everything that's happened. Emily fidgets with the cord of her headphones, unable to meet my eyes as he leans against the soundboard. Everything is quiet now that the crowd has cleared out for a celebratory lunch. You really did that after everything I did to you? My laugh echoes through the empty space. Come on, Em. You think I'd let some asshole like Jace destroy your career because he wanted better ratings? I betrayed you. She shakes her head. I exposed your identity without your permission, under duress. I push off from the soundboard and cross to her chair, her perfume greeting me almost instantly. Besides, you weren't wrong about me hiding things. I should have told you who I was from the start. Why didn't you? Because I wanted you to like me for me, not my bank account or company. My fingers brush her shoulder, and maybe I was afraid you'd run screaming if you knew I was basically the Valentine's Day equivalent of Santa Claus. A laugh bubbles up in her, bringing out my own grin. That's a horrifying mental image. What, me in a red speeder delivering heart-shaped chocolates down chimneys? Stop. She swats at my hand, but I catch hers instead, intertwining our fingers. The thing is, Em, I fell for you. The real you, sarcastic, stubborn, beautiful you. And I'd rather own a radio station than lose that. She looks up at me, eyes wide. You're insane. Probably. My thumb traces circles on her palm. But I'm insane about you.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 33. Derek. I adjust my tie in the mirror of my office bathroom, smiling at the photos of Emily and me that line the wall. 2 years. It still feels like yesterday when I walked into that studio and changed both our lives. Mr. Blythe. My assistant's voice comes through the intercom. Emily is on line 1. Thanks, Sarah. I stride to my desk and pick up the phone. Hey, beautiful. Don't beautiful me, Emily says, but I can hear the smile in her voice. Have you seen the latest numbers? You mean how your station just surpassed every other radio show in the tri-state area? Yeah, I might have noticed. Our station, she corrects. And that's not what I meant. Your company's first quarter profits are insane. Who knew our little love story would keep selling Valentine's Day merchandise year-round? People love a good enemies to lovers tale. I lean back in my chair, running my fingers over the framed photo on my desk. Emily and me at last year's Valentine's Gala. Though I have to say, you're much less of an enemy these days. Don't get cocky. I still think heart-shaped chocolate boxes are ridiculous. Says the woman who ate an entire one last night. That's different. Those were the good ones. I laugh, spinning in my chair to face the window. Speaking of good things, pick you up for a quick lunch? Can't. Live broadcast of the dating advice segment. You should tune in. Some guy called in asking how to propose to his girlfriend who hates Valentine's Day. Sounds familiar? Hilarious. Want me to call in with some expert advice on wooing someone over Valentine's Day? Don't you dare, she warns. But her laugh tells me she's remembering our own story. Though I suppose you did manage to convert one Valentine's cynic. My greatest achievement, I say softly. Your stock portfolio might disagree. Never. You're worth more than all of it. I guess I'll just see you tonight, then. The small velvet box burns a hole in my pocket as I ride the elevator up to Emily's floor at the station. 2 years of loving her, and I still get butterflies before seeing her. The doors open to familiar chaos, interns rushing past with coffee cups, phones ringing, and Emily's voice carrying through the halls as she wraps up her show. I lean against her office doorframe, watching her gesture animatedly through the glass as she speaks into the mic. She catches my eye and raises an eyebrow, but continues her segment without missing a beat. And that's all for today, listeners. Remember, love isn't about grand gestures. Though some of us, she glances my way, seem to think otherwise. After signing off, she spins in her chair to face me. You're early. Actually, you're running late. I hold up a garment bag. We have plans. Derek, I have 3 meetings and... Cancelled. I spoke with your producer. I unzip the bag, revealing a deep red silk dress. Put this on, we're going somewhere special. Her eyes narrow. What are you plotting? Can't a man surprise his girlfriend without an interrogation? Not when that man owns a Valentine's empire and has that particular smirk on his face. I cross the room and pull her up from her chair, pressing a kiss to her temple. Humor me? She takes the dress, running her fingers over the fabric. This is gorgeous. You'll look even better in it. I check my watch. The jet's waiting. The jet? She pauses halfway to her private bathroom. Derek Blythe, if this is another Valentine's publicity stunt. Just trust me. I meet her eyes, trying to keep my expression neutral despite the ring weighing heavy in my pocket. Please. She studies me for a moment before her face softens. Fine, but if there are heart-shaped chocolates involved, I'm jumping out mid-flight. Noted. I watch her disappear into the bathroom, my heart racing. Tonight will change everything, hopefully for the better. After takeoff, I unbuckle my seatbelt and move closer to Emily, shutting the privacy curtains on the way across the aisle. There's a wicked glint in my eye that I'm sure she sees as I sit down next to her. You really do look breathtaking in that dress. She smiles. You are such a smooth talker. It was a bit too much. No, I say softly, leaning in to kiss the nape of her neck, sliding a strap of the gown off her shoulders. You're too much. I don't deserve you, Em. She leans into my kiss, sidling herself up to me as she turns her head to face me. Our lips melt into a passionate kiss, and her arms wrap around me as we surrender to a wave of desire coursing between us.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The car winds through the mountain roads as Emily leans against me, her head on my shoulder. My heart pounds against my ribs, the ring box a constant weight in my jacket pocket. When we pull up to the overlook, I help her out of the car. A waterfall? Really? Emily arches an eyebrow. You're laying it on really thick tonight. Just wait. I lead her along the path, my palms sweating against hers. The setting sun paints the cascading water in shades of gold and pink. Remember our first real date? When you said I was dangerous? I remember thinking you were going to be trouble. She squeezes my hand. I wasn't wrong. No, you weren't. I stop at the railing, pulling her close. The mist from the falls catches in her hair like tiny diamonds. You've turned my whole world upside down, Em. Made me question everything I thought I knew about love and business and what really matters. Derek, Her voice softens as I turn to face her. When I called into your show that day, I never imagined I'd fall in love with the cynical radio host who hated everything I stood for. I drop to one knee and her hands fly to her mouth. But here we are, and I can't imagine my life without your sarcasm, your wit, or your heart. I pull out the ring box, opening it to reveal a simple diamond set in rose gold. Exactly her style, nothing flashy or ostentatious. Emily Hart, will you marry me? Promise to keep challenging me, loving me, and occasionally letting me win an argument about Valentine's Day. Tears stream down her cheeks as she laughs. Only occasionally. I'll take what I can get. Yes, she whispers. Yes, you impossible romantic. I slip the ring onto Emily's finger, my hands trembling despite my best efforts to stay composed. The diamond catches the last rays of sunlight, sending prisms dancing across her tear-streaked face. It's perfect, she whispers, examining the ring. Simple, elegant, not a heart in sight. I do know you, I laugh, pulling her close, though I did consider having it engraved with Valentine's Day forever. She shoves my chest playfully, and risk me throwing it off this cliff. Smart man. Come on, I say, taking her hand. There's more. More? Derek, I swear if you've arranged some grand Valentine's spectacle. Would I do that? I guide her toward the path leading down to the base of the falls. Yes, you absolutely would. She tugs on my hand, stopping me. Remember when you first called the station? Did you ever imagine we'd end up here? Honestly, I was just trying to defend my favorite holiday from a beautiful cynic. I brush a strand of hair from her face. Best impulsive decision I've ever made. Even better than buying a radio station? Well, that one's a close second. I pull her in for another kiss, savoring the moment before we join the others. Ready to face our adoring public? You didn't invite the press, did you? No press. Just family, friends, and maybe one or two radio hosts who've been dying to interview the woman who tamed Derek Blythe. Tamed? She snorts. Please. I just redirected your excessive romantic energy into something more manageable. Whatever you say, future Mrs. Blythe. I squeeze her hand as we start down the path. Though I notice you're not protesting the Valentine's Day wedding date I have in mind. Don't push your luck, Romeo.